Chapter 780. When he heard the stacked illusory pleas, Klein was sitting in a four-wheeled carriage, returning to Buckland Street from St. Samuel Cathedral. A woman. It's not too urgent. With regards to this, he could only make a rough judgment. He wasn't able to immediately head above the gray fog to respond. Sweeping his gaze at the street lamps that dispelled the darkness, Klein retracted his gaze, picked up a white porcelain teacup with gold, and gently took a sip. When Richardson saw this, he mustered his courage and said, "Sir, I've already thought it through. Sir, I've thought it through. You're right. Everyone has no experience. Very few people grow up with experience. Thank you for giving me such a chance to grow up." After confirming that Godot Pose and his gang were dead, he finally stopped worrying and began considering his career. Changing employers in such a short period of time was a huge stain on a servant's record. Once he resigned from Don Dante's, Richardson believed that it would be difficult for him to continue being a valet. To him, this would be extremely detrimental. This was not only because a valet's annual salary was at least £25, which was far better than other non-managerial positions, and was comparable to a lady's personal maid. It was also because a valet and a personal maid had the highest chance of becoming a butler among the servants. They followed their male or female owners and helped them handle trivial matters. They could be their mouthpieces and assistants, effectively nurturing their own abilities and grasping the various skills of a butler. Through this, they could become their employer's trusted aide. As long as there was a chance, they could easily become a manor steward, butler's assistant, or assistant butler, slowly being promoted to butler. It was true that Richardson yearned for a peaceful life, but this didn't mean that he was willing to be a servant forever. Without a doubt, he wanted to rely on his own hard work to earn a higher salary and obtain a higher status. And being a butler of a wealthy family was his ultimate goal. "It's not too late to realize it now," Klein replied with a smile, allowing Richardson to stay. After returning to 160 Buckland Street, he instructed housekeeper Tanaja to get the kitchen to prepare a midnight snack for him at 11:30. He went up to the third floor, took off his coat, and entered the bathroom. At this moment, the bathtub had already been filled with suitable hot water by a maid 5 minutes in advance. Klein wasn't in a hurry to take a bath. He went above the gray fog and found out who had been praying. Mr. X, traveler. Miss Magician's sure is efficient. Without realizing it, she has grown up, Klein muttered to himself. After some serious consideration, he conjured the world Gairman Sparrow and made the fake person pray in the emanating gray fog. "I'm not sure. Give me the time, location, and more information. Only then can I act." Klein's thoughts were very simple. It was that the powers of a traveler were rather useful, but it was difficult for Don Dantes to leave Buckland Street or stay in his room for long periods of time. If Miss Magicians could provide detailed and reliable information, an assassination wouldn't affect anything. However, if he were to get the world to gather information bit by bit from the periphery, it would definitely be impossible. It would affect his more important matters. Soon, Magicians first replied, "I'll collect them as soon as possible." As Mr. X's gathering hadn't been confirmed when and where it would be held, all she could do was wait patiently. After settling this matter, Klein returned to the real world, stripped himself naked, and lay in the bathtub. The warm water enveloped him as he squinted his eyes in comfort. He felt the exhaustion in his body and mind being washed away bit by bit. He had been to St. Samuel Cathedral several times recently to listen to Bishop Electra's explanation of the revelation of Evernight. He had also grasped the images and characteristics of the two keepers. However, as there hadn't been any repetition, he was still unable to determine the pattern of the keepers taking turns. And such actions would similarly bring trouble. Klein opened his eyes and looked at the fog above him. He sighed inwardly. The first inspection should be coming soon. A person who often entered and exited St. Samuel Cathedral's inner sanctum was likely to be investigated by the Nighthawks. And with his origins still unclear, such matters were almost certain. If I don't do inspection, it would be a serious dereliction of duty for the Nighthawks. Klein slowly exhaled. In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard slowly walked out of a room that was so quiet that it was almost silent. His green eyes seemed to be dyed with strange black water as countless illusory bubbles and ripples appeared and disappeared. Not bad. You become a soul assurer so quickly. You're almost catching up to me. Daily Simone, who was standing in the corridor, congratulated him in a self-deprecating manner. She was still wearing a hooded black robe. She wore blue eyeshadow and blush, giving her a bewitching beauty. When Leonard saw this familiar lady, he felt that her bearing had turned colder. It was as though there were countless shadows hidden around her, layer after layer, deep and cold. Clearly, I'm still a long way from you. In your state, you should be able to advance to gatekeeper, right? Leonard wasn't too casual in front of Daly. He spoke in a rather serious manner, because if he were to joke, he would definitely be the one blushing in embarrassment, not the lady. Gatekeeper was a sequence 5 of the death pathway. 2 months ago, Daly didn't hide anything and said with a slightly twisted expression. Leonard roughly understood the reason and nodded slightly. You haven't accumulated enough merit points? Daly pursed her lips and said, yes. It's like going to bed and everything is ready, only to find that there are no condoms in the house and it's night outside. Most of the shops in the neighborhood are closed. What a wonderful metaphor. Leonard didn't know how to respond. You can take the initiative to take over some things. Without giving Daly a chance to speak, he pointed at the other end of the corridor. Captain Sostel is still waiting for my promotion report. Daly didn't say anything and just watched him leave. When his figure disappeared around the corner, the lady's expression became absent-minded. She whispered to herself, Captain Sostel. In the room where Leonard's Red Gloves team was temporarily stationed, Sostel, who had just become a spirit warlock, saw his undisciplined subordinate enter. He casually threw a document over. Very good. You've already been promoted. I'll congratulate you later. First, do a dream review on the target. It was already late at night, but to the Nighthawks, who were mainly sleepless, wasn't much different from daytime. In fact, they were even stronger. Isn't this a mission for the local Nighthawks? Leonard caught the document and asked casually. They've been quite busy recently and are short on manpower. They're asking for our help, Sostel explained without much thought. Leonard didn't ask further. He immediately lowered his head and flipped through the document. The first thing he saw was a photo, and the middle-aged gentleman in it left a deep impression on him. Don Dantes. Leonard's pupils constricted. He knew this gentleman and knew that he was an undying monster that had survived since the 4th epoch. He was at least at the level of a saint, or even stronger. Furthermore, he knows my secret and old man's identity. Leonard instinctively raised his hand to rub his son acupoint. Captain Sostel, I've just advanced. My spirituality is still a little out of control. Is that so? Only then did Sostel realize that he had made a mistake. He hurriedly turned to another red glove and said, Albert, you do it. The one named Albert was a man in his 30s. His hair was yellowish and his skin was slightly pale. He didn't look very strong. Leonard heaved a sigh of relief and handed the document in his hand to him. At that moment, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Would Albert be negatively affected by entering the undying monster's dream? At that moment, he felt a little regretful. He believed that he should have done it himself. At the very least, he knew the danger and had interacted with him before, so he wouldn't have offended him. Don Dantes likely won't do anything to Albert. If he were to overreact and cause any abnormalities in Albert, his problem would immediately be exposed in front of us. And with the church's strength and Bakelin situation, there's no way he can leave this huge city alive. Leonard quickly calmed down, believing that Don Dantes would use a gentler method to avoid the dream inspection. He pulled a chair and sat beside Albert. Although he appeared to be casually reading the newspaper, he was actually paying attention to him to prevent any accidents from happening. 160 Baclun Street, master bedroom. In the dream, Klein suddenly jolted awake, knowing that an outsider had arrived. The inspection of the Nighthawks? As he mumbled, he looked around and realized that he was in the half-open room. Following that, he heard knocking on the door. Come in. Klein tried his best to make his voice sound like he was in a dream. The doorknob turned as the door opened. A rather thin, yellow-haired man in a black trench coat walked in. He was none other than the Red Glove, Albert, superintendent of the Bakeland Police Department. Albert casually showed his identification and sat opposite Klein. "Is there something, officer?" Klein got into character. He knew that, due to the influence of a nightmare, he needed to act more normally. Albert conjured a stack of paper and read in a deep voice, "Don Dantes. Dwayne Dantes, male from Deity County." He roughly repeated the information he had gathered so far and asked in the end, "What's going on?" Finally, he asked, "Is this information real?" "Some of it is real, and some of it is fake," the Dream Klein replied honestly. "The only real parts were probably male and no female companion." At the same time, he mocked himself in his heart. Seeing that he was quickly making progress, Albert was delighted as he pulled a long face. "Which of it is fake?" Klein was already prepared for this, as he pretended to recall. "My wealth doesn't come from mineral deposits, but from my adventures in the southern continent." Combining Anderson's description of West Balam, he fabricated a story of how a commoner obtained wealth through his eloquence, intelligence, experience, and boldness in a region where Ruan and Intis often clashed. This story wasn't considered detailed and was only an outline. Its main goal was to make the Nighthawks believe that Don Dantes was an ordinary person with an adventurous spirit, and not a beyonder. There were many similar stories of people becoming rich in Ruan, so it wasn't rare. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes for Monday. Chapter 781. After Klein finished, Albert asked a few questions based on his description to see if any of the details matched. Dream follower. Calm without a doubt. He received a satisfactory answer. "Thank you for your cooperation. I wish you a sweet dream." Albert smiled as he stood up and bowed. At the same time, he used the powers of nightmare to affect Dwayne Dantes once again, making him only vaguely remember what kind of dream he had after he woke up. He was unable to recall the exact details. After doing all of this, he turned to the door, turned the doorknob, and left the dream. Indeed, the Nighthawks are still too trusting of the powers of a nightmare. If I were the one in charge of this matter, I would have definitely designed a series of questions from different angles and aspects in advance. I would have compared them to find any inconsistencies or loopholes. The best method is to join forces with Miss Justice and come up with several professional psychological assessment questionnaires for the target to complete all of them in the dream. If he were to disguise himself, his mental state and the image he wants to present will definitely have contradictions in the different assessments. Unless he's also a psychological expert and can notice the actual goal of each set of questions. Klein leaned back on the sofa and cast his gaze out the window. In the gray and hazy world, the light from the gas lamps was dim and pale, illuminating the surroundings in a gloomy silence. Klein quietly watched for a few seconds before curling the corners of his lips into a self-deprecating smile. And in the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, after seeing Albert wake up normally and hearing his report, Leonard first heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he became even more afraid of the undying monster from the fourth epic. In the city of Silver, lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating all the streets. Derek Berg walked out of his house, held the axe of Hurricane, and headed for the Twin Towers in the north of the city. Along the way, he encountered many residents of the city of Silver. Some of them were busy, while others were sending their children to receive general education. Some were in groups of 3 to 5, patrolling every corner to prevent people from accidentally dying at home and turning into terrifying evil spirits if they weren't killed by their loved ones. The existence of these people made the city of Silver appear very lively. Occasionally, Derek could hear the children's cheers and laughter. He could not help but recall his life in the afternoon town camp. There were only a dozen or so humans he met every day, and most of the time, he had to stay in the sturdy but cramped buildings. Outside the camp were the monsters that hid in the dark. They were wiped out time and time again, only to appear out of nowhere again. Every member of the exploration party felt a sense of helplessness that came from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if they could never be truly safe no matter what they did. They could never be at ease, and they had to give it their all at all times without the slightest slack. No normal creature could maintain such a high state of vigilance for long. Therefore, the City of Silver had a mature rotation system. It didn't take too long for the first expedition team to return to the City of Silver from Afternoon Town, but what followed was an unavoidable period of isolated observation and rest. It was only today that Derek adjusted himself and believed that his mental state could withstand the negative impact of his advancement. And he had previously reported to Chief Colin Iliad that he had obtained the notary potion formula. He was allowed to use this harvest to exchange for the corresponding Beyonder ingredient, the tail feathers of a spirit-packed bird. As for the items he owed the moon, he had obtained them through patrolling Afternoon Town's surroundings and had passed them to him through Mr. Fool. After advancing, I'll have the right to choose a mystical item that isn't a high-sequence Beyonder. Derek thought with some anticipation as he sped up his pace and arrived at the Twin Towers in the north of the city. Although the material warehouse and mystical items were inside the spire and were watched by the six-member council, Derek's destination was the steeple because there were merit exchange points there. Just as he was about to enter the steeple, his spiritual perception was triggered as he subconsciously looked up at the top of the spire. He saw a woman in a purple-patterned black robe standing behind the window, looking down at him. She had silver-gray curly hair, light gray eyes, and a beautiful face. She was none other than a member of the six-member council, Shepherd Lovia. When their eyes met, Lovia's gaze seemed to be able to penetrate his soul. However, her expression didn't change at all. She even nodded slightly as though she was greeting him. She's not greeting me, but the person behind me. Suddenly, Derek came to a realization. This stemmed from the experience he had accumulated under the guidance of Taro and the others. He nodded in response, retracted his gaze without any abnormalities, and entered the steeple at an unhurried pace. At night, in Byam's private harbor, the Golden Dream, which had a strange main cannon installed along the center line, sailed to the side of the harbor. Donas held the local specialties given by the Resistance as he waved back with a beaming smile. He walked up the gangway and onto the deck. During this period of time, he had led a very comfortable life here. As an envoy who delivered firearms, food, and a small number of Beyonder ingredients, he received rather high treatment. Every day, he would either drink and eat meat, brag, or hunt. He was even invited to watch the ceremony where Sea God bestowed blessings to his believers. After witnessing all of this, he suddenly came to a realization. Byam, or rather, all the colonies, would erupt in an intense conflict in the future. It wouldn't be resolved without decades or centuries of cleansing. Therefore, Donas decided to sell most of his properties in Byam the next time he came, keeping only one. Then, he would find an opportunity to buy properties in Trier, the capital of Intis, Bakeland, the capital of Rouen, as well as a peaceful village with excellent scenery. I can make a trip back to Nosier Town and visit old man and mother. I could buy one less house and build a vineyard for them. Donas waved at the enthusiastic Resistance once again. He then puffed up his chest and said to flowery, bow-tie Jodson in a smug manner, "Where's Captain? I need to report to her on the situation during this period of time." Jodson clicked his tongue in disdain. Of course, she's in the captain's cabin. At the same time, he lampooned inwardly. This fellow, Donas, has become more and more arrogant after forming a relationship with Gehrman Sparrow. However, that crazy adventurer is truly terrifying. He actually successfully hunted Admiral of Blood. Huh! Donas laughed as he walked with infuriating steps into the cabin and met Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards. He immediately put away his provocative look and said with a smile, "Captain, I've already completed the mission. What exactly happened?" Edwina put down the book in her hand and asked. Danitz was already prepared. He described in detail what he had experienced during this period of time and exaggerated the role he played in the war. Finally, he said, "Captain, I met Gehrman Sparrow. He got me to ask you if there's anything abnormal about elvish songster Ciadas' corpse and the golden wine cup." Edwina didn't directly answer as she got up and walked to the corner of the captain's cabin. There was a black wooden crate there. The Golden Dream would only head for Sonia Island after this voyage, so Ciada's and Mobit's corpses were still on the ship. They had been placed in a specially prepared crate by Edwina. Bending one knee and half kneeling, Edwina opened the wooden crate, revealing the crisscrossed corpses inside. The golden wine cup that had been mostly flattened silently sat in a skeletal palm. It didn't look abnormal at all. There's nothing abnormal, Edwina concluded. Don has peeked his head out to take a glance and memorize the answer. He planned on reporting it to the Great Fool when no one was around and getting him to pass it on to the lunatic Gehrman Sparrow. There's nothing abnormal? Above the gray fog, Klein frowned slightly. He was half puzzled and half relieved. According to his inference, the chances of the golden wine cup being problematic weren't low. The lack of any abnormalities exceeded his expectations. However, he liked the answer because he didn't wish for Ciada's and Mobit's slumber to be disturbed. Perhaps there's an additional catalyst condition? Haha, I hope I'll never be able to gather it. Klein muttered to himself as he cast his gaze at Roselle's travels in the junk pile. As he temporarily didn't have a way to enter the sea of collective subconscious, and with his current focus being the Antigonus family's notebook, he delayed his second exploration of the world in the book. Phew! Klein exhaled, retracted his gaze, and prepared for this week's tarot gathering. It was 3 p.m. in Bakeland. Dark red beams of light lit up on both sides of the long mottled table, solidifying into blurry, different figures. Audrey's mood was as good as usual, or even better. This was because her brother, Hibbert Hall, had sent a telegram to inform her that the 10% of the shares in the Bakeland Bicycle Company had been finalized for a total of £12,000. Furthermore, she didn't need to rush back to Bakeland to sign it. Before her brother, Hibbert, set off, she had already signed the carte blanche agreement under the witness of 2 lawyers. All she needed to do now was wait for everything to be completed before signing a confirmation letter for her brother. The corners of Audrey's mouth curled up elegantly as she stood up and said to the figure shrouded in gray fog at the end of the long bronze table, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. May Mr. Fool bless me. There will be clues to the fruit of the illusory chime tree today." Immediately following that, she prayed silently in her heart. After exchanging greetings and sitting down, Katlia didn't disappoint Klein's expectations. She once again lowered her head as though she didn't dare look straight at him. "Mr. Fool, there are 3 pages of Roselle the Great's diary this time. Has Queen Mystic still not found any clues regarding Roselle the Great's assassination? She's still providing the diary through Ma M. Hermit. Unfortunately, I've been in my family's fief recently and haven't had much contact with the psychological alchemy. I haven't been able to obtain any new diary pages. I'll visit the Relic Search and Preservation Foundation in a few days. Perhaps they found some." Audrey listened curiously. The Fool Klein chuckled. "Very good. You can consider your request. Actually, I know that Queen Mystic has already told you the problem. I wonder what she's doing in Bakeland." Klein's thoughts began to wander. Soon, Katlia conjured the 3 diary pages and handed them to Mr. Fool. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes for Monday. Chapter 782. Knowing that the diary entries that Queen Mystic had carefully chosen definitely had rather important content, the Fool Klein focused his mind and casually cast his gaze at the yellowish-brown goat skin in his hand. September 11th. Ever since I became an angel, I've had a feeling that my personality is split. In my heart, my soul, and deep in my mind, there's always a voice urging me and influencing me, creating an uncontrollable coldness, bloodthirstiness, cruelty, and madness. This doesn't come from the outside world, nor is it the influence of a deity on one's pathway. I can clearly sense that it comes from my genes, from the collective subconscious that humans have passed down from generation to generation. It comes from the beyonder characteristic itself, and not from the remnant mental influence. It makes me have a strong desire to hunt and kill. I want to devour all living beings with beyonder characteristics around me. This makes me need to spend most of my energy to resist it. Even though I'm already acting and digesting the potion, I don't see any improvement. It's no wonder Mr. Dorr said that reason is temporary, while madness is eternal. September 28th. I haven't written a diary in a long time. In the past half a month, I seem to be watching myself being replaced by strangers bit by bit, becoming cold and terrifying. Even my daughter, Bernadette, could only make me feel a tiny bit of fatherly love, very, very little. Just as I was about to go crazy, I seemed to hear countless praises. They were from my subjects, all the people who had benefited from my reforms. They were believers who viewed me as the son of steam. They were praising me, singing my praises, erecting statues for me, writing stories for me, and creating poems for me. Their voices were like the anchor of a ship, helping me to locate myself. I began to have the ability to resist that desire and that cry from the bottom of my heart. Bit by bit, I walked out and once again had the normal emotions of a father, a husband, and a man. Just at sequence 2, there's already such a change. At sequence 0, at the level of a true God, how terrifying would the madness I have to resist be? Perhaps they also need to locate themselves to resist the beyonder characteristics and the strong inclination to lose control deep in the collective subconscious. I roughly understand why they established a church, why they spread their faith, why they wrote chapters for the saints of their faction, and why they left legends for the corresponding angels. But why don't they have human forms and are just symbols? I don't understand. I'll ask Mr. Dorr next time. He knows a lot in the domain of deities. If he hadn't been exiled back then, there might have been one more deity. September 29th. Rereading yesterday's diary, I recalled the rituals that corresponded to my sequence 4, sequence 3, and sequence 2. They clearly had a hint of madness and cruelty, just like the ones held by villains in novels. The sequence pathway might very well be a path destined for madness and despair. And this is the only way for humans to obtain extraordinary power. It's really funny and ironic. We try so hard to save ourselves, just to destroy ourselves better and more thoroughly. The contents of the first page of the diary left Klein's heart heavy and repressed. Roselle, who had written those words, was no longer an ordinary person. He had already become an angel and joined the Twilight Hermit Order. He had seen the blasphemy slate, and his understanding of the mysterious world's beyonder characteristics far exceeded the present him. However, he was even more pessimistic than him. He seemed to believe that the world was fundamentally distorted, crazy, and destined to self-destruction. However, the 7 deities seemed to have found a way to maintain their rationality. Ordinary humans aren't completely useless. Their knowledge and spirituality can be gathered, and it's possible for them to help the deities locate their original form, retaining the memories and rationality accumulated over the years. This can be inferred from Roselle's personal experience. However, why did the 7 deities abandon their original human form and use a symbolic and abstract sacred emblem? This doesn't match my judgment. I can't understand it. Klein didn't waste any time as he flipped to the next page of the diary. December 5th, night of the blood moon. Communicating with Mr. Dorr. He is still the same as before. He will always make a request for me to help him return to the real world, but he won't be too insistent. Furthermore, he will randomly answer some of my questions. He's like playing a game, trying hard to raise his favorability. However, sorry, I've already locked this option ahead of time. As I already know the legends of the Kings of Angels, I consulted Mr. Dorr with a mindset that I wouldn't lose anything by asking. The main point is what level the strength of the Kings of Angels is at. Mr. Dorr said that some Kings of Angels have accommodated a uniqueness, some have consumed 2 sequence 1 potions, and some have both. The word accommodate is used very strangely. I raised my doubts about this, but Mr. Dorr didn't directly answer. He only told me that if there's no way to accommodate a uniqueness, then before the ritual is held and the advancement to sequence 0, the uniqueness will only be a burden to a sequence 1 angel and not a help. Yes, it's understandable. It's just like using a grade 0 sealed artifact. The negative effects are always terrifying, and the uniqueness is definitely more exaggerated than that. I also asked which Kings of Angels have accommodated a uniqueness. Mr. Dorr similarly didn't directly answer. He only said that Amon and Adam made all the angels jealous from the bottom of their hearts. This is because they were born with a uniqueness, so there's no need to consider the problem of accommodating. From another angle, it means that Amon and Adam have consumed the uniqueness of a Sequence 1 potion, as expected of the Creator's Son. That Creator, also known as the ancient Sun God, is actually so powerful that he can pass on a uniqueness to his two children, as well as a Sequence 1 beyonder characteristic. Is he purifying himself to eliminate unnecessary interference? Then, did Mr. Door also accommodate a uniqueness and even consume two Sequence 1 potions? I didn't ask because I knew that he definitely wouldn't answer. During the exchange, Mr. Door reminded me not to directly say Adam's full name, or it would be discovered, and our conversation would be discovered. I roughly understood the reason and asked him with a smile, didn't he already say Adam's full name? Mr. Door replied that it was fine because the Apprentice Pathway Sequence 4 is called Secret Sorcerer. It has a certain meaning of keeping secrets. Although it's inferior to the Servant of Concealment of the Evernight Pathway, it's enough for an existence at his level to shield his senses. I asked many more questions regarding deities, but Mr. Door didn't answer. He only said that when I have the ability and opportunity, I'll head to the moon to take a look and understand many things. This matches some of my previous thoughts, but I suspect that he is tempting me to use this opportunity to return to the real world. After all, his every appearance is related to the moon. As long as Mr. Door appears, there will be a lot of information. It will always take up an entire page. Yes, his explanation of the strength levels of a king of angels is very consistent with my theory. In a broad sense, a king of angels refers to a quasi-deity that exceeds Sequence 1 without reaching Sequence 0 through various means. This includes accommodating uniqueness and consuming additional Sequence 1 potions. In a narrow sense, a king of angels refers to the creator that the city of silver worships, the 8 kings who lead all the angels by the side of the ancient sun god. Of course, they definitely match the broad definition. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. As for Rosel's guess about the ancient sun god, he strongly agreed with it. He believed that the creator that the city of silver worshipped had recycled too many authorities of the ancient gods, resulting in signs of chaos and madness. Hence, he decisively gave birth to 2 children, using this to eliminate a portion of the miscellaneous items. To put it simply, Amon and Adam were given to them by drinking the potion. From the looks of it, Angel of Imagination Adam clearly has the spectator pathway's uniqueness. He should be the mysterious leader of the Twilight Hermit Order. From ancient times to the present, he has interfered with the changes of the times in order to revive his father. I wonder if he has advanced to Sequence 0. Even if he hasn't, the number of angels that the Twilight Hermit Order can mobilize will probably exceed my imagination. Secret Sorcerer actually has the meaning of guarding secrets and concealment. Klein immediately thought of the symbol behind the fool's chair, the pupilless eye that symbolizes concealment, and the contorted lines that represent change. He quickly reined in his thoughts and flipped to the 3rd page of the diary. November 28th. I dreamed of Grimm again. He was the smartest one among my subordinates. Unfortunately, when he was exploring that nameless island, he was infected by an unknown force and died in the fog sea. He didn't even leave behind a child. Back then, I knew that the nameless island hid secrets and unimaginable dangers. However, my level and strength were lacking, so I could only forcefully endure it. This dream was likely a reminder for my spirituality that I could explore that island and grasp its secrets to completely end Grimm's matter. On the 29th of November, I gathered 3 of my subordinates, and with Benjamin Abraham's help and a period of searching, I finally found that nameless island again. We didn't directly enter and decided to rest in the periphery for a day. Edwards said that he often dreamed of Grimm, and he felt deeply guilty for not being able to save him. This isn't your responsibility. It's my problem, I said to Edwards because I'm their leader. November 30th. We went deep into the island. There are a large number of beyonder creatures that are said to be extinct here. They didn't fight, but gathered together as though they were worshipping something. Such a group of beyonder creatures without much intelligence seemed to be holding some kind of ritual. They were praying to an unknown deity. During the ritual, I saw Grimm, P.S. Recommend a book. I pretend to have superpowers. It said that many readers will laugh themselves to death from the middle of the novel. PS2. Recommend another book, Dungeon Players. A devil lord tricked earthlings into working for free to build a dungeon. I've really been reading this book. It's quite interesting. Chapter 783. Grimm, who was infected on the nameless island and was dead for sure, appeared on that nameless island again. Great Emperor, when did you change to writing horror? Moreover, what about after that? Klein's gaze froze on the last line of the diary on the 3rd page. There was no more content. Apart from that, he was also horrified by the strange gathering of beyonder creatures described by Roselle the Great. It had to be known that not all beyonder creatures had intelligence and could communicate. A large number of them were monsters that had lost control and only had crazy instincts. And these monsters that had lost control actually gathered together to worship an unknown existence. It's a pity that the Emperor didn't leave behind the coordinates of that nameless island. However, even if he did, I wouldn't dare head there at the moment. If I were to be infected and die in the outside world, I would be reborn in the island. That would be troublesome. At the very least, I have to be a Sequence 4 or even a Sequence 3 to have the confidence to explore it. As Klein thought, he made the diary page and his hand vanish. He turned to look at Katlia and said with a smile, "You're right. What is your request?" Katlia didn't think as she directly asked, "Why are you here?" "Honorable Mr. Fool, I wish to know if Roselle the Great has ever joined a very secretive and ancient organization." "Extremely secretive and ancient. Twilight Hermit Order? Roselle the Great used to be one of their members?" Audrey suddenly recalled the organization that Mr. Fool had mentioned. The hanging man Alger also recalled the corresponding matter. He remembered that when Miss Justice described the Desire Apostle incident in Bakeland, she had mentioned a mysterious organization. Back then, Mr. Fool had told the members not to mention the organization's name in the outside world, because any mention of it will be known. Such an organization does match Roselle the Great's level. Alger nodded in his heart. The Fool Klein thought of something else. Queen Mystic's experience in selecting diary entries was vague. She was unable to accurately ask questions based on the content provided. This also meant that there was a high chance that she only knew that a particular diary entry was very important and contained key information. Or she could determine Roselle's emotions from the handwriting. As for Ma M. Hermit's question, it wasn't difficult for him at all. He smiled. Yes. At the same time, he silently reminded himself, in the future, I'll have to be wary of Queen Mystic's problems that have nothing to do with the contents of the diary entries. Thankfully, I've read quite a number of Roselle's diary entries. I have a rather good understanding of the Emperor. After saying that, he didn't add anything else. It's your turn. He didn't directly say Twilight Hermit Order because he wanted to answer the question again next time. Katlia bowed to express her gratitude before looking at the magicians. I want clues about the direct descendants of the House of Abraham. 1,000 pounds. She didn't feel any psychological burden when she made the offer, because Queen Mystic would definitely compensate her accordingly. Why did she look at me directly? She already knows that my teacher is a member of the House of Abraham. Magician's Furs was first alarmed before she found it unsurprising. This was because this matter wasn't a secret to the tarot members apart from Ma M. Hermit. It was normal for them to mention it when completing a transaction with Ma M. Hermit. Although 1,000 pounds was very tempting, Furs had no intention of betraying her teacher's information. The number of people who had sincerely treated her well in her life could be counted on one hand. Therefore, she cherished such feelings very much. After some deliberation, Magician's Furs said, "Why are you looking for them? Why are you looking for them? If you can provide a reason, I can pass it on to them. As for whether there will be any subsequent developments, it will depend on their wishes. I can't be sure." Indeed, she looks ordinary, but she actually hides many secrets. She's a very careful and meticulous lady. Catlia sighed inwardly as she nodded gently. That's very reasonable. I'm looking for a direct descendant of the house of Abraham in hopes of obtaining information on Mr. Dorr. Pass this to them and see if there's a chance of cooperation. Yes, it's just passing the message. I will also pay you £350 in cash. If they are willing to engage, there will be another £650. Furs held back for a full second before replying, yes. Deal. After saying that, she pondered over the hidden meaning in Ma and Hermit's words. Mr. Dorr has something to do with the house of Abraham? That's right. My bracelet came from Mrs. Elisa. It belongs to the house of Abraham. Teacher doesn't know that I already know that he's a member of the house of Abraham. I can only casually mention it in the letter, saying that at a particular gathering, I heard that someone was looking for a direct descendant of the house of Abraham and that it involves Mr. Dorr. I wonder how teacher will react. At this moment, Miss Justice was sincerely happy for her friend, feeling that she had finally escaped the predicament of bankruptcy. Furs is already sequence 7. She's about to catch up to me. I have to strive to become a hypnotist as soon as possible. As she thought of this, her eyes flickered as she looked at the members of the tarot, hoping to find clues to the fruit of the illusory chime tree. Miss Justice's gaze is truly irresistible. Magician's Furs lowered her head in embarrassment. This was because there hadn't been any clues regarding the fruit of the illusory chime tree in her circles. On the other side, Alger pondered for 2 seconds before saying, that's right. I have a lead, but it will be at least 2 weeks before I can get it. He did have a lead. A long time ago, he and Zillings had discovered an illusory chime tree when they ventured deep into the primitive island. However, due to his lack of strength, he didn't attempt to approach it. And now, he had hopes of advancing to sequence 5, so he naturally didn't wish to let go of the opportunity to earn money. After all, he still owed Admiral of Stars the information fee. The reason why he mentioned it now was because it was a declaration of sovereignty in a certain sense. When the time came, he would explore it with the world. It was best to clarify what they wanted ahead of time to prevent any conflicts from arising. Of course, this way, when dealing with the illusory chime tree, there was a high chance that the world, German Sparrow, would stand by the side and not provide any help. No problem. Audrey was delighted. She didn't even ask about the price. She was already considering finding an excuse to buy it directly from Psychological Alchemy when she returned to Bakeland in June. After the 2 transactions were over, the members temporarily didn't have any other requests. Therefore, after Catlia repeated the search for the mythical creature's blood, and Emlyn once again mentioned finding the remaining 4 primordial moon believers, Tarot entered the free exchange segment. Sun automatically said, I've already become a notary. There's no need to tell us that. The hanging man had the urge to cover his face, but he still replied calmly. Although a notary's physique will be greatly enhanced, it's still more of a support role. Although a notary will greatly enhance one's physique, it's still more of a support type. The ability to notarize effectively can be temporarily enhanced, while the ability to notarize ineffectively will be weakened or forcefully dispersed. At the same time, a notary is also good at making contracts. Once one signs it, even a sequence 5 can't violate it. Even a sequence 4 demigod would have to pay a sizable price to violate it. As a member of the Church of the Storm, understanding the advantages and disadvantages of the Sun pathway was a basic skill. Therefore, Alger explained the exact situation to Little Sun in detail and reminded him to choose a mystical item that was good at controlling the target. If there wasn't one, choose one with strong offensive strength. Thank you, Mr. the Hanging Man. Sun sincerely thanked him. In his heart, in the entire tarot, the greatest and most revered was Mr. Fool, the most admirable and yearning was Mr. World, and the most reliable, kindest was undoubtedly the wise Mr. the Hanging Man. At this moment, Emlyn thought to himself, this fellow has actually reached my level. No, I can't let him surpass me. I have to complete the hunt as soon as possible and obtain the reward. He thought for a few seconds, and after obtaining Mr. Fool's approval, he conjured the moon doll that resembled a wooden stake. Ladies and gentlemen, do any of you know what it is? He knew that Mr. Fool definitely had the answer, but he temporarily didn't have anything that he could use to exchange with this great existence. Therefore, he could only see if the other members of the tarot had a certain level of understanding. Isn't this the puppet I saw at the gathering? Mr. Moon has already found his target. Magician's Furs was equally curious as she waited for someone to give her an answer. Cattleya carefully examined it and slowly frowned. This should be a moon emissary. It's a beyonder item created by the primordial moon believers through centuries of bloody rituals. It said that it has been infused with divine powers. Every one of them possesses unimaginable terror. Where did you obtain it? It's very dangerous. It's best to leave it to the upper echelons of the sanguine. Emlyn changed his sitting posture and chuckled. I encountered it when I was hunting that primordial moon believer. He's already dead, and I'm still alive. Mr. Moon's flaunting is really obvious at a glance. Senior spectator Audrey chuckled inwardly. Cattleya was taken aback as she deliberately asked without any concealment, How did you do it? How did you do it? The upper echelons of the sanguine provided help. Emlyn opened his mouth, but he was at a loss for words. Only then did he realize that this topic wasn't suitable for in-depth discussion. Ahem. He cleared his throat and looked at the end of the long bronze table. I've requested Mr. Fool's help. Chapter 784. He requested Mr. Fool's help? That's possible? Cattleya was stunned when she heard that. She didn't doubt Mr. Fool's level and abilities. After receiving punishment and discovering that his blessed German sparrow was becoming more and more powerful, she no longer had any doubts regarding such matters. Back when Mr. Fool used an ancient item to pull her here, allowing her to avoid the pursuit of knowledge, she already knew that he was at least in existence at the level of the hidden sage or primordial moon. However, due to various reasons, he was unable to directly interfere with the real world. He was suspected to be an ancient god in the process of awakening. The moon's words left her surprised that Mr. Fool would actually provide effective and substantial help to the members of the tarot and not impart knowledge or pull them in. On the one hand, this means that I can also directly request Mr. Fool's help in times of danger. This is more exaggerated than any ritual. On the other hand, it vaguely reveals that Mr. Fool's awakening process is faster than I imagined. Many thoughts flashed through Cattleya's mind. Audrey, Sun, and company weren't surprised by this. They had more or less prayed to Mr. Fool for help, and they had seen the angels under this great existence. Seeing everyone cast their gazes at him, Emlyn shrank his head and raised his chin. I paid the price. This is an equivalent exchange. An equivalent exchange. The immediate response and effective feedback from a great existence is priceless. Cattleya couldn't help but retort inwardly. The reason why she didn't directly say was that she also hoped to have such an opportunity for an equivalent exchange in the future. And this often meant that she would have one more life than others. Magician's Furs expressed her puzzlement at Mr. Moon's deliberate emphasis on equivalent exchange. Those who had prayed to Mr. Fool for help had all provided corresponding rewards. Mr. Moon really is a person who cares about his reputation. No, a sanguine. Audrey seriously evaluated Emlyn's momentary emotional changes. As the exchange continued, the tarot gathering slowly came to an end. After returning to the City of Silver, Sun first seriously memorized the pros and cons of a notary given by Mr. the Hanging Man. Then, he headed to the Twin Towers in the north of the city to choose a mystical item. He hadn't done it before because his condition wasn't stable after his advancement. He was worried that he would lose control when he came into contact with a mystical item. Inside the spire, Derek Berg, who had completed the process, raised his request. He saw the selected items and obtained the corresponding documents. After careful reading and observation, he quickly narrowed down the scope to two choices. One was Cardi's ring. It had an ancient appearance and was completely iron black in color. It was engraved with dark and complicated patterns. It was left behind by a resident of the City of Silver a long time ago. It could help the wearer intimidate their target causing them to pause for a certain period of time. It could also cause normal humans to temporarily lose their rationality or awaken the hidden warmth and memories of crazy monsters. It could make them fall into a state of confusion for a short period of time, preventing them from attacking. The other was Thunder God's Roar. It was obtained from a city that had been reduced to ruins. It was rather heavy, and it looked like a gigantic hammer. Its surface was deep blue, and there were silver-white bolts of lightning swirling around it. Its grip was suspected to be the leg bone of a living creature. In battle, it could emit a sound that made the enemy panic and panic. It was as if Thunder God had descended to the ground and was constantly roaring. Every strike of it was extremely destructive, and the terrifying lightning was never absent. The negative effect of Cardi's ring was that the wearer would unknowingly produce another self. Therefore, they had to receive regular treatment from a psychianalyst. If they missed 1 or 2 sessions, the problem would become extremely serious and difficult to treat, and the battle between the two cells would eventually lead to a loss of control. Relatively speaking, Thunder God's Roar didn't have such a huge hidden danger. It only made the wearer accumulate irritable emotions. As long as they vented it regularly, there wouldn't be a problem. However, it had another negative effect. In an environment without light, the wearer would have a 100% chance of being attacked by terrifying monsters in the depths of the darkness. The probability of being attacked is 100%. Upon seeing this data, Derek felt depressed. This meant that many residents of the City of Silver had already disappeared due to this reason. They were all the former owners of Thunder God's Roar. Which one should I choose? Producing another self is a very terrifying matter. Miss Justice seems to have mentioned that this is called dissociative identity disorder. Not only does Thunder God's Roar have the ability to affect an enemy's state, it also has rather powerful offensive strength. My axe of Hurricane has been used too frequently, so it should be destroyed earlier than expected. I can emit light myself, so I don't have to worry about absolute darkness. After some thought, he pointed at the ghostly blue hammer. I want Thunder God's Roar. 160 Baclun Street. Just as Klein walked out of his master bedroom, he saw butler Walter waiting outside. He held a few invitations in his hand. Sir, there are a total of 3 invitations this Monday. Afternoon tea on Wednesday, literary salon on Friday, and dinner on Saturday. They are from... Klein listened with a warm expression as he smiled. Tell these friendly invitees that I'll be participating. All right, sir. Walter bowed and left the 3rd floor. Seeing his back disappear down the staircase, Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Another week of such invitations, and it'll be my turn to invite my neighbors to a ball or dinner. Only by doing this a few times will I be able to truly enter their circle and be introduced to important figures of a higher level, allowing me to enter different clubs. Haha, such a referral is definitely built on the basis of sufficient wealth. A person without any value wouldn't receive a referral. It's really troublesome to socialize with high society. I'll need at least another month before I can come into contact with people who are at the periphery of the great smog of Bakeland. It's still better with the church. As long as I donate enough and am pious enough, I can freely enter and listen to the bishop's sermons. Of course, that's under the premise that I pass the checks. If everything goes well, I might be able to grasp the keeper's shifts within a month and find a chance to enter behind Cheney's gate. Klein reined in his thoughts and instructed his valet, Richardson, to bring his coat, hat, and cane over. According to his arrangements, he was to watch the most popular play, The Traitor's Ring, at the Royal Theatre. It wasn't purely for entertainment. Only by understanding popular plays, famous music, and trends would he have something to talk about in the various gatherings of high society. A popular gentleman must be very tiring in private. A minute on stage is 10 years of hard work. Such social gatherings are really tiring. As Klein lampooned, he allowed Richardson to put on his coat. Then, he took a high-end 4-wheeled carriage to the Royal Theatre in Westborough. He sat in a luxurious VIP room and watched The Traitor's Ring. It's different from movies and television series. A play's performance is more exaggerated and forceful. Yes, this is determined by the performance environment. The story isn't bad, but why do I find it a little familiar? Don't tell me that the original author is Roselle the Great. These people should be famous actors. The The newspapers have mentioned them before. It's said that they're very popular. It's a little like celebrities from the internet era on Earth. As long as I participate in gatherings of high society, I'll definitely have a chance of meeting them. As Klein watched the play, he habitually lampooned inwardly. Sherwood Borough, at the ticket office of a large theater. Finally, it was Melissa's turn. She took out notes and copper coins and pushed them into the window. The Trader's Ring, Sunday at 3 in the afternoon. 2 tickets. After watching The Trader's Ring, Klein sat in his carriage, drank a mouthful of black tea, and received the various evening newspapers that Richardson had bought. He first flipped to the drama review section, found some professional comments, and compared them with his own viewing experience. Gradually, he came up with a personal and deep experience. Yes, at least I can fool those gentlemen and madams. After finishing his homework, Klein leisurely flipped through the newspapers and unexpectedly discovered a piece of news. 10% of the Bakelin Bicycle Company's shares have been sold. Friends, please do not disturb us. It's already been finalized? Mr. Eichinger publishing this news means that he has already received the money. Klein was first delighted before he frowned slightly. His gaze paused on the exclamation mark at the end. The content of the news was indeed what he and Eichinger Stanton had agreed upon in advance, but he had a nagging feeling that the exclamation mark at the end was a little glaring. The emotions contained in this sentence clearly don't need an exclamation mark. Mr. Eichinger is a person who pays attention to details. It's impossible for him to let the newspaper do as they please. He deliberately used this exclamation mark. What message is he sending? He's giving a warning? As he pondered, Klein suddenly realized something. The 10% of the Bakelin Bicycle Company's shares that Eichinger Stanton sold clearly came from Sherlock Moriarty. And with the former's moral character, it was impossible for him to sell it for no reason. This meant, to a certain extent, that Sherlock Moriarty or his agent had already returned to Bakelin. Therefore, a certain faction of the royal family that was involved in the Great Smog of Bakelin had keenly sensed the situation and started monitoring Detective Eichinger Stanton, hoping to capture the target who had gone to collect the cash. How should I get the money? Klein pretended to read the newspaper naturally and seriously pondered this serious question. P.S. First update, then change. I'll take the afternoon off to write a chapter. The curly-haired baboon is stuck again. It's really frustrating to write the daily life and foreshadowing in an interesting and attractive manner. Chapter 785. At 10 o'clock at night, it started drizzling in Bakelin again. The thin mist gave the light from the gas lamps a hazy sense of beauty. Eichinger Stanton's assistant, Bowen, patrolled the bottom floor and walked to the oriel window, preparing to close the last window. At this moment, a black shadow leaped in and landed steadily on the protruding wall. It was a blue, short-haired stray cat. Bowen could not help but chuckle when he saw the man's large and round yellow eyes looking at him. There is no food here. Detective work could easily attract revenge, and there were many secrets that needed to be hidden. Therefore, the chefs and servants in Eichinger Stanton's house were all hourly workers. They would only come for a fixed few hours a day and would not prepare too much food at once. This made it difficult for the food to be left after dinner. The blue short-haired cat opened its mouth, but it didn't meow. Instead, it spoke like a human. I'm Sherlock Moriarty. I want to see Mr. Eichinger Stanton. Although Bowen was a beyonder nurtured by the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, he wasn't a very high-sequence beyonder. He wasn't very knowledgeable, so this was the first time he had encountered a cat that could speak. He couldn't help but be shocked and dazed for a moment. After a few seconds, he came back to his senses and recalled the words of the blue short-haired cat. It said it was Sherlock Moriarty. This great detective is really not simple. He could actually turn into a cat. No, control a cat. This kind of ability was really strange and scary. Bowen quickly calmed down. Without answering the cat, he reached out to close the window. After doing all this, he lowered his voice and said, "Follow me." The blue short-haired cat immediately jumped off the platform behind the oriel window. With its tail raised, it walked agilely behind Bowen, following him all the way to the second floor, and watched as he knocked on Eichinger Stanton's bedroom door. "What's the matter?" Eichinger, who was wearing light, striped pajamas, opened the door and asked. He was enjoying his bedtime tobacco. Bowen cautiously pointed at the blue short-haired cat beside him. Mr. Sherlock Moriarty is looking for you. Isengard, who had white sideburns and a thin face, raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked down and took 2 steps back, allowing the blue cat to swagger into his bedroom. Go back to your room and sleep. Wake up on time tomorrow. We still have a case waiting to be investigated. Eichinger instructed Bowen as if nothing had happened. After the assistant left, he closed the door and turned to look at the blue cat squatting beside the reclining chair. He chuckled. I never expected you to have such beyonder powers. I was just worried that you would come over directly. I noticed that exclamation mark, the blue short-haired cat said with a smile. It had to be said that it was quite strange for a cat to have such an expression on its face. Anyone who saw would feel a chill run down their spine. Eichinger did not have any unusual reaction to this. He took a puff of his pipe and sat on the reclining chair. He enjoyed the smoke and slowly exhaled. I believe in your wisdom. Thank you for your praise. The blue short-haired cat politely extended its paw and bowed. Eichinger looked at it and stroked his pipe as he smiled. You should already know what has happened. Although that group of people doesn't dare to monitor me very strictly, afraid that I'll discover it and inform the Church of Evernight and the Church of Steam. Haha, they will also be in quite a bit of trouble once they are exposed. However, I believe that there must be a demigod among them. This is both an inference and a conclusion given to me by some feedback. After all, I've lived on this street for many years. Therefore, humans and animals won't be stopped from entering my house. This is something you have already thought of. But when you leave, you will definitely be tailed. What means do you have to escape from them? That sum of money isn't a small amount. It will be very eye-catching to bring out. Let me think. Do you plan on communicating with me and get me to deposit the money into a designated bank account? Then you will find many people to withdraw the money in batches at different places outside Bakeland at the same time. Upon saying that, Eichinger gave a self-deprecating laugh. This is the best solution I can think of, but it will be very troublesome to carry it out. The blue short-haired cat didn't give a direct answer as it chuckled. I only need you to lend me an empty room and 3 candles. No problem. Eichinger Stanton didn't press further as he said, the price of the shares this time is £12,000. The buyer is Earl Hall's daughter, Audrey. Yes, hiring a lawyer, an accounting team, and advertising cost a total of £600. In addition, after paying 0.5% stamp duty and 20% Type D income tax, there are £8,940 left. Type D income tax referred to the income tax of commercial, financial, and specialized industries. I still have to pay taxes. That's more than £2,000 gone. The blue short-haired cat's expression instantly froze. Klein used to be a nighthawk, so his salary wasn't subject to personal income tax. Later on, he became a private detective, so his income was difficult to monitor, so he never took the initiative to file taxes. Later on, he became an adventurer. Due to the preferential bounties for pirates, he didn't need to pay taxes, nor did he have any awareness of this. Therefore, even when Eichinger Stanton mentioned the issue of taxes, he didn't take it to heart. He didn't think that it would be much, but in the end, reality gave him a hard blow. As for why he didn't pay taxes for the share transaction, it was because the Rouen government encouraged initial investments in inventions, so there were corresponding exemptions. After a brief silence, the blue short-haired cat's whiskers moved twice. All right, give me the cash. Move it to the empty room. There's no problem with the cash, right? I've already checked. They won't pull any tricks in this area. That would be an insult to my intelligence. Eichinger stood up with his pipe in hand. Remember to add a signed confirmation of the transaction later and mail it over. It's already on its way, the blue short-haired cat replied, having long prepared for it. Eichinger then walked to the safe in the master bedroom and opened it with a passcode. Then he took out stacks of cash and stuffed them into different briefcases. Following that, he took the briefcases and left the master bedroom, entering the guest bedroom diagonally across from it. Do account, Eichinger said to the blue short-haired cat as he put down the briefcases filled with cash. I trust you, the blue short-haired cat said after taking a few glances. Eichinger nodded and pointed at the cabinet. There are candles inside. With that said, he retreated to the door, held the handle, and said with a smile, I'm really curious how you will leave. I believe this will definitely be a wonderful magic. With a click, Eichinger Stanton closed the door, returning the guest bedroom to silence and desolation. A figure wearing a dark red coat and an old triangular hat quickly appeared beside the blue short-haired cat. It was none other than Klein's marionette, Wraith Seigneur. He took out some candles and quickly set up a simple altar. He skipped all the prerequisites and chanted in the Elvish language in a low voice. He skipped all the steps and directly chanted in Elvish, the blessed of the sea and spirit world, the protector of the Rorstad archipelago, the ruler of the undersea creatures, the controller of tsunamis and storms, the great Cavituous. Your loyal servant prays for your attention. I pray that you accept his offerings. I pray that you open the door to your kingdom. The sound of the wind inside the wall of spirituality suddenly turned intense. Seigneur quickly used his fingernails to cut the skin on the back of his hand and flung out drops of blood. As a sequence 5 wraith, everything on him was equivalent to an ingredient rich in spirituality. The strong wind sucked away the blood and infused the candle flame that symbolized sea god Cavituous, causing it to expand and turn into an illusory door filled with magic labels and symbols. After more than 10 seconds, the door creaked heavily and slowly opened. Seigneur then picked up the briefcases containing the cash and threw them into the illusory door. When there was nothing left, a gold coin that was stored in his body flew out and landed on the altar. The wraith's figure then disappeared, projecting onto the smooth part of the gold coin. The gold coin flew up in a wobbly manner, following the briefcase in front of it, and entered the illusory door of sacrifice. Without a sound, the mysterious door closed, and the 3 candles returned to normal. At this moment, the blue short-haired cat seemed to find itself. It looked left and right in a daze and meowed. After a while, Eichinger opened the door and entered. He discovered that the briefcases containing the cash had all disappeared, leaving only the 3 candles burning quietly. Only the blue short-haired cat was left warily arching its back. As he stared at this scene, a rental carriage drove past an unhurried pace at a fork on the other side of the street. On the same night, in a building in Sherwood Borough, Zio braved the drizzle and returned home. As she dried her hair with a towel, she said to Furs, Your letter has been sent. Your letter has been sent. Furs tersely acknowledged, as she secretly guessed when her teacher would reply. At this moment, Zio put down the towel and casually said, There's news about Mr. X's party. It's the same place as before Friday night. Very good. I can tell Mr. World. I wonder how much I'll need to pay. Furz's eyes lit up when she heard that. Before she could ask for details, Zio had already added, Mr. X also gave a mission that's said to pay very handsomely. Mr. X also gave you a mission that is said to be very rewarding. Yes, tell him about the people you know who have abnormal luck. People with abnormal luck? Furs muttered in puzzlement. Is there something wrong with this gentleman's brain? Who would divulge the situation around them at such a gathering? It'll make it easy for others to discover their true identity. Who knows? Perhaps he really is a lunatic. Zio didn't know anyone with abnormal luck, so she replied indifferently. Furs thought carefully for a moment, but she still couldn't figure out the true purpose of the mission. All she could do was throw it to the back of her mind. She planned on praying to Mr. Fool when Zio went to take a shower and passed the corresponding information to the world, German Sparrow. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 786. Mr. X is searching for people with abnormal luck. Above the gray fog, Klein pondered over the information provided by Miss Magicians in an attempt to analyze it for any useful information. After thinking for a while, he decided to think from a different angle due to his lack of inspiration. It was to recall the people around him who had abnormal luck to see if there was any internal connection. The Fog Sea's strongest hunter, Anderson Hood, counts as one. Dr. Allen series counts as another. They were all affected by one of the snakes of fate. Angel of Fate Ouroboros is one of the founders of Rose Redemption. This secret organization supports and believes in the true Creator. The Aurora Order is equivalent to the Church of the True Creator. A series of situations surfaced in Klein's mind as he quickly came to a conclusion. This is the angel of fate Ouroboros searching for the snake of Mercury. Well, Septon. He is driving the members of the Aurora Order to help him find the snake of Mercury. Well, Septon. And this means that behind Mr. X, there's a king of angels somewhere in Bakeland. Under such circumstances, assassinating Mr. X is equivalent to sending myself to my death. It's no wonder that Mr. X doesn't care about how special Bakeland is. The official factions will at most believe that he has a saint backing him. Yes, in the official files, there are only 5 saints in the upper echelons of the Aurora Order. If that's the case, I'll make the wrong response. After Klein came to a conclusion, his first thought was to reject Miss Magician's request and warn her not to provoke Mr. X. If it wasn't for the fact that making a report would implicate the Snake of Mercury, Septon, and the Beyonder dossier of the Church of the Evernight Goddess clearly recorded Dr. Alan Series' luck, Klein would have gotten Miss Magicians to report the angel of fate Ouroboros and Mr. X to a particular church. He calmly pondered for a few seconds before conjuring the world Gehrman Sparrow and making him pray in the gray fog. That's right. I'll confirm the situation and give you an answer tomorrow. He didn't reject it directly because he planned on asking the Snake of Mercury, Septon. Then, he returned to the world of reality. He carefully took out the paper crane that had become very fragile from the interlayer of his wallet and gently unfolded it. Klein was not in a hurry to write down the content. Instead, he first thought about what questions he needed to ask and carefully wrote a mental draft. Then, he took out a pencil and sharpened it with a knife. After flexing his muscles, Klein wrote, "The members of the Aurora Order are looking for people with abnormal luck. I wonder if you know how to use worms of time to create charms. Is your umbilical cord blood considered the blood of a mythical creature? If it does, and I want to drop, what price do I have to pay?" Klein originally wanted to ask Septon how he was able to maintain his rationality. After all, the church's information didn't indicate that they publicly worshipped the Snake of Fate. However, he restrained himself in the end, afraid that Septon, who was in the state of an unborn fetus, would answer indecently. "When did you have the illusion that I'm rational?" If that happened, he wouldn't know if it was joking or telling the truth. Yes, although there aren't any organizations that believe in the Snake of Fate, there are still existences similar to the God of Luck in certain areas. It's considered a traditional custom. Perhaps they are Septon's or Ouroboros' avatars. Klein silently mumbled as he used his clown powers to finally fold the paper crane and place it under his pillow. After doing all of this, he had the time to calculate how much cash he had now. 17,046 pounds plus 5 gold coins plus 3 soli and 8 pence in change. If I still have assets like houses, manors, and company shares, I would be considered a tycoon in Bakeland with so much liquid capital. Of course, I'm still far from the top tycoons. Their standard is to have total assets of £1 million. As Klein was delighted that he had quite a bit of money, he thought about how he still owed money and how he needed to invest heavily in order to present his character's image. He then drank a mouthful of water, lay down on the bed, and covered himself with a warm blanket. Bit by bit, he had a dream. In his daze, Klein suddenly woke up and saw the desolate black plains. He walked all the way to the pitch-black steeple in the middle of the plains, and after passing through the abnormally chaotic layout, he arrived deep inside the tower. As usual, there was a circle of tarot cards scattered around. However, there weren't any silver words appearing on the protruding ground in the middle of the circle of tarot cards. Septon didn't answer. Then why did he pull me into this dream? Amidst his puzzlement, Klein suddenly saw a black pram slide out from the shadows. Inside lay an indiscernible baby wrapped in silver silk. "Mr. Snake of Fate?" Klein politely and cautiously inquired. The baby immediately let out a clear voice. "Why are you so certain that it's Mr.? Isn't this a judgment based on your name? Don't mind such details." Klein lampooned, but he relaxed a lot due to the other party's casual attitude. Then how should I address you? The infant Will Septon tersely acknowledged and said in a dilemma, yes. I haven't decided, you have no idea. Every time I restart, I'll try my best to make myself a little different so as to maintain a good mental state. A child should act like a child. Klein's heart stirred when he heard that. This is a way for the monster pathway to maintain reason and resist madness? Will Septon, who was lying in the black pram, replied briskly, yes. Every time I restart, I'll wash away the madness. However, this still requires a certain level of faith. Otherwise, I won't be able to maintain my sequence one state for too long. Compared to before, you know more and more. Yes, apart from faith, there are other ways to resist madness. However, reboot is clearly an ability unique to the monster pathways sequence, one snake of fate. Other Beyonder pathways are unable to mimic it. Does Mr. Aztec's constant loss of memories and constant recovery have such implications? Klein nodded in thought and seized the time to ask. I suspect that Ouroboros is looking for you through the Aurora Order members. I suspect that Ouroboros is looking for you through the Aurora Order members. Will Septon sneered. I've been playing hide-and-seek with him for a very long time. He isn't good at such matters. It can be seen that he doesn't have a childhood. Every time he reboots, he grows up beside the true creator. He lacks the experience of different mental states at different stages. This causes him to be crazy at times. Of course, he doesn't mind. I've instructed Ricardo to use the die of probability to leave a certain mark in certain places. This will confuse Ouroboros' judgment, and he will soon leave Bakeland again. That also means that there's still a chance of assassinating Mr. X. Yes, I'll divine the level of danger above the gray fog when the time comes. Klein didn't continue on the topic. Instead, he asked, do you know how to use a worm of time to create charms? Will Septon, who was in the pram, did not give a direct answer. Instead, he asked, you obtained a worm of time from Palaz Zoroast. How did you know? Klein was taken aback for 2 seconds before returning with a question. He wasn't surprised that Will could tell the origins of the worm of time. After all, there weren't many Marauder pathway demigods who could use such an item to create an avatar. What he was curious about was why the Snake of Mercury didn't guess that Blasphemer Amon had also left behind a worm of time. Will Septon laughed. Palaz Zoro's condition isn't right. He's parasitizing your former colleague. All right, your former colleague was investigating Sherlock Moriarty's matter and entered my house in the middle of the night. I sensed something wrong with him and gave him a short period of bad luck, giving him a chance to encounter the other demigods hiding in Bakeland. And when he was in danger, Palaz Zoros took action. Actually, it doesn't matter if he doesn't take action. It's just a prank. I'll make your former colleague sufficiently lucky at the critical moment. Leonard was investigating Sherlock Moriarty. The grandpa in his body is called Palaz Zorost. Klein frowned slightly, unsure of what was wrong. Will Septon continued. The creation of a worm of time, charm, isn't too difficult for you. You can pray to your special body and use a mixture of mercury and pure silver as a medium to engrave the corresponding symbol. It's not too difficult. Pray to the Fool? That's right. The mysterious space above the gray fog is clearly attractive to the Marauder pathway. Klein felt excited as he vaguely grasped something. At that moment, Will Septon added with a smile, as for the corresponding symbol, I don't know. What a huge turn. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched involuntarily. Seeing that Will Septon was silent, he hurriedly forced a smile. One more question. Your umbilical cord blood. Before he could finish, Will Septon suddenly opened his mouth and spoke. Wow. He began to cry like a real baby. Speak properly. Klein froze in place. If he hadn't confirmed it, he would have really suspected if the person in front of him was a Sequence One existence, or if he was the chairman of the Life School of Thought. All right. I just want to ask if it's the blood of a mythical creature, Klein said, raising his hands. Will Septon immediately stopped crying and smiled. Of course. However, I will replace him in advance. Otherwise, everyone here will die. He paused for a moment before continuing. If you can give me something suitable, It's not like I can't give you a drop. All right, goodbye. The moment Will Septon finished speaking, Klein felt the tower shake, and the dream quickly shattered. Soon he woke up. Chapter 787. What is something that a snake of fate is interested in and finds suitable? Klein slowly sat up and used a pillow to prop up his back. After some thought, he decided not to consider the matter for now. After all, there was still more than a month before Will Septon's birth. Furthermore, he could still throw this problem to Catlia or Queen Mystic Bernadette, who backed her, and let them fret over it. Of course, Klein didn't eliminate the possibility that Will Septon would have a sudden whimsical decision to give birth prematurely. He slowly turned his attention to the creation of a worm of time charm. According to Snake of Fate, Will Septon, he fulfilled almost all the requirements and was just short of a corresponding symbol. Praying to the Fool and borrowing the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog. I wonder if the corresponding symbol of the Marauder pathway will work. Even if it does, I don't know. Unless I can pull a Marauder above the gray fog and make the corresponding high back chair produce a pattern. As Klein pondered over the details, he suddenly had an idea. In that case, perhaps I could try the symbol behind the Fool's chair. Half of the pupilless eye that represented concealment and the other half of the contorted lines that represented change formed a special symbol. I wonder if it's useful. Divination can't be done by elimination, but I can predict if the attempt will be successful. Besides, even if it fails, it shouldn't be a problem. After all, I'm praying to myself. Even if the material is lost in the experiment, it will only enter the gray fog and not be lost. With this in mind, Klein suddenly felt excited. He couldn't help but get out of bed and prepare to experiment tonight. A worm of time was a material left behind by a marauder demigod. Although it was already dead, its essence and level were still present. Using it to create a charm, even if it didn't reach the level of an angel due to various problems, it wouldn't be too far off. It would be at the pinnacle of strength at the level of a saint. If Klein succeeded, it would be equivalent to having another trump card. At a critical moment, it might even give him an extra life. How could he not be excited and look forward to it? I can only stir a tiny bit of the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog. The level of the worm of time charm will likely drop a little, but regardless, it's definitely stronger than the 9th law that Admiral Emirius gave me. If I use the aura of a blatherer to create a high-level charm in the devil domain, it should be about the same as the 9th law. Unfortunately, I don't dare to pray to the dark side of the universe. Klein wore his pajamas and walked barefooted. He took 4 steps counterclockwise on the soft and thick carpet as he chanted the incantation and went above the gray fog. Sitting at the Fool's seat at the end of the long bronze table, he conjured a dark red fountain pen and yellowish-brown goatskin parchment. He wrote the corresponding divination statement. The charm I'm about to begin will go smoothly. Removing the spirit pendulum from his sleeve, Klein held it with his left hand and began cogitation. After repeating the divination statement 7 times, he opened his eyes and looked ahead. He saw the topaz spinning clockwise at a rather slow speed with a normal amplitude. This means that it will go smoothly. But the problem is, did I successfully verify the usefulness of the symbol, or did I successfully verify that it didn't work? As a veteran seer, Klein attempted to interpret the revelation, but he was unable to obtain a definite answer. With regards to this, he could only decide to experiment, because he couldn't eliminate any errors without doing so. Right on the heels of that, Klein wrote a new divination statement. The assassination of Mr. X this Friday will be dangerous. This time, the topaz pendulum continued spinning clockwise, but the speed was faster and the amplitude was greater. There's quite a bit of danger, but it's not to the point of involving a demigod, much less a king of angels. If it really involves an existence at that level, he will definitely be able to sense my divination and resist it. From the looks of it, the angel of fate Ouroboros will soon be lured out of Bakeland. This means that the danger is mostly concentrated on Mr. X and his subordinates. It's something I can handle. As long as I don't make any mistakes, the chances are very high. Klein made a judgment, put down the pen and paper, and returned to the real world. As a mysticism expert who often created charms, he didn't lack any common materials. He immediately took out a candle and lit it on the desk. Following that, under the glow of dusk, he set up a simple altar and used a carving knife to carve out the compound symbol representing the Fool on the silver sheet. As Klein didn't know what numinous digit corresponded to the Fool or what magical label there was, he could only make the front and back sides be the same. According to the books of charms he had read, this also satisfied the rules of mysticism, but the corresponding power would be reduced and the chances of failure would be increased. This was because the existence he prayed to would easily think that he wasn't pious or respectful enough. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Klein. He wouldn't despise himself. After completing the initial carving, Klein found a small metal bottle and used his spirituality and a vessel to guide out the mercury inside, filling it into the patterns on the silver sheet. This time, he only completed the front for the time being. Then, he summoned himself and responded to himself. He brought the little worm with 12 transparent rings back to his room and placed it on the silver sheet. After doing all of this, Klein adjusted the altar, took 2 steps back, and said in ancient Hermes, that's right. He said in ancient Hermes, the fool that doesn't belong to this era. He followed the process and completed the corresponding steps. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered the world above the gray fog. He accommodated the Dark Emperor card and used his spirituality to stir some of the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog to respond to the prayer. As the surging power surged into the halo, Klein didn't hesitate to return to the real world. He saw that the altar had turned dark and gloomy, as though it hid countless secrets. As for the silver sheet, it had already floated up and was in a half-fused state with the worm of Time's corpse. Klein took 2 steps forward and flipped the silver sheet over, filling the runic patterns on its back with mercury. Lines lit up one after another, emitting a blurry gray luster. Klein quickly retracted his hand and watched as the luster thickened, enveloping the silver sheet and the worm of Time's corpse. Suddenly, the deep darkness of the altar distorted as the entire space seemed to turn abnormal. This change happened in a flash as a charm covered in strange patterns slowly landed on the desk surface. It was translucent and black in color, like a miniature card made of special crystal. It also looked like the eye of a certain existence that was watching over this world. Success. It really works. Klein was delighted as he hurriedly picked up the charm. He felt its coldness in his hand, as though he was touching snowflakes. Regardless of the final effects of the charm, the formation meant success. Klein had once again obtained a high-level charm at the demigod level. He busied himself for a while before bringing the finished product above the gray fog. Using dream divination, he roughly understood its effects. This black crystal card-like charm's effect was very simple, but it was very powerful. It was to steal the fate of others. To be more precise, it was to graft fate. It could graft the target's fate for a period of time onto oneself. The simplest situation is when the enemy is about to kill me. I can use this charm to steal the fate of his survival, grafting the fate of my imminent death onto him. Then, there will be a situation where he succeeds, but the one who dies is him. It matches the characteristics of the Marauder pathway, but it's even more sinister and terrifying. This is stealing fate from stealing money. If the Worm of Time is alive, and I can fully use the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog, then this charm might even point to the time domain. As Klein thought about it, he felt a lingering sense of fear. If not for the gray fog's isolation and disinfection, without the help of the mysterious space's powers, he wouldn't have been able to do anything to a Worm of Time. Phew, it's mine now. I can't call it a Worm of Time anymore. I'll just call it Fate Siphon. Klein busied himself once again as he brought the Fate Siphon charm back to the real world. After dealing with the remnants of the ritual, he solemnly placed the high-level charm into the iron cigar case and placed it together with Aztec's copper whistle and Senor's gold coin. Then, he used a wall of spirituality to seal and isolate it. In a good mood, Klein instantly lost his sleepiness. He drew the curtains slightly, allowing the crimson moonlight to shine in, illuminating the room with peace and tranquility. While enjoying the scenery, he suddenly saw a figure sneak out of Member of Parliament Mocked house and approach him through the shadows. It was none other than Hazel Mocked. She had once again arrived at the sewer's entrance, moved the manhole cover, and climbed down without forgetting to restore it. Why is she always running into the sewers? It's unlikely that she's heading to another zone to act as a superhero like the mysterious world. After all, it's less than an hour each time. Unless she has extremely powerful intelligence, it's very difficult to accomplish anything. Besides, it's very easy for her to be captured by the official organizations. Combined with the scenes shown by Rhodes, it's more likely that she's searching for something. It's very easy for me to encounter danger if I keep exploring the sewers like this. Klein stood behind a gap in the curtains as he observed the various things he discovered under the silent night. He didn't attempt to warn Hazel, nor did he directly use a wraith to possess her to make her understand the dangers of the Beyonder world. Firstly, this was because his judgment of Hazel's lack of understanding of mysticism and her strong sense of superiority was biased. He was temporarily unable to be certain. Secondly, he didn't know why she had Beyonder powers and mystical items. Giving her a warning out of goodwill to repay her for her previous kindness would easily attract unnecessary attention or even trouble. After enjoying the night's peace, Klein returned to bed and slept all the way until dawn. Before Richardson came in, he had transformed into Gehrman Sparrow and prayed to the fool, "I'm sorry. I can take on this mission, but regardless of whether it succeeds or not, I want that bracelet of yours and a stone, as well as the rights to use that spellbook for a period of time. If it succeeds, all the spoils of war will be mine. You can only take the target's head. If there's a need, you will have to provide assistance." Chapter 788. A stone from the bracelet and the right to use Lamino's travels for a period of time? How does he know that I have these two items? I don't recall mentioning it on the tarot. After hearing the World German Sparrow's reply, Furs was surprised and shocked. It was as though all her secrets had been seen through. She tensed up as she quickly recalled where she had slipped up. Apart from Teacher, Zio, and Mr. Fool, no one knows that I have these two items. It's especially so for Lamino's travels. I haven't used it much. Mr. Fool. Mr. World's behavior on the tarot was rather odd. He never submitted Roselle the Great's diary. He doesn't seem to put in any effort or worry about it. He has a deep connection with Mr. Fool, and he obtained the corresponding information from him. A believer or a blessed. First thought carefully for a moment and vaguely grasped something. She wasn't as horrified as before. Only at this point did she have the energy to consider if the World German Sparrow's request was acceptable. To Furs, such a price was too cheap. It was less than she had expected and more reasonable. As a Beyonder who often stayed at home to write and rest, lending Lamino's travels for a period of time didn't affect her safety or usage at all. As for the bracelet that could help her traverse the spirit world and the two stones, giving one to the World German Sparrow wouldn't make her completely lose her trump card. The only problem is that Mr. World seems to only be willing to make one attempt. If he fails, he will still ask for the payment. With the risk he needs to bear, that's normal. I originally thought that I would need to help him do quite a bit and exchange the trader's head from Teacher to repay the debt. First thought for a few seconds before praying to Mr. Fool. Please tell Mr. World that I accept his conditions and will do my best to cooperate with his actions. She had originally wanted to remind the World German Sparrow that using the stone would result in the repercussions of the full moon ravings, but she immediately realized that only Beyonders of the apprentice pathway would receive such treatment. Regardless of success or failure, with that stone, I'll be able to silently leave Bakeland and rendezvous with Mr. the Hanging Man to explore that primitive island. When the time comes, I'll use the stone and the spell book to record. I won't have to worry about returning unless my luck is too bad and the recording fails. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He opened the door and got his valet, Richardson, to help him tidy up his clothes. "Sir, after breakfast, your scheduled itinerary is to visit the Royal Family's Collection exhibition at the Royal Museum." As Richardson helped his employer put on his coat, He informed him of the day's arrangements. As Don Dante's social dance progress was extremely fast, the etiquette classes in the morning were reduced from 5 to 3 a week. This allowed him to have extra time to do other things. And such an exhibition would definitely become a hot topic of discussion in high society. It wouldn't look good if he didn't visit it personally. As for going to St. Samuel Cathedral to listen to the bishop's sermon, Klein had also consciously reduced the frequency. This wasn't because he needed to donate dozens of pounds every time, but because he was worried that after the initial novelty period, going too often would arouse suspicion. Being natural and reasonable were the core elements of his plan. He planned on randomly choosing 2 out of the remaining 6 days apart from Sunday. He wanted to accumulate intelligence over a longer period of time and figure out the pattern. There's no rush. I can't wait any longer, Klein said to his valet with a smile as he looked at his outstanding bearing in the mirror. Upon thinking of St. Samuel Cathedral and the Church of Evernight, he naturally thought of Leonard Mitchell's secret investigation of Sherlock Moriarty. He didn't understand what the other party was suspecting. Was it Emlyn White's purchase of tinder that made Leonard decide to investigate the people around him? Or was it the faint figure of the detective in Capham's case and Lenevis's case that made the red gloves in charge of the investigation sense something? Or is it a combination of both? Klein thought about the traces he had left behind and had a general guess. He wasn't afraid that Sherlock Moriarty would be placed on the wanted list of the Church of Evernight and have a bounty placed on him. After all, apart from contacting a few acquaintances, the great detective wouldn't appear again. What he was worried about was people discovering that the early Sherlock Moriarty resembled Klein Moretti, and from there, they would be able to track down the deceased former Nighthawk. In fact, even if they discover me, it's nothing. I'm no longer the clown or magician for back then. There aren't just 1 or 2 demigods who want to find me. Even if the high-ranking deacons of the church are added, the problem wouldn't change qualitatively. Besides, Banson and Melissa are truly ordinary people. The church definitely won't implicate them or disturb their lives. I wonder if they will take back the pension. Probably not. There's no way to explain it to ordinary people. Klein didn't fret over his debts. This was also the reason why he was so calm when he heard the Snake of Mercury, Will Septon, point out his identity as Klein Moretti. How could a sequence one angel who had interacted with Sherlock Moriarty a long time ago, and who was adept at destiny-related powers, not be able to discover where the great detective came from? Even with the gray fog in the way, interfering with many details, Will Septon would definitely know that Sherlock Moriarty came from Tingen. And back in Tingen, Klein had interacted with a youth of the monster pathway, Ade Missile, causing his eyes to bleed. As long as the Snake of Fate Will Septon grasped this information and made a comparison, the answer would be obvious. If Leonard were to really discover Sherlock Moriarty's hidden identity, I wonder what kind of expression he would have. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh and walked out of the master bedroom. He went down to the second floor and enjoyed the breakfast that his chef had meticulously prepared. Westboro, 2 Kings Avenue, Royal Museum. Klein led butler Walter and his valet, Richardson, through the ticketing booth and entered. This exhibition was organized by the Rouen royal family. They brought all kinds of historical collections from the founding of the country to the outside world for the public to view and understand, so as to raise the respect and recognition the citizens had for the royal family. As a graduate with a degree in history, Klein was rather interested in this exhibition. Many of the events that he was very familiar with had their corresponding items here. From another angle, it made one immersed in the long and fascinating past. What surprised Klein was that Walter had a deep understanding of most of the exhibits. He introduced them to Don Dante's in great detail. As expected of someone from a noble family, Klein nodded to himself. As they walked and listened, the trio constantly encountered other visitors. The entire exhibition hall was quiet and orderly, with only murmurs. When passing by a display case, Klein noticed that Walter's footsteps had suddenly come to a halt. He looked to the side as his expression turned complicated. As he wasn't a spectator, Klein was unable to decipher the exact meaning of the complicated emotions. All he could do was trace Walter's gaze and look in front of the display case. There were 2 people standing there, a man and a woman. The man was in his 30s, wearing a black formal suit and a silk-top hat. He held a golden-laid cane and looked like a rich gentleman. The woman was wearing a yellow dress and a golden necklace. Her overall attire was rather gorgeous. Mr. Butler is looking at that man. Klein instantly made a judgment as he swept his gaze across the target without leaving a trace. He realized that the gentleman looked rather old. His skin was dark from frequent exposure to the sun. His hands were like dried wood, and his fingers were extremely rough. If I didn't look at his attire, I would believe it if you said that he's a farmer, gardener, or carriage driver. Klein retracted his gaze as he felt a little puzzled. The reason why he could notice these details was because when he was constructing the identity of Don Dantes, he had seriously considered the appearance of an ordinary person who had been adventuring in the southern continent for a long time. He believed that in addition to the eyes, temperament, and innate facial features precipitated by rich experience, Don Dantes must have skin that had been exposed to the sun for a long time, inconspicuous scars, rough and powerful palms, and other details. Otherwise, it would not be enough to support the character's inner qualities. I have to say that ever since I became a faceless, I'm becoming more and more experienced and knowledgeable about how to create a new character. If I were to return to Earth, even without my beyonder powers, I would still be good at acting. Amidst his self-deprecating thoughts, Klein saw that Butler Walter had already recovered his solemn and proper look as though nothing had happened. The old man with rough skin pointed at the flags in the display cabinet. This is the flag used by Earl Lastine, Prince Harold Augustus, during the White Rose War. Unfortunately, he died in the war. However, his death was the turning point of the entire war. Our Rouen ultimately obtained victory. Look, this flag has his blood on it. Your knowledge of history isn't bad. Klein swept his gaze at Walter from the corner of his eye. After 2 seconds of thought, he revealed a smile and approached the couple. He interjected in a friendly manner. I never expected people to know about such an obscure matter. I originally believed that people's understanding of the White Rose War was limited to Rouen's victory over Intis. Sir, I'm impressed by your erudition. Having been praised in front of his female companion, the man's expression instantly relaxed. His face beamed with a smug smile. I'd just like to understand the knowledge of history. He casually swept his gaze at the gentleman's attendant in front of him as he suddenly frowned before relaxing his brows. There was some lingering puzzlement. Indeed, he knows Butler Walter. Klein smiled without batting an eyelid. Nice to meet you. I'm a merchant from Deity, Don Dantes. How might I address you? The man hesitated for a moment. Chapter 789. William Sykes, a steward of a manor. Klein repeated the man's answer inwardly before changing the topic to the flag and the White Rose War. After exchanging a few words, he politely bade farewell and, with Butler Walter and valet Richardson, walked to the other cabinets and continued his tour. It was as though their encounter was a trivial matter that happened by chance. Near noon, Klein, who had returned to the high-end four-wheeled carriage, looked at the bicycles outside and suddenly said, Walter, you seem to know Mr. William Sykes? Walter nodded solemnly. I met him once when I was working for Viscount Conrad. He serves a member of the royal family, the previous Earl of Lastings, Prince Edisac. He didn't hide anything as he explained William Sykes's background in detail. Once served Prince Edisac, after this prince died, due to the great smog of Bakeland, he actually lived quite well. I wonder which manor's steward he became. Perhaps he knows some secrets? Klein nodded slightly and didn't ask further. He was wondering if he should find an opportunity to investigate William Sykes. If William Sykes really knew something, the royal family's faction wouldn't ignore it. Or perhaps he belonged to that faction. In short, investigating him would be a rather dangerous matter. I can't entrust Miss Magicians, Emlyn White, or Miss Zio to do it. Miss Sharon is capable enough, but this might very well cause her stable life to be destroyed. The best solution is to use Hero Bandit Black Emperor. But the problem is that before I steal the Antigonus family's notebook, my investigation of the Great Smog of Bakeland should be limited to the periphery. I don't want to alarm anyone or bring about any unexpected changes. Klein appeared to be enjoying the scenery outside the window as many thoughts flashed through his mind. Finally, he decided to endure it for the time being. He didn't wish to spoil the most important matter at hand. After lunch and an afternoon nap, Klein received his education in literary appreciation all the way until evening. After sending his tutor off, he was about to head to the dining hall on the second floor when he suddenly heard the doorbell ring. Amidst the clanking sounds, Klein glanced at Richardson. The valet immediately took a few steps forward and opened the door. Standing outside were two policemen in black and white checkered uniforms. From their epaulettes, it could be seen that one was a senior inspector and the other was a police chief. "Officer, what's the matter?" Richardson asked on behalf of his employer. The senior inspector was a tall and thin man. His black hair was hidden under his hat, revealing only his sideburns. He scanned the room and smiled warmly. "I'm here to see Mr. Don Dantes. There's a case involving him and his butler." "What case?" Klein walked slowly to the door. "I'm Don Dantes." After introducing himself, he said politely, "Officers, how should I address you? If the matter is troublesome and requires a long time, why don't you come to my reception room and have a chat over tea?" The other police officer, who was the chief officer, was a very handsome lady. She was obviously a little tempted. She looked at the senior inspector next to her and waited for her superior's decision. Due to the Church of the Evernight Goddess, there were quite a number of female police officers in Rouen police force. However, due to the influence of other beliefs, social trends, and other aspects, they were still discriminated against to a certain extent when it came to promotions and positions. Most of them were internal clerks, and there was an invisible ceiling to their advancement. The high-ranking inspector smiled. "There's no need for tea, but we'll have to ask your servants." He paused and finally got to the point. "Mr. Don Dantes, do you know William Sykes? We met at the Royal Museum this morning." Klein vaguely felt that something unexpected had happened and took the initiative to ask, "Did something happen to him?" The high-ranking inspector retracted his smile. "He died. He died in a hotel near the Royal Museum." "Dead?" Klein did not hide his astonishment. "I just met him, and he's dead? Had he been targeted a long time ago?" The high-ranking inspector nodded seriously. "Yes, the cause of death is a little complicated. We can't eliminate the possibility of murder." "What about his female companion?" Klein asked with a frown. "He had a female companion when I met him. That lady was his mistress. When she left the hotel, William Sykes was still alive. This is something that the hotel's attendants can confirm because they later sent red wine over." The high-ranking inspector gave a simple summary of the situation. "Where did you go after leaving the Royal Museum?" "I returned here directly. Lunch, sleep, and lessons. My servants, my neighbors, and my literature teacher can all testify to this," Klein answered frankly. He then turned his head and said to Richardson, "I'm not sure. Get Walter over." Soon, Butler Walter walked down from the second floor, wearing a white glove, and answered the same question. After the two officers obtained Don Dantes' approval, they questioned Richardson and the other servants, but they didn't discover any problems. They didn't stay and politely bade farewell before visiting the surrounding neighbors. Klein's appetite wasn't affected by this matter. He went up to the second floor and enjoyed his dinner. After that, time flew by as he leisurely read. Before he slept, Klein looked at the night scenery outside the window and waited for his valet, Richardson, to take away the fruits in his room. Suddenly, he asked without turning his head, "What did Walter do in the afternoon?" "He's been handling all sorts of matters." "He hasn't left," Richardson replied softly. Klein nodded slightly and didn't press further. He suspected that he was overthinking things. Klein nodded slightly and didn't ask further. He suspected that he was overthinking things. In the middle of the night, Klein's spirituality was triggered as he jolted awake. He pricked up his brows, got up from the bed, and walked to the window, pulling open a gap in the curtains. Under the dim moonlight, in the deep night, Klein's spirituality was triggered as he jolted awake. Under the dim moonlight, in the deep night, a figure carefully arrived at the side of the outer wall from the garden path and flipped over it. He had a broad forehead, raven black hair, and stern brown eyes. He was none other than Butler Walter. He's agile and his movements are smooth. He's either a well-trained person or a low-sequence beyonder. Klein watched this scene as he made a preliminary judgment. He saw Walter follow the shadows of the street and arrive at the sewer entrance that Hazel had previously entered. He removed the manhole cover and climbed down, not forgetting to restore it. Why is everyone so skilled at crawling down the sewers? Mr. Butler probably didn't do this late at night. Otherwise, my spirituality would have warned me. After all, he left for my territory. This means that he's somewhere else. Before he became my butler, he often did such things. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he returned to the bed and took out an iron cigar case from under his pillow. He wanted to control Wraith Seigneur to follow Walter and see what he was doing. I hope it doesn't exceed 100 meters, or I'll have to enter the sewers. As Klein muttered to himself, he returned to the back of the curtain. His marionette, Seigneur, immediately used the mysterious connection between the different mirrors to jump to the street lamp beside the sewer entrance. Then it passed through the manhole cover and silently followed. Klein saw Walter walk forward for about 10 meters before turning into an even more secluded and sinister tunnel. There was moss and filth on the walls and ground. Suddenly, the butler stopped and said to someone, "Come on, let's go. Why are you so impulsive? Why not wait for a better opportunity?" Soon, a weak and slightly hoarse female voice responded to Walter's question. "This is the best opportunity. I don't know how long it will take for him to return to the manor. But why are you still so seriously injured?" Walter asked worriedly. The female voice chuckled. "William Sykes is much stronger than you and I imagined. This is probably the only way he fits his secret identity. No matter what, I finally got a clue from him. After so long, I finally have a chance to get close to the truth." "You don't have to be in such a hurry," Walter said after a moment of silence. The weak female voice chuckled and said, "I've already sold my soul to an evil god. I've already sold my soul to the evil god. The only meaning in my life now is revenge." Walter exhaled and said, "Continue hiding here. You continue to hide here. I will prepare food for you until you recover. If anything happens, use the old method to contact me." That weak female voice was silent for a long time. When he was alive, he had many self-proclaimed loyal subordinates, but after he died, only a few people still remembered him and were willing to take risks for him. "You are the one who surprised me the most. He was the first noble to give me such treatment, and he's also the person I'm truly loyal to," Walter replied in a deep voice. Klein, who had heard the conversation through his marionette, vaguely understood the entire story. After Prince Edisac's death, a few people loyal to him were secretly investigating the truth behind his suicide. Walter was one of them. However, he was mainly in charge of gathering intelligence on the surface, as well as using his identity to provide some aid. This is likely the additional development that Rhodes mentioned. Klein immediately got Wraith Seigneur to turn invisible and sneak into the secluded passageway. He saw Walter standing sideways and talking to someone, and in the spot he was blocking, there was a woman in a black dress sitting against the wall. Her face was rather pale. After the woman heard Walter's words, she chuckled and looked towards the exit. "It's time for you to leave. Be careful not to be discovered." She turned her head, allowing Klein to see her clearly. Her face was slightly round, and her eyes were slender. She had a gentle temperament and a hidden sweetness. She was an extremely outstanding and charming girl, and she was also an acquaintance of Klein's. Trissy Cheek. P.S. Update before making changes. Chapter 790. She's not dead? She escaped? She's still thinking of helping Prince Edisac seek revenge? At the instant he saw Trissy, Klein, who was standing behind the master bedroom's curtains, nearly couldn't control his expression. Although he had a vague guess based on the previous conversation, he still felt that it exceeded his imagination when the truth was placed in front of him. Even without dream divination, he could still recall the conversation he had with Trissy before the great smog of Bakeland. Back then, she was eager to escape Prince Edisac's control and escape the mastermind's control over her fate. She felt that her daily life was filled with pain. Such a demoness who was originally a man would sell her soul to an evil god in order to help Prince Edisac seek revenge? What kind of third-rate romance is this? The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. He saw Walter throw a bag of food to Trissy and heard him exhort a few words before turning around and walking out of the hidden passageway. At this moment, from Klein's point of view, a figure flipped out from Member of Parliament Mock's house. Following the shadows of the street, it quickly approached the sewer's entrance. It was none other than Hazel, who possessed a mystical item from the Marauder pathway. To think that I would encounter Walter. This doesn't look like the entrance to the sewers. It's clearly the entrance to a bustling market. Klein looked down and nearly raised his right hand to cover his face. When she came to the sewer's entrance, Hazel vigilantly observed her surroundings for a few seconds before moving the manhole cover and climbing down. The entire process was done in one fell swoop without any sluggishness. Stepping onto the slightly slippery ground, she followed the rusty metal pipes and the slowly flowing sewage river as she quickly advanced with a clear goal in mind. Suddenly, she felt a chill run down her spine as her hair stood on end. Right on the heels of that, Hazel felt as though she had fallen into a frozen river. She felt a large amount of coldness rapidly occupy her body. She was horrified to see that she had taken the initiative to walk in another direction, straight for the wall with the metal pipes. And all of this had nothing to do with her willpower. Horror quickly filled Hazel's mind as she finally extricated herself from the stiffness of her thoughts. She injected all the spirituality she could control into the necklace around her neck. The necklace was strung with 7 translucent emerald stones. They were separated by the same distance from each other and were surrounded by a circle of tiny diamonds. Even in the absolute darkness, they still glowed faintly. Suddenly, one of the stones lit up. The emerald green light illuminated Hazel's beautiful face, making it appear sinister. She stopped leaning against the wall, took a few steps forward awkwardly, and then retracted them one after the other. At this moment, Hazel felt the coldness in her body turn sluggish for a moment. Without hesitation, she used her spirituality to light up another translucent emerald green stone. She raised her right hand, aimed it at herself, and twisted her wrist. At the same time, mysterious symbols and patterns appeared in her mind. Her spirituality and vocal cords also underwent some temporary changes. She had stolen the extraordinary ability, Wraith Shriek. Just as Hazel was about to open her mouth and desperately make a sound, she felt her hands lose control once again. They covered her mouth fiercely, forcefully, and quickly. Her shriek turned into a whimper that only existed in her mouth. She took light steps and came to the wall in a few steps. She turned into a fork and crouched into the pure darkness. She struggled with all her might, but it was useless. She couldn't even activate the necklace around her neck again. Hazel's dark brown eyes widened, filled with horror and indignation. 2 crystalline tears began to roll down the corners of her eyes. And at this moment, Walter fumbled his way out of another fork and returned to the sewer's entrance. He nimbly climbed up. By the time he silently entered the Don Dante's manor at 160 Buckland Street, Hazel suddenly regained control of her body. She felt the terrifying coldness vanish. She first raised her hands in surprise and used her night vision to take a look. Following that, she looked around in horror, as though the darkness of the sewers had countless unknown monsters. Hazel then touched the necklace in front of her with her right hand and carefully stood up, approaching the entrance. She didn't run in a panic, constantly wary of any attacks from the depths of the darkness. Finally, she returned to Buckland Street. She saw the iron-black street lamps emit light, illuminating the path that had traces of rain. Only then did Hazel speed up and run back home. Midway, she suddenly turned back and nervously and frantically moved the manhole cover to a closed state. After doing all of this, she followed the shadows of the street and returned to her garden. With the help of the gas and water pipes, she entered her bedroom's balcony. Only then did she truly have the ability to think. She widened her eyes and subconsciously looked around as her body gradually began to tremble. She raised her left arm, hoping to wipe her face with her clothes, but she paused midway and took out a handkerchief from her pocket. Hazel still has basic coping skills. She's not a complete rookie. In the sewers, Senor, who was wearing a triangular hat and a dark red coat, revealed his figure as he silently muttered to himself. Following that, under Klein's control, he turned invisible again and entered the hidden fork where Trissy was. Just as the wraith approached, Trissy, who was dressed in a black dress, raised her head and smiled weakly and stubbornly. From the looks of it, you don't have any ill intentions. That lady's luck isn't bad. She had actually sensed Hazel's matter and discovered the wraith. Senor's figure instantly appeared as he chuckled. Perhaps killing her will only cause more trouble. Frankly speaking, he really wanted to report Trissy because he knew what evil she had done. He knew how she had instigated the passengers and crew of the Alfalfa to kill each other at sea, and how she had caused innocent lives to be lost prematurely. However, after discovering that Trissy was investigating the mystery of Prince Edisac's death, Klein had a new plan. It was to drive this demoness and cooperate with her to a limited extent on this matter. The mystery of Prince Edisac's death is almost equivalent to the truth of the Great Smog of Bakeland. Investigating this matter will definitely be very dangerous. Involving others will make me feel guilty, afraid that they will be hurt or even die as a result. As for Trissy, there won't be such a psychological burden. The crime she committed should have sent her to hell long ago. The only problem is that she might only be investigating the mystery of Prince Edisac's death to plot her own matters. I have to be wary of this to prevent it from being used to cause a disaster. As Klein pondered, he made Senor take 2 more steps forward. Trissy looked at the middle-aged man in front of her and chuckled. "Since you have ill intentions, do it, Mr. Senor." At that instant, the marionette's senses told him that there were countless invisible threads fluttering around Trissy. As for her, she was sitting in the middle with a pale face and a dark dress. She was like a spider lying in the middle of a web, but it was filled with a sense of temptation that made one want to approach her with pity. "You know me?" The marionette stopped in his tracks. Trissy replied with a dazed and confused expression. "I once spent an unforgettable period at sea. Back then, you were still a man." Klein lampooned and smiled. "Back then, you were still a man." Klein lampooned and smiled. "Back then, you were still a man." Klein lampooned and smiled. "Why are you investigating Prince Edisac's death?" Trissy suddenly raised her head, a hint of anger appearing on her face. Suicide and suicide are different. Some people do it voluntarily, while others are forced. No way. She seems to really care about Prince Edisac's death. "Miss, have you forgotten that you were once a man? Have you forgotten the pain you mentioned before? Could it be the so-called Stockholm Syndrome, where after being coerced for a long time, the tiniest bit of kindness from the other party would elicit tens of times more gratitude and attachment?" "Yes, I'm not a spectator. I can't tell if she's faking it." Klein made Senor laugh. "So, you think Prince Edisac was forced to commit suicide? You're looking for William Sykes to investigate this matter?" The anger on Trissy's face disappeared, revealing a poignant smile. "Yes, he was the one who forced Edisac to commit suicide, using a bullet that can obliterate spirituality. However, he was also following someone else's orders. In order to obtain his final pleasure, he told me everything. I still didn't let him really touch me. I even showed him a picture of me from the past. He died in pain and despair. I can't imagine what William has encountered. Trissy's mind is still as warped as before. A demoness at the pleasure stage really has her own charm. Every expression and action can attract people. However, it's obvious that Trissy has restrained herself well. She's only using it when necessary." She advanced. "Or is it because she's in love?" As Klein lampooned, he made Senor ask, "Who is it?" When he asked this question, Klein didn't expect to receive an answer, but Trissy chuckled and said, "Viscount Stratford, the captain of the royal family's royal guards." Chapter 791. Viscount Stratford, the captain of the royal family's royal guards. From this position, the Great Smog of Bakeland does have the shadow of a particular faction of the royal family behind it. As for who it is, it needs to be investigated. Klein temporarily couldn't find the time to verify Trissy's answer, so all he could do was let Senor chuckle. I find it unbelievable that you were able to tell me the clues so easily. Trissy said with a scoff and self-deprecating tone. It's because this is a good thing for me. Because to me, this is a good thing. I can see that you and the forces you represent are very interested in the real plot of the royal family and those guys behind the scenes. If I can provide some effective clues to cause you to clash with them and let the real conspirators surface, I will be very happy. This will help me in my revenge, and it will be of great help. According to this logic, does it mean that I can also use you to investigate this matter and fish out the true mastermind behind the scenes, allowing my faction to hide in a safe and secluded place before I obtain any effective information? Yeah, wasn't Trissy's words just now to induce me to have a limited cooperation with her, and she's willing to become a minesweeper to uncover the truth. She expressed the value of being used. She's afraid that I'll eventually decide to kill her. Klein roughly understood what Trissy was really trying to express as he controlled a wraith, and said, "That makes sense. That makes sense. I should do the same. I believe there's no need for me to threaten or tempt you. You will attempt to make contact with Viscount Stratford after you recover from your injuries." The corners of Trissy's mouth curled up. I just hope that he doesn't like men. It's not like there's no way to resolve this. If you already have a Sequence 5, you can consider switching to the Hunter Pathways sequence for Iron-Blooded Knight. Also, have you forgotten your past self? Why are you becoming more and more accustomed to using the powers of a demoness of pleasure to deal with men? Klein lampooned as he made Senior laugh. That's not a problem. You can show him your past photos. Trissy was taken aback as her expression turned slightly distorted. She felt as though the shame buried deep in her heart had been dug out and exposed to the light of day. Her delicate eyes were covered with a layer of anger that stemmed from embarrassment. Her pale face instantly flushed red from her injuries. Trissy quickly restrained her emotions, chuckled, and said in a low, hoarse voice, as expected of Admiral of Blood, "He indeed has a deep understanding of the Demoness pathway." She wasn't sure before. I thought that the Demoness sect and Rose School had cooperated before, so she believed that Admiral of Blood knew the secrets of the assassin pathway. That was why she made that joke. Regardless, it's not nice to mock someone's gender. This does match Admiral of Blood's persona. One of the rules of a marionettist is, remember, every marionette has its own setting. From the looks of it, the reason why Trissy mentioned the photos of the past is purely to vent the joy and excitement of torturing and eliminating an enemy. She didn't pay special attention to the details in the description. Klein nodded in thought and controlled Senior. At my level, I will always understand many secrets. He didn't continue the topic. How can I contact you? During your investigation of Viscount Stratford, I might be able to provide you with some help. Trissy reached her hand to her ear and grabbed a handful of smooth, raven black hair. Then, ghostly blue ice condensed and sliced off a lock of it. She then spread out the hand that held the lock of black hair, allowing a pitch-black silent flame to emerge and burn the strands of hair to ashes. The ashes weren't blown up by the cold winds in the sewers. Instead, they shrank inwards, forming a black blob that resembled paste. Smear it evenly on the mirror. I'll know that you're looking for me. I'll use that mirror to communicate with you in the future. Trissy flicked her wrist and threw the black blob at Senior. This could be used about 5 times. That's enough. As Senior was only a marionette, Klein wasn't worried that he would accidentally catch the black sticky blob. After taking a few looks at it, he stuffed it into his pocket. Trissy fell silent for a few seconds before biting her lips. If I need some help, how should I contact you? That's a problem. Klein wished that she could directly summon Miss Messenger, Rionette Tinker. After all, as long as Trissy inquired about Admiral of Blood's recent situation, she would know that the Wraith was backed by the German Sparrow. This was something that couldn't be concealed. After a few seconds of consideration, he decided to be more cautious. He believed that it wouldn't be too late to change the method of contact after Trissy really discovered it. After all, she's not a trustworthy person. She might be avenging Prince Edisac out of sincerity, but it's likely that she has other motives, such as avenging herself. Klein made Senior look around and say, "There are many secrets hidden in this sewer. There are many secrets hidden in this sewer." I come here often. You can leave any help you need here in words. If it's urgent and you can't do it in time, you can contact the person from before and get him to leave a message here. Trissy slowly nodded. All right. Seeing that the exchange was almost over, Klein prepared to let Senior leave. At this moment, his gaze swept across Trissy's hands and discovered that the sapphire ring that's comparable to a Grade 0 sealed artifact had vanished. I noticed it just now and thought that she had changed her hand to wear on another finger, but it's really gone. From the looks of it, she paid quite a considerable price to escape Prince Edisac's Red Rose Manor, an escape in Zangwil in 0-08's control. The mark left behind by the primordial demoness has vanished as well. Klein thought for a moment and made Admiral of Blood Senior laugh. There's one more thing. Which evil god did you sell your soul to? Trissy looked deeply at the middle-aged man in front of her. The primordial demoness. Didn't you want to escape that strange state back then? Didn't you want to become less and less like yourself? Why are you turning back now? Don't you know that by changing your name to Trissy Cheek, they had the intention of making you the primordial demoness vessel? No, she really doesn't know. She doesn't even understand the meaning of the name, Cheek. Using all my strength to escape fate is to further integrate into fate. At that moment, Klein felt an inexplicable fear towards fate and deities. He forced Senior to smile. It's hard for me to believe that you answered so easily. Trissy's eyes turned a little misty as she gave a self-deprecating laugh. Because this is a problem to me, not a secret. One more person knowing might increase the hope of solving the problem. Even if the hope is very slim, it's better than nothing. While solving the problem, there's a high chance that it will also get rid of you. Klein didn't speak further. After some thought, he said, when you get close to Viscount Stratford and those fellows hiding behind the scenes, take note of whether you often encounter coincidences. The deeper the investigation into the great smog of Bakeland, the more likely it was for Zangwil and 0-08 to notice it. Coincidence. Trissy was taken aback as she repeated the word. At that moment, she recalled the coincidences she encountered back at Red Rose Manor. Amidst her thoughts, she suddenly looked up, only to discover that Admiral of Blood Senior, who was wearing a dark red coat and an old triangular hat, had long vanished. The next morning, Klein woke up on time. With the help of his valet, Richardson, he wore his coat. Just as he arrived at the dining hall, he saw Walter standing by the door, waiting respectfully. Sir, your schedule today is mainly to participate in an afternoon tea at Member of Parliament Mock's place. Walter dutifully reminded his employer. He was old-fashioned, solemn, and meticulous, no different from usual. It was impossible to tell that he had been to the sewers last night. Klein nodded with a smile, as though nothing had happened. I haven't forgotten. He then entered the dining hall and enjoyed the rather exquisite food that was beginning to repeat itself. There's not enough variety for breakfast. Klein focused on finishing his meal, put down his knife and fork, and sighed. I miss my hometown a little. Get the chef to prepare a desi pie tomorrow. Yes, sir. I should have thought of this earlier, housekeeper Tanager replied apologetically. Klein waved his hand, indicating that she didn't mind it. Then, he took a stroll in the garden. After doing all of this, he returned to the third floor to read the remaining newspapers until his etiquette teacher, Wyanna, arrived. Wyanna was still dressed appropriately, with an elegant bearing. She smiled at Don Dantes and said, I heard that you will be enjoying afternoon tea at Ma and Rihanna's place today. I heard that you're going to enjoy afternoon tea at Madame Rihanna's place today. The focus of this class will be afternoon tea etiquette. Klein maintained his smile as he listened attentively, asking questions from time to time. 30 minutes later, Walter knocked on the door and entered. Sir, a servant from Member of Parliament Mock's place just came to say that today's afternoon tea has been cancelled because Madame Rihanna's daughter, Miss Hazel, is sick. She's very sorry and wishes to invite you again next week. Hazel is sick? Because of last night's fright? If it were an ordinary person, it wouldn't be impossible. But for a beyonder who can enhance their physique, the chances are very low. Furthermore, Hazel clearly hasn't seen the changes brought about by the potion. Her mental state is still rather healthy, allowing her to perform very well. She doesn't feel any fear, and even if she's frightened, it's unlikely for her to suffer from any psychological ailments. Ailments. A sequence 5 of the demoness pathway can infect the people around her with ailments. Last night, after Trissy sensed a stranger enter the sewers, she secretly spread the ailments. As for Signor in his wraith state, he wouldn't be infected, so I didn't notice it. This isn't a big problem. Hazel didn't stay in the ailment for long. It's only because of the fright that she didn't recover quickly. From the looks of it, Trissy has really advanced to sequence 5. Klein nodded slightly. Send my regards to Miss Hazel. P.S. Update first, then change later. Requesting for monthly votes. The doubling has begun. Everyone vote now. 9 Heaven's Divine Emperor. Chapter 792. Without afternoon tea, Klein decided to pray at St. Samuel Cathedral to show his piety. Of course, he didn't forget to watch the pigeons on the square to make himself appear relaxed and calm. After entering the cathedral and passing through the murals illuminated by the sunlight, Klein arrived at the dark and deep prayer hall. This place wasn't as gorgeous as the other churches. It wasn't dazzling or visually stunning, but it was gentle and serene. It made one feel tranquil from the bottom of their heart. And right in front of them was a pure light that resembled the resplendent stars. It emitted a strong sense of holiness and solemnity. Klein took off his hat and handed it and his cane to his valet, Richardson. Then he walked down the aisle and walked forward. At that moment, 2 figures stood up from the front row and turned to walk towards the exit. One of them had black hair and green eyes. He moved in a suave manner and had an unruly hairstyle. He was none other than Leonard Mitchell. Almost at the same time, Leonard Mitchell also saw the middle-aged man with white sideburns and deep blue eyes. Don Dantes. He tensed up as his body tensed up indiscernibly. Klein looked at Leonard and nodded with a smile. His expression was friendly and his posture casual. Leonard squeezed out a smile and nodded with some difficulty. Following that, he turned his body and made way, brushing past Don Dantes. This allowed Klein to clearly see who was behind him. It was someone he was familiar with, Daly, who was dressed in a spirit medium's black robe. This lady was still wearing blue eyeshadow and blush, presenting a bewitching beauty. Daly glanced at the middle-aged gentleman who passed by and suddenly fell into a daze. She then retracted her gaze and silently approached the exit. It can't be. I only imitated the deep feeling of the captain's eyes. Even the color is different. Ma, M. Daly found it familiar? A woman's intuition is truly terrifying. Klein noticed Daly's momentary abnormality and had a vague guess. A long time ago, from what he knew as a straight man, Ma M. Daly had a crush on the captain. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the risk to rush to Tingen and get Klein to find an opportunity to teach Dunn Smith the acting method. As for the captain's attitude on this matter, Klein couldn't be sure. After all, Dunn Smith often couldn't distinguish between reality and dreams during that period. His poor memory was rather prominent, and he might have unknowingly forgotten certain things. However, it's true that Captain often mentions Madame Daly. He always uses her as an example to educate us. He's so familiar with how many years it took for her to advance and what kind of talent she had, as though he could recite them backwards. This is a little contradictory to his poor memory back then. Yes, when Captain talks about these matters, he would occasionally add the fact that he took 9 years to go from midnight poet to nightmare. When he faced Madame Daly, did he feel a little inferior? As Klein recalled the past, he suddenly felt a little depressed. He realized that he actually didn't understand Dunn Smith that well. He didn't understand how many things were hidden in the man's heart. Furthermore, Ma M. Daly was much younger than him. She appeared very open and didn't care about marriage. Klein sighed silently and reined in his thoughts. He found a seat to the side and sat down. He lowered his head and closed his eyes to pray. Outside the prayer hall, Leonard had already adjusted his state of mind. Together with Daly, they met up with the members of their Red Gloves team. They waited for a while before Sostel, who had become a spirit warlock, came out from the other side. He surveyed the area and said, Our mission this time is to find the official members of the charismatic order hiding in Bakeland based on the various clues discovered during the explosion of the Black Skeleton Gang's headquarters. Ma, M. Daly, is a beyonder of the corpse collector pathway. She has a rather deep understanding of the charismatic order, so His Excellency St. Anthony got her to help us. At night, after dismissing his valet, Richardson, Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. He conjured the world's German sparrow and made his blurry figure pray. Please inform Miss Magicians that she needs to book a hotel room in East Borough before Friday night. It's best if it's far away from where Mr. X is holding the gathering. Give me that stone and spellbook ahead of time. I need to make certain preparations. On Friday night, she needs to stop the friend who is attending Mr. X's gathering and present him to me in disguise. If there's anything else, I'll inform you in time. With the assassination of Mr. X in 2 days, there was no doubt that Klein had to make preparations ahead of time. And there were many things that Don Dantes couldn't do at the same time, so he could only rely on Miss Magicians to do it. His initial plan was to use the powers of the Faceless to disguise himself as a friend who was attending Mr. X's gathering. By grasping the secret code, he could directly enter. Then, he could use different contingency plans for different situations. Based on his experience in combat and controlling marionettes, Klein increasingly felt that a marionettist's rule was to try to hide behind the scenes and secretly direct a play. Unless there was no other way, a marionettist should avoid direct combat with others. Currently, the most troublesome point is that Mr. X's gathering is at 8, and at that time, Don Dantes clearly isn't asleep. He won't be able to escape the watchful eyes of the butler and servants to secretly head to East Borough. Of course, this can also create an alibi, but the problem is, how am I going to fool everyone in this house? If only there's a faceless accomplice. I can get him to disguise himself as Don Dantes. Miss Justice's necklace can do it, but she's not in Bakeland. Klein leaned back in his chair and reached out to rub his temples. He even thought of directly summoning himself and responding to himself, using the identity of Hero Bandit Black Emperor to take action, but that would make him lose the ability to change his physical appearance. It would make it difficult for him to possess others and disguise himself as Magician's Furz's friend to attend Mr. X's gathering. Unless Miss Magician's friend becomes an accomplice and allows me to possess him. That won't do either. Firstly, it will expose a portion of the tarot's secrets. Secondly, Mr. X might not necessarily not have the means to discover a wraith. Of course, this can be done through a series of seals like gold coins, paper angels, and iron cigar cases. Klein thought for a moment and finally decided to use a method he was rather familiar with in his previous life. That is to feign illness. From tomorrow onwards, I'll be sick. I'll eat very little every day and sleep before 8. This way, the butler and servants won't disturb me. But what if there's an emergency and Walter and company knock on my door? The illusion created by magicians can only deceive the eyes. It's not artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence. Right? I can fix the illusion on a mirror and make it look like Don Dantes. Then, I can get a Rhodes to remotely control and answer questions. As he thought about it, Klein's thoughts suddenly became clear. I have to say that this fellow, a Rhodes, is quite useful at times. Klein sighed. After returning to the real world, he walked to the desk, found a pen and paper, and drew a hybrid symbol that was a mixture of concealment and prying symbols. Just as he finished his final stroke, the light in the room suddenly dimmed a little. The full-body mirror first turned dark before silver light suffused it, outlining Loanese words one after another. Great Master, your humble and insignificant loyal servant, a Rhodes, has heard your summoning. I am late. There's always something new. Klein shook his head in amusement. No, this is your magnanimity towards me. Great Master, you can ask your questions now. The words appeared neatly on the mirror. Klein thought for a moment. I plan to eliminate the Aurora Orders Oracle, Mr. X. Do you have any suggestions? The words on the full-body mirror froze for a few seconds before squirming and changing. You'd better plan after Thursday. It matches my previous divination. On Thursday and tonight, Angel of Fate Ouroboros or one of the Aurora Order's saints might be around Mr. X. Klein smiled. Rhodes, I need your help with something. This is my honor. You're the one who gave me the chance. Words popped up one after another, fully expressing the feeling of excitement and joy. Excuse me, what mission is it? Klein nodded. This Friday night, I'll use a mirror as an illusion prop and transform it into my appearance. If there's an emergency, you'll be in charge of controlling the mirror and answering questions so that no one will notice anything unusual. Can you do it? The air around the full-body mirror suddenly flowed as an extremely obsequious voice belonging to Don Dantes sounded. Great master, I'll do my best to complete whatever you instruct me. Although this won't last long and isn't in line with my habits, it's enough to deal with everyone here. If you wish, I can simulate any voice. You're more talented than I imagined. It's not easy being a mirror these days. However, the last sentence sounds odd. Klein's facial muscles twitched as he said, when dealing with them, conceal the nature of the question and answer game. When dealing with them, conceal the nature of the quiz game and don't let anyone discover it. Rhodes immediately produced new words on the full-body mirror surface. I'll act as your identity well. Very good. Klein nodded slightly. He was indeed worried that Rhodes would raise embarrassing questions to Butler Walter and Valet Richardson, such as whether he had any fantasies when facing ladies he shouldn't have any impulsive thoughts about, or who he was thinking about when he was solving problems in the dead of night. He believed that with the magic mirror's integrity, it might really do so if he didn't warn him ahead of time. Back then, Donnas had nearly suffered a mental breakdown for being toyed with. Without any further ado, Klein said, "That's all for today. I'll contact you again on Friday night." "Yes, great master. Your humble servant can't wait to serve you." Rhodes first conjured a line of words before making a simple drawing of a hand waving. P.S. It's double. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 793. On Friday afternoon, Klein, who feigned illness and didn't go to the literary salon, arrived above the gray fog once again. In front of him was a palm-sized, bronze-green notebook. Its cover looked very hard, and it was none other than Lamino's Travels, which Magician's Furs had provided. He flipped to one of the pages of the book that was actually more like a spell book. Looking at the charred yellow color, he raised his hand to summon the sea god scepter from the junk pile and held it in his palm. As he injected a portion of his spirituality into Lamino's Travels, causing it to light up with a blurry glow, he made the blue gems on the white bone staff's tip emit a bright light. Amidst the jarring, sizzling sounds, silver bolts of lightning appeared out of thin air. They were thick and ferocious as they bared their fangs and claws. They interweaved together, forming a storm-like scene. Meanwhile, on the charred yellow page of Lamino's Travels, complicated symbols and labels were quickly outlined. They overlapped and fused with each other, gradually taking form. Just as the page was about to be dyed with a silvery white color, electric snakes burst out from within and destroyed all the patterns in an instant. I failed again. Klein sighed silently as he repeated the process. This wasn't his first attempt. Ever since he obtained Lamino's Travels on Wednesday night, he would occasionally head above the gray fog and use the spellbook to record the powers of the sea god scepter. He repeated it until his spirituality was nearly drained, and he had no choice but to return to the real world to rest. During this process, there were failures and successes. Through repeated attempts, Klein finally reached the final step. It was to record the lightning storm that he had coveted for a long time. This was a demigod power of the Sailor Pathway. Before the previous failure, Klein had failed nearly 20 times. His luck could be said to be rather bad. He failed again, and failed again. On the 5th try, he was overjoyed to see that the silver-white color had dyed the burnt yellow paper, causing the ancient, mysterious, and complicated symbols to shrink inwards at the same time, connecting into a strange pattern that made people feel like they had been struck by lightning just by looking at it. Phew! I've finally succeeded. Klein stroked the paper with his fingers as he heaved a long sigh of relief. He flipped through Lamino's Travels and admired the fruits of his labor. Over the past 2 days, he didn't completely focus on Lightning Storm. He also recorded 2 other demigod-level powers. One of them was Paper Angel, which he formed by stirring a tiny bit of the mysterious space above the gray fog. This could be used to interfere with divination and prophecy. The other was Tornado, which also originated from the Sea God Scepter. When recording them, Klein's luck was relatively good. One took 9 times, while the other took 12 times. As for Beyonder powers that weren't its sequence for like Flight, Glide, and Lightning Strike, they only needed to be used once or twice. Therefore, Klein had almost filled up the entire book. This spellbook isn't particularly useful to unaffiliated Beyonders. It requires a long period of time and patience to record a sufficient number of useful powers. Furthermore, the failure rate for powers that exceed sequence 6 increases. It's not that easy to obtain them. However, there are 22 pathways in the mystical domain. As long as the powers of the first few sequences are matched well, it wouldn't be strange for one to kill a sequence 5. Klein closed Lamino's Travels and sighed inwardly. From his point of view, this spellbook was equivalent to half a divine artifact to unaffiliated Beyonders. Although it was more difficult for it to take form in the early stages compared to Creeping Hunger, once it was matched well, it was normal to challenge someone of a higher level. However, in the hands of a Beyonder with the support of a major faction, the effects of Lamino's Travels were even more exaggerated. It was akin to a bug. This was because it could record the powers of a demigod. As long as they were willing, a demigod could demonstrate it again and again. As for Creeping Hunger, there's a high chance that it wouldn't be able to devour a demigod. Even a genuine shepherd would find it extremely difficult to graze a high-sequence Beyonder. Firstly, there aren't any resources, and secondly, it's easy for one to lose control. That elder Lovia from the City of Silver was extremely lucky to be able to graze an evil spirit that's equivalent to his sequence 4. With this in mind, Klein cast his gaze at a dark blue stone beside him. It was uneven, and its surface was filled with burn marks. It was none other than the spirit world traversing stone provided by magician's furs. With Lamino's Travels in this stone, as well as the Fate Siphon Charm and Wraith Marionette, it's not impossible for me to complete the mission and leave calmly, even if Mr. X has a saint watching over him. Klein rubbed his temples and returned to the real world. He set up a bestowment ritual and produced the corresponding items. After making these preparations, he walked to the full-body mirror and looked at himself. He adjusted his appearance to look a little more haggard. After dinner, Klein used the excuse that he wasn't feeling well to return to his room. After watching the night scenery for a few minutes, he took out a palm-sized mirror from the drawer and placed it on the soft and bouncy pillow. Following that, Klein approached it and made the mirror reflect the deep blue eyes and white sideburns of Don Dantes. Following that, he slowly straightened his body and took a step back. Suddenly, there was another Don Dantes on the bed. This gentleman was dressed in dark-colored silk pajamas. He was leaning against a pillow with a book in hand. His eyes were half closed as though he was resting and thinking. Not bad. A mirror illusion isn't inferior to a paper figurine illusion. Klein returned to his desk, picked up a fountain pen, and drew a strange symbol that was a mixture of concealment and prying. After a brief silence, the Don Dantes on the bed suddenly opened his eyes and smiled obsequiously. "Great master, your humble and loyal servant, Erodes, is here." I have to say that even Don Dantes' face can't hold back such a smile. Klein sighed inwardly as he nearly turned his head to the other side. "Very good." He nodded slightly and praised him. Without giving any further instructions, he wore his half-top hat and slid down from the balcony to the first floor. Following a secluded garden path, he flipped over the outer wall of 160 Bucklund Street from a corner. During this process, he didn't forget to close the windows. With his right hand pressing down on his top hat and his feet firmly planted on the street, Klein slowly raised his head. At some point in time, his facial features and outline had changed. He had black hair and brown eyes. His face was thin and angular. This was the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow, with a bounty of 50,000 pounds from a single country. The hunt was about to begin. Sherwood Borough. Zio was just about to head to East Borough to participate in Mr. X's Beyonder gathering when she was stopped by Furs. "You're heading out to gather ingredients?" Zio deliberated as she said what her good friend often used. Furs combed her hair and said, "No, it's to earn money. I previously accepted a mission to help people find the dust left behind by dissipating ghosts. As you know, there aren't any ghosts in the cemetery. They have long been sent to their respective deities' kingdoms by the priests and bishops. Therefore, I can only head to East Borough to seek out undiscovered targets who have died due to various reasons. Can you bear to see a beautiful and frail lady like me enter such a chaotic place alone? But can it be pushed back a day?" Zio said hesitantly. "I'm planning on participating in Mr. X's gathering." Furs immediately shook her head. "No, I have to hand in the mission tomorrow. It's a whole 50 pounds. If you have a hand in tomorrow, why didn't you do it in the past few days?" Zio looked suspiciously at her friend. Furs chuckled. "Did you just get to know me? Don't you know that I have a serious case of procrastination? Besides, you don't have any money. What's the point of going to Mr. X's gathering? You don't even know what Beyonder ingredients you need." "That's true," Zio was convinced as she said with a smile. "Does every author have a case of procrastination?" "Probably." As Furs brushed her off, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. East Borough, in a cheap hotel. Klein entered the room that Miss Magicians had booked under a fake name. Here, it was a luxury to have a room with a bed and a person. But even so, such a room only cost 12 pence a night. Of course, many cheap hotels in East Borough didn't have a single room. The best was a cubicle that cost 5 pence a night. It only had a bed and a board that could block the view of others, making it easy for one to change clothes. As for the basement with about 20 bunk beds, a bed cost 5 pence a night. One's belongings were safeguarded by themselves, and they weren't responsible if they were lost. There's actually a mirror. Not bad. Klein put down his top hat and stood in front of a full-body mirror that was filled with cracks. He put on the hooded robe that Miss Magicians had prepared for him. Right on the heels of that, his body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. His skin gradually turned pale with a tinge of wheat, and the bulge at his throat disappeared. His hair grew a lot longer and was dyed golden. After Miss Magician's Furs provided an image of her disguised friend, Klein immediately recognized that the person he was imitating was Miss Zio. However, with the hooded robe concealing him, he didn't really change into a woman. All he did was deal with areas that were easily seen by others. "I really can't do anything about a height of 5 meters. At the very least, I have to completely digest all the potions in my body before I can reach this limit. Thankfully, Miss Zio has a height enhancement disguise, so I don't have to worry about this." Klein looked at his 160-meter self in a mirror and changed into the pair of leather boots in the room. They looked flat, but they were in fact flat. After putting on the disguise, Klein pulled up his hood and silently left the single room through the window. He came to the alley in East Borough and circled all the way to the house where Mr. X had gathered the Beyonder gatherings. Recalling the knock signal that Miss Magicians had given him, Klein bent his finger and knocked on the door with 3 light and 3 heavy knocks and 2 long and 3 short knocks. 10 seconds later, the door opened without a sound. A waiter wearing an iron mask first looked at the newcomer a few times before stepping aside. Klein didn't panic at all as he calmly walked past him and entered the house. P.S. Requesting monthly votes on the second last day of April. Requesting recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 794. In the process of passing through the living room, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered. He felt invisible gazes coming from nowhere and sweeping over him. He pretended not to notice anything and entered the living room in front of him. He examined the environment and found a seat that was not far from the main seat, but not close either. And the moment he passed through the door, all the gazes disappeared. If it wasn't for the Wraith's triple seal isolating it, I would have likely been discovered. Mr. X isn't as bold and crazy as he appears. Klein sat down and pulled his hood, hiding his face even deeper in the shadows. After more than 10 minutes, When almost all the members of the gathering had arrived, Mr. X, who was wearing a brass mask, arrived at the entrance without making any movements. He walked in step by step and walked toward the main seat. He was wearing a classic black robe and a pointy magician's hat. As he walked, his aura was restrained, but everyone present subconsciously lowered their heads. Turning around and slowly sitting down, Mr. X looked around and said in a low voice, "Let's start. The distance is within 4 meters." Klein was not in a hurry to act. He retracted his gaze and patiently watched as the few members of the gathering used the information of the people with abnormal luck to exchange for gold pounds, listening to Mr. X's occasional responses. Time ticked by as the focus of the gathering shifted from Mr. X's bounty to the transactions between them. Without any hesitation, Klein used his left thumb to tap the first joint of his index finger twice, activating his spirit body thread's vision. Streaks of illusory black lines immediately appeared in front of him. They drilled out from different people's bodies and extended into the distance. After some identification, Klein secretly controlled Mr. X's spirit body threads. In his plan, there were 2 main difficulties in the mission. One of them was that Mr. X, who had the astrologer job as a prerequisite, and the Aurora Order Saint, who might be lurking in the shadows, might have a premonition of danger when he began controlling the corresponding spirit body threads, allowing him to acutely sense any abnormalities. Towards Mr. X's spiritual intuition, Klein was rather certain. This was because back when Miss Sharon existed as a wraith, she had failed to discover Nimblewright Master Rosego's control of his spirit body threads. However, a demigod saint, a high-sequence beyonder who had already obtained godhood, wouldn't be surprised if he had any special traits. It was similarly not surprising that his spiritual perception would be stirred by the changes in the spirit body threads of others. Other Nimblewright masters were likely helpless when it came to this, but Klein was different. He had the identity of the Fool, and he could borrow the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog. He could rely on the interference of the paper angel ahead of time to eliminate any latent problems. The gathering continued without any abnormalities. More than 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. There were only 3 seconds left before Klein gained initial control over Mr. X. As for the Aurora Order's Oracle, he didn't notice anything as he observed the completion of a transaction with a deep gaze. It was unknown what he was thinking. At the critical moment, Klein took the initiative to stop. He barely maintained his progress as he pulled out a hand and stuffed it into the hidden pocket of his hooded robe. He touched the iron cigar case that was sealed with a wall of spirituality. Klein then moved his finger and gently poked it, dispelling the wall of spirituality, allowing it to turn into a gentle wind that lingered in his pocket. He retracted his palm and waited for a few seconds until Mr. X's gaze looked to the other side. Only then did he continue controlling the spirit body threads. 2 seconds, 1 second, 0 seconds. Mr. X's thoughts turned sluggish, as though someone had poured cement that had just been stirred. Enemy. Danger. His thoughts slowly raced as he quickly made a decision. He planned on seeking help from his subordinates and the person watching him in the dark, as well as putting up an effective resistance. At this moment, a gloomy coldness drilled into his body, causing his limbs and mouth to no longer belong to him. Admiral of Blood Seigneur. Wraith possession. There were many flaws in a Nimblewright master's control over spirit body threads. The biggest problem was that once he entered a state of initial control, the target would immediately discover the problem and have the ability to take all sorts of countermeasures. If it was a one-on-one battle with no one around, Klein could naturally use the target's increasingly delayed state to more effectively interfere and interrupt the resistance. But if the target had other helpers, it would be very difficult for a Nimblewright master's control to fool them. He needed the help of the environment or his companions to conceal himself and carry out the operation without leaving a trace. And on this point, a wraith that could possess a target and forcefully control the target's actions was the best assistant for a Nimblewright master. The reason why Klein didn't immediately enter a state of initial control was so that he could find time to release the wraith. After passing the entrance check, the activity room where the gathering was held definitely had a relatively low level of security. Mr. X's eyes widened slightly as his thoughts gradually turned sluggish. The words he wanted to shout had been firmly locked by his throat and mouth, completely vanishing into nothingness. And his hands that he had planned on raising slowed down as he reached for the porcelain teacup beside him. This was completely in violation of his wishes. It was all done by the cold aura that filled every corner of his body. Wraith, Nimblewright Master. No, if this goes on, I'll die silently. Mr. X immediately controlled his spirituality as he outlined complicated symbols and labels in his mind. He wanted to open a traveler's door around him, which was also a door of teleportation. Through this, he could escape the range of a Nimblewright Master's control. Compared to this problem, the Wraith possession wasn't that dangerous. However, in his sluggish thoughts, the illusory symbols and labels didn't appear in one go. Instead, they appeared one stroke at a time, pausing at a time. It wasn't fast enough. Seizing this opportunity, Wraith Senior, who had possessed Mr. X, moved Mr. X's head under Nimblewright Master Klein's control and took the initiative to change his sitting posture. This action immediately interrupted the secret formation of the traveler's door. Oh no, my reaction is too slow. I'll be disrupted by the Wraith. Use mystical item. Mr. X's eyes were a little bloodshot, but his subordinates around him didn't notice anything amiss. Even the person who was secretly watching them didn't notice anything amiss. As for the members of the gathering who were in the midst of a transaction, they softened their tone and lowered their volume because of his change in sitting posture. At that moment, although the activity room was filled with people, with Beyonders everywhere and his helpers, Mr. X felt an extreme sense of loneliness and helplessness. He didn't even know who was attacking him or where they were sitting. As these thoughts ran through his mind, Mr. X regained control of his spirituality, allowing them to extend towards the golden ruby ring on his left index finger. However, the process of him going from thinking to making a decision, and then from making a decision to taking action took too long. It was as though he was acting in slow motion. This gave Wraith Senior enough time. He raised Mr. X's left palm, bent his fingers, and as though in thought, he tapped the side of his forehead that wasn't covered by the brass mask. Amidst the weak tapping sounds, the strength of the tapping wasn't small. However, under Klein's control, Senior controlled it very well, allowing most of the strength to seep into Mr. X's head without dissipating. As such, it concealed the commotion. Do. Mr. X's thoughts of spreading his spirituality was suddenly disrupted as he momentarily lost his train of thought. By the time he recovered, his control as a Nimblewright Master had improved. This made his thoughts chaotic and sluggish. Even thinking and making decisions became difficult. In addition, the Wraith was using his body to do all sorts of subtle actions to disrupt him. Although Mr. X had many Beyonder powers and pretty good mystical items, he couldn't help but slide into the abyss of becoming a marionette. He could only watch helplessly as he walked towards death in slow motion, completely powerless to stop it. Only at this moment did he deeply realize how terrifying and unfathomable a Nimblewright Master and a Wraith were. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the hunt proceeded silently. As Klein's control deepened, Mr. X's actions turned more stiff and sluggish. However, with the Wraith possessing him to make up for it, no one could tell that there was a problem. To be precise, Mr. X's actions no longer stemmed from his sluggish and rusty self, but from Wraith Senior. This made him unable to even show his despair. 5 minutes quickly passed amidst the various transactions, disputes, and discussions. Klein was only one step away from killing Mr. X and turning him into his puppet. However, he couldn't do it. This was because he hadn't digested the Nimblewright Master Potion. At present, he could only control one marionette. To convert Mr. X, he had to abandon Wraith Senior. And once he gave up, the long-dead Admiral of Blood would immediately appear and be discovered, bringing him immense trouble. Similarly, if Klein didn't abandon the Wraith marionette and took the opportunity when Mr. X was no longer able to put up any resistance to kill him, he would have to consider the Aurora Order Saint lurking in the shadows. This was the difficulty of the second mission in his plan, silently controlling Mr. X and depriving him of his ability to resist wasn't difficult with the combination of a nimble right master and a wraith. Completing the kill wasn't difficult either. In his present state, Mr. X could be easily finished off by Klein using air bullets. What was difficult was how he was to leave this place safely after committing such an act. And this required sufficient patience. Time slowly passed under Klein's seemingly calm, but actually tense mental state. He pretended that he wasn't interested in the things that appeared and didn't say a word. Finally, the gathering came to an end. Mr. X said in a low voice as usual, and his words were very concise, identical to the ending from the previous time. This was what Zio had described to Furs. The members of the gathering stood up one after another. Klein was among them, appearing inconspicuous. At the same time, he reached his hand into his pocket and flipped open Lamino's Travels. Chapter 795. The three types of paper in Lamino's Travels were clearly different in terms of feel. The white paper that could only record sequence 7, 8, and 9 had a smooth surface and was a thin layer. The yellowish-brown goatskin paper that corresponded to sequence 6 and 5 was like tanned leather. It was extremely pliable, and the three charred yellow pages that could record godhood were thick and textured. They made it so that one didn't need to size them up with one's eyes. Just a quick touch would allow one to make the most effective distinction. Klein's fingers quickly found the three thick and textured pages as he lightly pinched the middle page. Although the pocket wasn't big enough, preventing him from fully opening Lamino's Travels, Magician's Furs had personally modified a hooded robe. It still provided quite a decent amount of space, allowing the palm-sized spellbook to be opened to a 90-degree angle. As Klein held it with his palm, preventing Lamino's Travels from closing, he slid his finger across the corresponding page's surface. He felt a slight bump on the surface, making the mysterious and ancient patterns and symbols appear in his mind through touch. His spirituality was injected. This charred yellow page recorded the demigod powers of the storm pathway. Tornado. Klein wanted to create chaos to interfere with the Aurora Order Saint who might be hiding in the shadows. He wanted to take the opportunity to kill Mr. X and use the wind to escape. Apart from this goal, the chaos could also effectively hide any traces, making the members of the gathering scatter and flee in a sorry state. And with their identities unclear, doing so would make them suspicious, making it difficult for the Aurora Order to trace it back to Zio. As his thoughts raced, Klein's gaze locked onto a spot as he slowly pulled out Lamino's Travels with his left hand. At the same time, Mr. X took 2 steps to his side and stood in the same direction as him, like an old friend who hadn't seen each other in years. Right on the heels of that, there was an explosion as a visible and terrifying hurricane spiraled around the spot Klein's spirituality had indicated. The tables, coffee tables, sofas, and high-back chairs in the room flew into the air. The violent tornado cracked the walls and took the roof with it as it swept towards the entrance of the alley. Some of the members of the party were caught in the wind and were thrown far away. Some of them were pushed forward by the wind pressure and stumbled forward, rushing to other places. If it wasn't for Klein deliberately controlling the timing and direction of the hurricane, not only would Mr. X's old house be destroyed, even the surrounding apartment buildings wouldn't be spared. As for the gathering members, they would be swept up by the wind. Their survival would be up to luck. The howling sound quickly became agitated. The tornado that soared into the sky was like a terrifying giant. It staggered towards the entrance of the alley and towards the street. Everywhere it passed, the ground was clean, not a single thing was left behind. Klein was similarly sent flying. He and Mr. X, who was possessed by a wraith, were thrown to another street. During this process, as the two of them were standing close to each other, and with the wraith being able to float in midair, he could control the target's body to a certain extent at the periphery of the hurricane. Therefore, the distance between Klein and Mr. X remained within 5 meters. His control of the spirit body threads never stopped. In midair, With the howling wind in his ears, Klein suddenly pulled his right hand in front of his chest, tearing apart the surface of his hooded robe. He reached under his armpit and pulled out Death Knell. Although Mr. X could finish him off with an air bullet in his present state, Klein decided to be careful. He was afraid that his mystical item would have a passive effect, just like Admiral of Blood Seigneur's necklace. One had to do their best when hunting. With Klein's intense action of pulling out his gun, his control of the spirit-body threads was clearly affected. If Mr. X wasn't in a state where he was close to being completely controlled, just this moment would have allowed him to regain his basic lucidity. However, even so, Mr. X's thoughts were no longer frozen as they became a little more lively. He attempted to struggle, but in a short period of time, the possessed wraith, Seigneur, made all his efforts turn stiff and contradictory. Then, the enemy who was falling sideways appeared in Mr. X's eyes. Half a thin face and the corresponding deep lines appeared. In his line of sight, the other party coldly pulled the hammer and aimed the black muzzle at him. Bang! Without any hesitation, Klein pulled the trigger as the gunshot's boom was swallowed by the wind. Mr. X's head jerked back as though an invisible hand had pressed down on his face. His head, his brass mask at this moment, split into countless pieces, carrying with them a red and white liquid, flying in all directions. A fatal shot. The death knell was tolling for him. Thud! After firing that shot, Klein's back hit the ground as he fell to the street. Thud! Mr. X landed to the side as the blood and fragments that were scattered in midair strangely flowed backward and gathered at his neck, forming a head covered in cracks and cracks. This was the power of a wraith. At that moment, the tornado that had lost its support began to collapse, and the huge commotion had undoubtedly been noticed by the distant demigods. Inside the Holy Wind Cathedral, the newly appointed Archbishop of Bakeland, Deep Blue Efficient, Randall Valentine, flew out of his room and floated high in the sky. The fallen Klein saw that the wind pressure had weakened. He held Death Knell in one hand and Laymanos Travels in the other, just as he was about to flip the latter to the first yellowish-brown goatskin page. After getting this magic book, he realized that there was a record of Traveler's Gate in the pages that originally existed in the book. Klein originally believed that it was a coincidence, but on careful thought, he believed that it was inevitable. This was because Laymanos Travels belonged to the ancient Abraham family. They controlled the apprentice pathway and many corresponding mystical items. They had the resources and were willing to record the powers of a traveler. After all, it was very, very, very useful. At that moment, as long as the traveler's door took form, Klein could easily leave with Mr. X's corpse that Wraith Seigneur had possessed. The reason why he hadn't used in the house was because the Aurora Order Saint that might be present wasn't affected. There was a chance that he could discover and interrupt him. Furthermore, Mr. X was a traveler, so there was a certain chance that he could use teleportation door to escape his predicament. Before he died completely, Klein didn't wish to take the risk. At that moment, Klein's vision darkened as he realized that the surrounding streets were filled with pitch black and strange, invisible liquid. It surged over and rapidly condensed, forming a sturdy cage. In this kind of darkness, the shadows came to life, and their cold gazes all fell on him. Power at the level of a demigod. The Aurora Order Saint was indeed nearby. There's no way to teleport directly. Klein's heart tightened as he calmly flipped Laymanos Travels to the charred page. Sizzle. Silver pythons leaped out of thin air as they intertwined with each other and swept through the darkness, illuminating everything. Lightning storm. The solidified pitch black instantly shattered, and without any hesitation, Klein had stuffed Death Knell's right hand into his pocket. He pinched the dark green stone that was covered in burn marks. Door, he said in ancient Hermes with an abnormally calm tone. A light blue glow burst out as Klein's figure rapidly turned blurry. Even Mr. X's corpse, which had come over to grab his shoulder, experienced the same changes. The two figures instantly turned transparent as they vanished from the spot. They quickly departed from the brightly colored and overlapping spirit world, cleverly escaping. In the alley that was strewn with chips, rubble, cloth, and all sorts of junk in the flattened gathering house. In a shadowy spot, someone grunted, "Damn it!" At this moment, the other gathering members had already fled the street. A sonic boom sounded from high in the sky. Zio and Furs, who were searching for ghosts in East Borough, were alarmed by the sudden brightening of the sky. They hurriedly looked into the distance and saw the silver forest that bloomed like a flower. That warped posture and hideous feeling made them tremble for some baffling reason despite them being very far away. They nearly didn't dare look straight at it. What exactly happened over there? Zio mumbled softly as she exchanged looks with Furs in confusion. Furs actually had some guesses, but she found it unbelievable. This was because this completely exceeded the strength of the world, German Sparrow. In an alley without any lights, Klein appeared out of thin air with Mr. X's corpse as he landed on the ground. He didn't panic at all. He first left Death Knell in his pocket before using his right hand to take out another book from his chest. Roselle's Travels. "Pah!" Klein slapped the book written by Dragon of Imagination Anquelt at Mr. X's face, staining the cover with blood. Moments later, Mr. X's corpse vanished, leaving behind Wraith Senior in his old triangular hat and dark red coat. Right on the heels of that, Klein put away Roselle's Travels and flipped open Lamino's Travels, making the other yellowed page face up. Suddenly, a bright light burst out from the book as an illusory angel with 12 pairs of wings flew up and landed on Klein. All of this happened in an instant as the alley returned to darkness. Only the dim moonlight silently illuminated the area. Klein then took out another metal bottle and poured out the blood stored inside, smearing it evenly on the cover of Lamino's Travels. After doing all of this, he put away the other items, pulled off his hooded robe, and casually shook it to the side. Scarlet flames soared up and burned the tattered clothes cleanly. At the same time, Klein silently grew 10 centimeters, making him look rather ordinary. Then he used the stars in the sky to determine his bearings and picked up a fallen tree branch to help. Soon, he passed through the dark and depraved streets and returned to the cheap inn from before. Up to this point, he still didn't know what weakness he had. In a single room of the cheap inn, Klein changed into his own clothes and transformed back into German Sparrow. Looking at the thin and cold, crazy adventurer in the mirror, he fell silent for a few seconds before picking up his half-top hat and wearing it. Above the flattened building, the Cardinal of the Church of the Storm, the Archbishop of Bakelin Diocese, Deep Blue Officiant Randall Valentine, who had failed to catch the rat, looked down in silence for a long while. 160 Buckland Street. Butler Walter looked at the visitor outside the door in surprise. "Bishop, is there a reason for your sudden visit?" Bishop Electra chuckled. "I heard that Dwayne is sick, so I came to visit him. Perhaps with the goddess's blessings, he will quickly recover." Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 796. Walter came to the 3rd floor, bent his finger, and knocked on the master bedroom's door. "Who is it?" Don Dantes' weak and hoarse voice sounded. Walter twisted the doorknob and pushed a gap in the door. "Sir, Bishop Electra is here to visit you. Do you want to meet him in the living room or the activity room? Or do you want to invite him directly to the bedroom?" Typically speaking, visitors weren't allowed into the master bedroom. It was rather rude, but visiting patients was an exception. After a brief silence, Don Dantes replied, "Invite him to the bedroom. Invite him to the bedroom." "All right, sir." As Walter gestured for Richardson to rush the maidservant to prepare tea, he walked downstairs and led the bishop of the Church of Evernight, Electra, upstairs. Soon, Electra entered the bedroom and saw Don Dantes leaning against the bed, looking somewhat haggard. "Richardson, give the bishop a chair," Dwayne Dantes said with a smile, his face slightly pale. Richardson was already prepared as he immediately moved a high-backed chair to a spot not far from the bed. Electra took a few steps forward and observed the tycoon's face. He asked in concern, "Don, how are you feeling? Did you get physician?" His spiritual perception hadn't been triggered, so he didn't make any other attempts. This was just a normal visit from a pious believer. Don Dantes coughed lightly and revealed a smile. "Actually, I'm almost done. I believe I can continue attending the cathedral tomorrow or the day after to listen to your sermons. That's good. I was still wondering if I should help you pray to the goddess for your blessings. Electra laughed, took a step back, and sat on the chair that Richardson had moved over. At this moment, Don Dantes looked at the bishop and chuckled. Actually, I've always had a question. Can clergymen of the Church of the Goddess get married? Electra, who was 2 years short of 40, sighed with a smile. This question has actually been troubling us for a very long time. In many ancient theological councils, the archbishops had heated arguments about this. On one hand, they believed that servants of the goddess must maintain their purity, regardless of gender. Otherwise, it would be blasphemy against the goddess. On the other hand, they find the goddess's words from the revelation of Evernight and other ancient texts. They believe that the goddess is encouraging marriage, encouraging equal and normal interactions between the sexes. The clergy should be role models, not negative examples. This is the greatest respect for the goddess. In modern times, this problem was basically put aside. The church neither forbade nor encouraged it. The only requirement was that the married clergy could not have their family members live in the church. Dwayne Dantes nodded slowly as the corners of his mouth curled up. Bishop, do you have a wife? The thin and average-looking bishop electrified and couldn't hide his smile. 2 years ago, I entered the hall of marriage under the witness of the goddess. This year, I just happened to have a child. I originally wanted to remain single to serve the goddess, but as he spoke, he let out a self-deprecating laugh and shook his head. Without waiting for Don Dantes to delve deeper into the topic, Bishop Electra returned with a question. You seem to be single as well. Are you considering marriage? He seemed to tacitly agree with Dwayne Dantes' thoughts. He treated the answer to the question as confirmation and asked, "What's the matter?" He directly treated the above question as confirmation and asked, "What kind of lady do you like? Perhaps I can introduce you to a suitable candidate." Don Dantes coughed lightly again and said with a smile, "In the past, I always chose to take risks in order to accumulate wealth. Therefore, I wasn't willing to get married, afraid that I would be a burden to the other party. I like many types, and I'm not picky. I like women who are older than me and can give me warmth and ease of mind." Before he finished his sentence, Richardson's expression suddenly froze as he turned his head to the side. Following that, he lowered his head in discomfort as he felt a baffling burning pain on his face. Don Dantes remained oblivious as he continued. "Much younger than me, pure and lively. She makes one feel like they're seeing the morning. I like women who are filled with vitality without realizing it." Bishop Electra's smile suddenly froze. He raised his palm, clenched it into a fist, and pressed it against his mouth as he coughed. Don Dantes didn't stop as he shook his head and sighed with a smile. "I once had a love or marriage, but I like ladies who can only look at them from afar because of their status and identity. They are filled with charm, and every action is intoxicating. It's hard to control myself, and I often dream of them." Butler Walter, who was standing nearby, suddenly trembled, as though he had just experienced a dream that he didn't wish to wake up from but was extremely resistant to. It was hard to tell if it was good or bad. Don Dantes still wanted to continue, but when he opened his mouth, he didn't make a sound. He then chuckled and said, "That's very normal. This is very normal. Humans are limited by their bodies. Under the influence of their senses, they will always have some abnormal thoughts. As long as they can control their thoughts and do things according to their own will, and they don't feel tormented, they will still be good husbands, good fathers, and good men." Very reasonable. When we're angry, we will always have irrational thoughts, but very few people can turn them into reality. Bishop Electra cleverly diverted the topic as Butler Walter and Richardson revealed contemplative expressions. The bishop didn't stay for long. After taking a few sips of the marquee black tea that the maidservant had brought, he got up and bade farewell, leaving Don Dantes' residence. The room quickly turned silent as the window to the balcony opened silently. Klein, who had transformed back into Don Dantes, nimbly jumped in. "Thankfully, I came back in time. If I had allowed Rhodes to continue chatting, Bishop Electra would no longer acknowledge me as a devout believer. Perhaps I might even find Walter and Richardson hanging themselves in their rooms tomorrow morning, and the entire street would be spreading rumors that Don Dantes is a sex maniac. Klein glanced at the fake Don Dantes true magic mirror on the bed and silently sighed. The latter half of what he had said was something he had personally come up with and gotten a Rhodes to read out loud. Of course, this was his worst guess. He believed that a Rhodes wouldn't allow the matter to develop to that stage. "Welcome back, my great master." On the bed, Don Dantes bowed and greeted him. "Did your humble and loyal servant, a Rhodes, do well?" Upon hearing the magic mirror's stammering question, Klein sighed again. "Not bad. You disguised yourself well. But try not to agitate others when chatting." "I'll take note." The fake Don Dantes' image rapidly vanished as a small mirror appeared on the pillow. On the surface of the mirror, a silvery white light burst forth, squirming and condensing into words. "Thank you for your affirmation. I will always follow in your footsteps and look forward to the next opportunity to serve you." After a simple goodbye emoticon, the mirror returned to normal. Klein leaned over and put away the mirror before entering the bathroom attached to the master bedroom. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the gray fog. He wanted to complete the grazing before Mr. X's spirit body completely dissipated. In the world of the book, in a cave on a snow-covered mountain peak, Klein looked at Mr. X's corpse on the ground and carefully identified the head that was pieced together from the fragments. He then compared it to the portrait of the target provided by Miss Magicians in his memories. "It's him. I hope that I can obtain traveling and records this time. With one of them, this operation will be profitable. If not, I'll have to consider getting Miss Magicians to add more money." The difficulty of hunting a sequence 5 and facing a demigod are 2 completely different matters. As Klein thought about it, he extended his left palm and spread open his fingers, aiming at the corpse that had yet to completely dissipate its spirituality. Creeping hunger rapidly returned to its original state, as though it was made of thin human skin. 2 eyes cracked open on its palm, its pupils bright red as though they were dyed with blood. Amidst the bone-chilling cold wind, Mr. X's dissipated spirit body and the resplendent beyonder points of light that resembled the Milky Way drilled into creeping hunger, fixing themselves on the empty finger. Creeping hunger first turned transparent, like a reflection of the spirit world before returning to normal. Klein closed his eyes to sense it, and his brows gradually relaxed as a smile suffused his face. His luck was rather good this time. He had drawn one of the beyonder powers he wanted the most, Traveler's Door. This could be shortened to Teleportation Door, teleportation, or traveling. Its use was to allow a person to sense the outside world and allow them to traverse the spirit world. Due to the difference in strength of their spirit bodies, beyonders of different sequences could withstand teleportation for different times. The effects and distance of traversing the spirit world were also clearly different. If it's only sequence 9 or 8, then it wouldn't exceed Bakeland. At my current level, I wonder if I can directly head to the primitive island provided by Mr. the Hanging Man. Yes, if it really doesn't work, I can split it into 2 or 3 trips. Klein thought with a smile. Only at this moment did he realize that a traveler's head-on combat strength was very powerful. This was because the difficulty of using traveling over short distances was only about the same as flaming jump. This also meant that a traveler could constantly flash around target. He could be far or close, catching others off guard and preventing them from attacking him. Coupled with the various powers he had recorded and his vigilance of immediately distancing himself from anything amiss, Klein suspected that even if he had lightning storm and tornado, he might not be able to keep a traveler at bay in a head-on battle. Indeed, a marionettist should try his best to stay behind the scenes. As Klein reflected, he cast his gaze back at Mr. X's corpse. Creeping hunger had just obtained another beyonder power. It was the apprentice sequence's door opening. This was almost equivalent to a weakened version of traveling. It was of little value. As his gaze moved, Klein's eyes reflected the ruby ring on Mr. X's finger. P.S. It's the last few hours of April. It would be a waste if I didn't cast my monthly ticket. Chapter 797. In addition to the normal days off in April, I took 2 days off. This is probably something that happens after a year of writing a book. First, there are more and more clues and characters, and many scenes have already been written. The further I go, the harder it will be to write, and it will take more time. Second, after a year of writing, I have to face the computer and think about the plot for a long time. It will definitely make me feel depressed, anxious, irritated, and unhealthy. Actually, I have been sick since Chinese New Year. First, I caught a cold and conjunctivitis. Not long after I recovered, I caught a cold again. At the end of March, my stomach started to feel uncomfortable, and I have yet to recover completely. I have already booked an endoscopy, and I might have to take a day off. So, after fighting for first place in March, I was thinking of not fighting for the rest. Everyone can subscribe as much as they want every month. If someone wants to fight for first place, then fight for it. If no one wants to fight for it, then we will continue to queue here openly. We have 41,000 subscriptions, and we have the confidence to do so. I didn't expect to get first place again. No matter what, I still have to thank everyone. I have to add a chapter, but I owe it to everyone. I will return it when my body is completely healed. Also, the more I write, the more times I will ask for leave. Maybe I will ask for a fixed day off every week. I will think about it when the time comes. I have not reached that stage yet. Speaking of the book itself, the difficulty of writing the 4th volume is not small. First, the map has changed, and the people around me have changed. I need to establish many new characters, and not let the stage be a one-man show. This requires space, and it is a test of the ability to make daily life interesting. Secondly, back in Bakeland, the environment is limited and the plot needs to be reasonable. It is not easy to develop. So far, the 4th volume is stable, and there are no major problems. However, there are still some small flaws. The most obvious is that Little Ku's part is not interesting. When daily life needs to be completed quickly, I will change the point of view and write about other people so that the plot will flow smoothly. At the same time, I will also write about other people, but I underestimated the number of daily life tycoons. Sometimes I will change the point of view too much, and it will be messy. Later on, I will continue to write slowly and hope to smoothly and attractively advance. Also, I will try to write after the character dies, and through the interaction and memories of the people around him, I will continue to write vividly. Ugh, this seems to be asking for a knife. All right, May is coming. Please maintain the monthly votes. I can't be left behind during the double period. The update time is still the same. Chapter 798. After staring at Mr. X's corpse for a while, Klein resisted the urge to personally plunder the spoils of war. He made Wraith Senior, who was standing beside him, take 2 steps forward and take off the golden ring embedded with a ruby. This way, even if the items Mr. X carried with him had unimaginable negative effects, it would be borne by his marionette. It wouldn't affect Klein. After a serious inspection, Senior returned with the ruby ring, 48 pounds, and an ordinary pipe filled with tobacco. Just this? An oracle from the Aurora Order only has this much? Klein looked at this scene in surprise, nearly cursing Popper. Soon, he calmed down and used his rationality to convince himself that the situation was very reasonable. Mr. X is a traveler. He can record the beyonder powers of others, and he's considered a rather comprehensive one. Even if such a powerhouse has other mystical items, he would definitely be inclined to record them and not carry them with him. This way, he can enjoy the benefits of having different powers that complement each other while avoiding the corresponding negative effects, preventing himself from getting himself killed. From this train of thought, there's a high chance that this ring has a passive or triggered effect. With this in mind, Klein nodded gently and made Wraith Senior carry Mr. X's mangled and sticky head, attach it to him, and return above the gray fog. After sitting in the fool's seat, he no longer feared anything. He directly took the golden ring embedded with a ruby and used divination to confirm the actual effects of the mystical item. Its name is Flower of Blood, It can allow the wearer to gain a deeper level of control over their own flesh and blood. As long as they don't die directly and aren't completely purified, thus losing control, they will be able to squirm and recover. This is equivalent to giving it an instinct. It's a passive effect. From the looks of it, my decision to use Death Knell to deliver a fatal blow was correct. If I hadn't used all my strength, Mr. X might not have truly died. Furthermore, he could have used the extreme pain to awaken himself and escape the control of a marionettist. He had also considered the fact that he was more of a spellcaster and that his body wasn't strong enough. This ring also has some corresponding flesh and blood magic. It can be considered rather useful. Klein held the ruby ring in one hand and wrapped the edge of the long mottled table with the other as he silently muttered to himself. He immediately searched for the negative effects of the flower of blood ring. Dozens of seconds later, Klein suddenly opened his eyes and left the dream. "Isn't this too much of a scam?" he muttered with a slightly twisted expression. With the help of dream divination, he had deciphered the negative effects of the flower of blood ring. It randomly and irregularly made the wearer give up thinking and lose their rationality. Very good. This is very much like the true creator. Klein couldn't help but grit his teeth. There was no pattern to the negative effects that appeared randomly. This meant that flower of blood couldn't be used at all. Recalling the previous scene, Klein was amused and annoyed as he muttered to himself, "Mr. X actually dares to wear such a ring? That's right. After all, after I convert to the true creator, I often lose the ability to think. In that case, wearing this ring won't make me any worse." Yes, losing one's rationality isn't the same as losing one's rationality. It won't cause one to suddenly injure others, but it will make one appear very stiff and stupid, acting on instinct. Phew! Klein exhaled and decided to throw the flower of blood ring into the junk pile to prevent himself from being vexed. From his point of view, not only was this crappy item useless to him, he couldn't sell it even if he wanted to, unless he got someone from the Aurora Order to buy it back. However, that would make the true creator very happy. At this moment, he glanced at Admiral of Blood Seigneur, who was standing beside him through the corner of his eye. Klein's heart stirred as he clapped his hands. Why didn't I think of that? I might not be able to use it, but I could get my marionette to use it. After all, he's already dead. He's completely obedient and doesn't need the ability to think. Admiral of Blood, Flower of Blood, they're destined to be a pair. Although Seigneur has lost control of his body due to his death, I could provide this way. Even if he doesn't have the time to transform into a wraith and his body as a zombie isn't strong enough, he could be reattached even if he loses an arm or a leg. Of course, to a marionette, this isn't important. It doesn't affect his intrinsic quality. The main goal is to obtain some additional flesh and blood magic. A few seconds later, the delighted Klein made the old triangular hat and dark red coat. Seigneur pick up the ruby ring on the table and wear it on his left index finger. After doing this, Klein made the wraith return to the gold coin. He raised his left palm and spread open his fingers. He wanted to release the interrogator inside Creeping Hunger. This was a promise he had made a long time ago. And when he obtained Creeping Hunger, this was the last spirit body that had been grazed inside that hadn't been freed. Amidst an inconspicuous cold wind, a blurry and transparent soul appeared beside the long bronze table. He was a man in his 30s wearing a Navy uniform. He had a brown beard, and his face was filled with pain and confusion. "What's your name? Why did you die at the hands of Zillings?" Klein asked in a deep voice. The man fell into a daze for a moment before saying, "My name is Andy Hayden. My name is Andy Hayden, the second mate of the Enmat. I died in a naval battle. No, I didn't die on the spot. I was captured by a Faysation before I entered that glove of yours. I don't know Zillings. I've never even heard of him. When Zillings obtained Creeping Hunger, this interrogator was inside the glove. Because psychic piercing was too useful, he didn't replace it all this while? I wonder who the previous owner of Creeping Hunger is." Klein asked with interest. "That's right. Who's the Faysation that captured you? What does he look like?" Andy Hayden thought seriously and said, "I don't know his name. I only remember that his epaulette was that of a colonel. I remember that he had a big nose that left a deep impression. I remember that his eyes were blue, and his hair was a golden yellow. He was nearly 2 meters tall. Such a person is very common in Faceac. Apart from the identity of a colonel, Klein thought for a moment. What year did you die? Andy Hyden's figure was gradually unable to maintain itself as it began to dissipate. Finally, it left behind a sentence. 1338, 12 years ago. Yes, Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings has been famous for less than 10 years. That colonel might have already become a general of the Faceation Empire. Klein nodded gently, realizing that he hadn't had the time to ask Andy Hyden what his last wishes were. Forget it. It's already a good thing for him to be freed. Klein quickly threw the matter to the back of his mind as he conjured the word, German Sparrow. Please inform Miss Magicians that Mr. X, Louis Veen, is already dead. Ask her to receive the memento and the spell book. I'll request it from her again when I need it. Fur saw an endless gray fog, and she heard the word, German Sparrow's emotionless voice. Although she was already mentally prepared for this news, she still found it unbelievable and unacceptable. He really succeeded? The thunderstorm in Eastborough was created by him? Furs held back the stirrings in her heart. Taking advantage of the silence of the night, she set up a bestowment ritual in her bedroom. Before long, the illusory door formed from candlelight and spirituality materials opened. 2 items flew out and landed on the table. First took a careful look and nearly screamed. She hurriedly covered her mouth and took 2 steps back, leaning close to the wall of spirituality. One of the 2 items was her Lamino's travels, and the other was a hideous head covered in cracks and cracks. It was stained with blood, as though it was pieced together from pieces of shards. It flickered with a light that resembled the reflection of glass. As a medical graduate and a doctor who had worked in a famous clinic, Furs had seen many corpses, but none of them were as disgusting, strange, and terrifying as the head in front of her. After calming down, Furs looked at the head again and confirmed that it was indeed Louis Veen. She first cautiously used astrology to make a final confirmation, and then her face twitched slightly as she muttered to herself silently, I'm not sure. Mr. World will shatter the target's head before piecing it back together. At that moment, a scene involuntarily surfaced in Furs's mind. The cold German Sparrow was sitting in front of the table, picking up the blood-stained head pieces one by one as he seriously put together a jigsaw puzzle. This made Furs involuntarily shiver. For some baffling reason, she felt that World was a crazed killer with serious mental illness. Moving her gaze, she took 2 steps forward and picked up Lamino's Travels, casually flipping through it. Her gaze gradually froze because there was more content in the spell book. It was suspected to be related to wind and lightning. This made her recall the lightning storm in Eastborough. She was certain that it was caused by Mr. World. Furs hurriedly flipped Lamino's Travels to the 3 yellowed pages and realized that they were blank. She immediately had a guess. She believed that the World German Sparrow had likely used Mr. Fool's help to record the beyonder powers of a demigod. Today, I realize that if I have enough money and resources, I can hire the various members of the tarot to help me record different beyonder powers. This way, Lamino's Travels will become extremely powerful. However, I don't have the money or resources. I can request for a reward from teacher. I can say that I sacrificed quite a bit to avenge him. First thought for a moment and first thanked Mr. Fool. Then she asked him to pass the message to the world. I'm very sorry. My reward isn't commensurate with the difficulty of the mission. When I receive the reward, I'll make up for it. After praying, Furs ended the ritual and hurriedly hid the head. If Zio were to discover it, she'll definitely imagine a horror story. After doing everything, Furs clapped her hands and thought leisurely. By the time Furs responded, Klein had already returned to the real world. All he could hear was a blurry female voice. But even so, he couldn't help but feel fear and dread. This was because the weakness brought about by Death Knell was fear of women. P.S. Please guarantee your monthly votes. It'll be double for the next few days. Chapter 799. On Saturday morning, the pajama-wearing Klein rubbed his head as he got out of bed. He hadn't slept well last night. This was because it was inevitable that different images of women would appear in his dreams. Therefore, he had woken up in fright and had to spend a few minutes to calm his emotions before going back to sleep. Thankfully, this weakness only lasts for 6 hours. Furthermore, I don't need to head out late at night or face a maid. Klein sighed as he pulled the rope beside his bed. Richardson, who was standing outside the door, immediately walked in with the clothes his employer needed to wear that day. I've no idea what a road said, but Richardson is increasingly evasive when facing me. I've been hit on the type of woman I like, and that's a little contradictory to social customs. When Klein rushed back, he only managed to hear the magic mirror's description of himself, but it had accurately struck at Walter's heart. He wasn't aware of what had happened before. He didn't use dream divination to obtain the corresponding information, as he felt that there was no need for it. After all, with Richardson's character, he wouldn't have the guts to take action no matter who he liked. It wouldn't cause any additional effects. After changing his clothes, Klein went down to the second floor and walked to the dining hall. As usual, Walter was wearing white gloves as he waited by the door. Upon seeing Don Dantes walk over, he took a step forward and bowed respectfully. "Good morning, sir. You have 2 tutoring sessions today. You will be attending a banquet at Mr. Portland Moment's place in the evening." Portland Moment lived at 100 Buckland Street. He was a full professor of engineering at Bakelin University, a member of the Royal Academy of Sciences of the Rouen Kingdom. As he had discovered a few types of alloys, he had won the Light of Machinery Award. He was second only to Turani von Helmesen in the scientific world. Furthermore, the few types of alloys he had discovered were widely used in shipbuilding and the development of steam engines. Just the profits from the patents made him a tycoon worth hundreds of thousands of pounds. Upon hearing Walter's words, Klein casually glanced at him and discovered that the butler had dark circles under his eyes. His eye bags were puffy, and he looked completely different from usual. It was as though he hadn't slept well the entire night. If he didn't have the powers of a faceless, Don Dantes would probably have such an image. Klein retracted his gaze in pity and didn't say a word. As he nodded gently in response to Walter's greeting, he entered the dining hall. Frankly speaking, he was actually quite impressed by the other party. He often faced a demoness, yet he could not help but fantasize about her, having an erotic dream with a target in the dead of night. He could not help but want to get closer to her and pray for her pleasure. It had to be known that a demoness, especially one who was experiencing or had already experienced pleasure, had a charm that far exceeded the level of a simple beyonder effect. Every move she made would make a man who approached her involuntarily feel intoxicated and infatuated. It was equivalent to slowly progressing from consuming marijuana to a higher stage, to the point where there was no way to escape the pleasure given by a demoness. This was probably something that only men who were naturally attracted to the same sex could effectively resist. Of course, Klein suspected that men who liked the same sex weren't completely immune to it. This was because their minds and hormones would be affected, resulting in changes that wouldn't have happened otherwise. Furthermore, a large number of demonesses were originally men, so this reduced their resistance. It was precisely because of this that even though he was already a Sequence 5 Beyonder, Klein had to constantly maintain a highly tense state when facing demonesses like Trissy and Tracy. He was afraid that he would be charmed if he wasn't careful. Even he was in such a state, much less an ordinary person like Butler Walter. This wasn't a problem that could be changed with his own will. Although Trissy had clearly restrained her charm due to Prince Edisac's death or her advancement, Walter is just an ordinary person. Yes, even if he's not an ordinary person, he's at most a Sequence 9 or 8. For him to be able to maintain his current state under such circumstances, it's enough to show that he has extremely strong self-control. He's very loyal to Prince Edisac, and he loves his wife and daughter very much. As Klein sighed, he sat down. Today's breakfast was his favorite desi pie. The oily feeling that seeped out made him salivate. The dark blue sea at night was nearly black, dyed with a faint crimson. It was calmer and quieter than it was during the day. The Blue Avenger rose and fell gently with the waves, like a ghostly shadow as it sailed towards the crimson moon. Alger Wilson stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the distant waves. He looked calm on the surface, but he couldn't contain his excitement. The sea ahead was the abyssal whirlpool north of Sonia Island. It was named for the dangerous whirlpools that often appeared without warning. It was a dangerous zone that no ship was willing to enter. After finishing his report and leaving Pasu Island, Alger directed the Blue Avenger to head north, circling around Sonia Island and headed straight for this place. Along the way, they only entered the harbor to resupply once, so they didn't waste any time. As for whether they would be suspected for coming north, Alger wasn't worried. This was because the Church of the Storm was happy to see its captains head north of the Sonia Sea and the Fog Sea to obtain intelligence on the Fasak Empire, the Kingdom of Intis, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, and the Church of the God of Combat. Turning back to look at the cabin, Alger walked to the edge of the deck and took out a charm made of tin. He held it in his palm and chanted the incantation. Storm! A blue flame soared and engulfed the charm. Alger suddenly felt an inexplicable connection with the fish in the sea below him. At that moment, both parties could actually communicate on the mental level. The tin charm was one of the supplies Alger had obtained on Pasu Island. It allowed him to get close to undersea creatures for a certain period of time and engage in a superficial mental communication with them. Amidst his thoughts, Alger failed to obtain the information he wanted. All he could do was wait for the Blue Avenger to approach the Abyss Maelstrom before making a second attempt. Time ticked by as Alger, who had failed nearly 100 times, finally learned from a spindle-like fish where Obninsk sea monsters frequented. If I didn't know that the target was near the Abyss Maelstrom, I would have long given up. It's very difficult to obtain information on such matters through investigations. Alger concluded as he touched his pocket. He had already used up most of the affinity charm for sea creatures. He only had 5 left. I have to make up for another batch when I return. I can't let anyone discover it. I heard that the resistance in the Rorstad archipelago has quite a number of them. Heh. As Alger thought about it, he made the Blue Avenger turn around and head for the location he had just learned of. More than an hour later, the Blue Avenger stopped as Alger took out a sealed metal can. This was the sanguine anesthetic gas he had spent 130 pounds to buy from Moon. He had no doubts about its effects, as he had already used one before. As the Blue Avenger was a ghost ship, there wasn't a need for too many people to keep watch at night. There was only one every night, and he was in charge of watching the ship to prevent it from deliberately causing problems or heading into dangerous waters. As the captain, Alger could arrange for himself to be on watch tonight without leaving any traces. After making his preparations, he came to the sailor's door, pulled out a metal tube, opened the sealed can, and released it from room to room. He didn't even let go of the junk storeroom, so as to prevent any crew members from playing cards in the middle of the night. After doing all of this, Alger, who wasn't in a rush to concoct the potion, brought the ingredients and changed into an underwater suit made of sharkskin. He then jumped down from the right side of the ship without stirring up any splashes. In the gloomy waters, Alger's eyes gradually turned dark blue as he saw his surroundings clearly. He breathed in the air in comfort and constantly dived down until he came to a pitch-black deep sea. Then, he used the seabed creature affinity charm again to communicate with the strange fish around him. With the kind-hearted fish's guidance, Alger determined his direction and asked as he swam. Finally, he arrived at a place that looked like an underwater volcano. The fish creatures actually didn't know that the Obninsk lived here. They only knew that many of their kind and a number of top deep-sea hunters had vanished in the vicinity. With his beyonder powers, Alger looked into the distance and saw that there was a huge, dark cave on the underwater volcano. Tentacles that were thicker than the pythons in the southern continent's primitive forests floated out from it as they gently swayed. The huge suction cups, the patterned skin, and the cave that was several times the size of the Blue Avenger left Alger feeling an inexplicable sense of fear. He didn't dare approach. An Obninsk is at least equivalent to a powerful Sequence 5. Furthermore, it has a terrifying body. Yes, I can confirm that it's a target. Alger carefully swam over and stopped at a dangerous distance. After careful identification, he once again used the seabed creature affinity charm. Following that, he let his spirituality penetrate the seawater and spread into the cave in an attempt to communicate with the powerful psyche that was curled up. The gigantic psyche slowly stretched out as countless chaotic thoughts burst forth. It was taken aback for a moment before its psyche erupted like a volcano. Roar! Amidst the terrifying sound, an exaggerated vortex appeared in the cave. The surrounding seawater, junk, and even Alger were sucked in. It was filled with animosity. Alger's pupils constricted as his body suddenly became slippery. He was pushed by an invisible wind as he fled in the opposite direction. He used a few beyonder powers and finally escaped the influence of the vortex. He didn't dare stay near the underwater volcano, as he quickly floated up and opened up a distance. Nearly a minute later, Alger, who had finally escaped the danger zone, spat out a bubble and heaved a sigh of relief. That Obninsk is actually able to resist the influence of the seabed creature affinity charm. It hates things that have an owner's aura. After a brief moment of thought, Alger, who didn't wish to waste the opportunity, made up his mind seeing that the situation had developed to this point. In the seawater, he prayed in Elvish, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, P.S. Thank you, Mr. Y from the Silver Alliance, for a guaranteed monthly pass." Chapter 800. Due to the time difference, Klein was attending a banquet at Portland Moment House when he heard the stacked illusory pleas. Such a banquet began at 7:30 and lasted until 9:30 or even 10. This was because the appetizers, soup, side dishes, main course, staple food, vegetables, fruits, and desserts totaled up to 20 dishes. The serving men would serve them one by one, removing and replacing them in order to prevent the dining table from being messed up. Furthermore, there was an interval between each dish for the guests to chat. A gentleman had to take the initiative to communicate with the woman on his right. In short, it's rather troublesome and tiring. Even the dishes and drinks have to be paid attention to. However, the taste isn't bad. Klein took the opportunity to say to Ma M. Willis on his right while the roasted lamb was being replaced, "Sorry, I need to use the bathroom." He then stood up, pressed his right hand to his chest, and bent his back slightly to greet the other guests. Then, he left the dining table and headed for one of the washrooms on the second floor. After entering and locking the door, Klein immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the gray fog. Mr. the Hanging Man's prayer. He wishes for me to help him obtain the goodwill of the Obninsk sea monster. He's willing to gather 15 pages of Roselle's diary or help me do something of equal value. His progress isn't slow. Sitting in the fool's seat, Klein emanated his spirituality and touched the constantly expanding and contracting crimson star. He considered for a few seconds. Investigate all the FASAC colonels who participated in the Konotop naval battle in 1338. As an expert in history, he learned from the interrogator's spirit body that he died at the sea in 1338. After he died at the hands of the Phasacians, he immediately figured out which naval battle it corresponded to. Throughout 1338, the relationship between Rouen and FASAC was tense, with occasional friction. However, there was only one battle in which a colonel-level officer died, the naval battle that broke out in East Balam's Konotop. And in a FASAC fleet, there definitely weren't many colonels. In the dark and deep seawater, Alger Wilson saw the endless grayish-white fog and heard Mr. Fool's response. Investigate all the colonels of the FASAC Empire who participated in the Konotop Sea battle in 1338. Why would Mr. Fool pay attention to such trivial figures? This involved a huge secret. Alger's heart skipped a beat. He no longer hesitated and agreed. "Your will is my will," Yi Futian said calmly. Such a mission was difficult and complicated for him, but it wasn't dangerous. It was the type of mission he could handle right now. After the response, Alger heard Mr. Fool's deep voice again. "You can return to the vicinity of the target now." That's it. As expected of Mr. Fool, after obtaining the authority, he was more like a sea god than cavituous, and his power was no longer limited to the Rorstad archipelago. Alger was overjoyed and solemnly expressed his thanks. Then he bent his waist and spread his legs, turning around and diving down again. In just a few minutes, he returned to the side of the underwater volcano. He saw that the water around the huge, dark cave was in chaos. The tentacles were flailing and hadn't calmed down yet. Although Alger believed that Mr. Fool was powerful and terrifying enough to be an awakening ancient god, he instinctively turned cautious when he saw this scene. He carefully approached him. He suspected that the obelisk's flailing tentacles were welcoming him. And at this moment, above the gray fog, Klein, who was holding the sea god scepter, frowned slightly. It refuses to communicate with sea god. It even hates this feeling and isn't willing to get close to sea god. He muttered as though he had a toothache. He had failed to influence the surrounding waters with the help of the supplicant. For some reason, the obelisk had a strong resistance towards the beyonder powers of getting close to sea creatures. Through the prayer scene, Klein could vaguely sense the target's anger. It wanted to tear apart any living being that dared approach it. Mr. the Hanging Man has gone over. He's gone over. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he decided to use a different method. He raised the sea god scepter a little higher, making the blue gems on it light up one after another, emitting a bright and dazzling light. Right on the heels of that, he transmitted the tyrannical aura of lightning storm onto the obelisk. The thick tentacles that had been stirring up the seabed suddenly froze, then fell down and stuck tightly to the ground. In the dark cave, countless green spots of light appeared. Amidst a jarring grunt, a terrifying monster that could devour a sailboat crawled out. Its patterned black body was massive and distorted. It had 3 heads, and each head had more than 10 eyes. Each of them emitted a green glow. The monster immediately crouched down, as obedient as a domestic hound. Sure enough, communication requires skill. Klein nodded in satisfaction. Once again, he used his beyonder powers of affinity with marine creatures. Through mental communication, he made the obelisk's 3 heads open their mouths at the same time. This made 3 deep caves appear in front of Alger. Each of them was wide enough for a sailboat to pass through. Praise Mr. Fool. Alger looked up at the magnificent scene in front of him, as he couldn't help but mutter inwardly. He didn't waste any time as he chose the head in the middle and quickly swam in. A winding tunnel quickly appeared in Alger's vision. The walls were made of flesh and blood, and the width was comparable to the front deck of the Blue Avenger. Gulp! Water surged inwards as it followed the tunnel deep into its depths. Alger hurriedly seized the opportunity to dive in. Suddenly, he felt as though he had returned to the time when he had just become a sailor. He was in a battle against the waves, and he felt dizzy and unable to maintain his balance. By the time Alger used his beyonder powers and finally stabilized his body, he had already left the tunnel of flesh and blood. He found himself in a pitch-black and empty world. There was a sticky sensation beneath his feet as a pungent stench of blood emanated from his surroundings. In just a second, Alger realized that the liquid here was corroding him. He hurriedly created a layer of water film around him, causing it to expand and turn into a transparent ball. He knew that he had entered the obelisk's stomach. Without any hesitation, he took out the bottles he had prepared and began concocting the potion. The supplementary ingredients were thrown into the wide-mouthed metal bottle one after another, mixing into a dark blue liquid. Then, a transparent jellyfish that resembled azure seawater was carefully placed in by Alger. The distant, drifting, singing suddenly turned intense before it calmed down. The liquid in the wide-mouthed metal bottle didn't have a single ripple or bubble. It was as deep as the ocean before storm. Alger calmed his emotions and did some cogitation. Then he picked up the metal bottle and gulped down the ocean songster potion inside. The cold, numbing liquid slid down his esophagus and entered his stomach. In an inconceivable manner, it instantly spread to every cell in his body. At that instant, Alger vaguely heard countless voices. They came from all the living beings in the sea, but most of them were blocked by the obelisk's body. All that was left was a relatively blurry sound. Ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump. Alger felt his heart thump violently as it spewed out blood, spirituality, and sound waves, modifying his vocal cords and soul body. He couldn't help but open his mouth and let out a huge sigh. Amidst the sigh, Alger felt that his spirit body was slightly torn apart. As the sound waves spread outwards, they first turned into mottled scales on his skin before pulling out long strips of flesh, turning them into flailing tentacles. The sound waves continued spreading outwards with the spirit body fragments, making contact with the sticky liquid in the Obninsk's stomach. They miraculously bounced back and entered Alger's body again. Alger's nearly losing control instantly turned for the better. He hurriedly took the opportunity to sing loudly without any fear of embarrassment, hoping to vent all the invisible sound waves that could cause him to explode. The rough, messy, and off-key singing filled with a heavy metal quality spread outwards, mixed with many spirit body fragments. Then, all of them were bounced back by the sticky liquid in the Obninsk's stomach. During this process, Alger was like a material in a sound wave furnace as he was slowly being ground into shape. Finally, he regained full control over his body and restrained the surging spirituality. Finally, Alger closed his eyes as an irrepressible smile appeared on his face. He had completed the goal he had been aiming for all these years, to advance to Ocean Songster. He now has a shallow control over lightning, a better, more comprehensive, and longer underwater talent, as well as the ability to use his singing to influence his target. The latter ability has several directions due to the difference in everyone's characteristics. One is to use beautiful singing to interfere with the enemy's spirit body, making them fall into a daze or increase their explosive strength. Another is to simulate thunder to shock others. Another is to rely on messy and unpleasant singing to make the enemy irritable and lose their rationality. Alger observed his condition as he wore an odd expression. He quickly extricated himself from such thoughts, picked up his items, and swam upstream to the Obninsk's mouth. He gently rapped its already closed mouth. The mouth slowly opened and suddenly roared, spewing out everything in its mouth. Alger instantly felt as though he was in midair as he nearly collided with a shark. After a flurry of activity, he surfaced and swam towards the Blue Avenger. When the Spectre ship's figure reflected in his eyes, he heaved a sigh of relief. One of the problems Alger was worried about was that the Blue Avenger would suddenly have an anomaly while he was advancing. Although an hour or two wasn't a problem, the world was always filled with surprises. After receiving Mr. the Hanging Man's thanks again, Klein returned to the real world. He washed his hands and dried them before leaving the washroom and heading for the dining hall. When the fragrance of food reached his nose again, he slowly took a deep breath and returned to his seat with a smile. As he bowed, he sat down. At that moment, the banquet had entered the dessert stage. From the looks of it, I spent too long in the washroom. I hope there won't be any rumors of Don Dante's having constipation after today. Klein silently muttered to himself as he smiled at Ma and Willis. When I was young, I ate many strange foods in the southern continent. One of them was called tennet plum. It tasted like light cream, just like the ones on desserts nowadays. He tactfully explained the reason for his late return. It was that he had weakened his stomach when he was young. P.S. During the double period, please have a guaranteed monthly pass. P.S. I recommend a book, Journey to the Masterpiece. When the world's masterpiece is injected into the web literature DNA, can you still escape the invitation of samsara? Chapter 801. Ma. M. Willis glanced at Don Dante's face and smiled without minding it all. Your past, your experiences in Desi Bay and the southern continent are more interesting than anything I've seen. It makes me wish to have the same experience. Of course, this is based on a true story. Thanks to Anderson Hood, a hunter who always runs around. As Klein cast his gaze at the cream cake, he chuckled and said, "It's because I've only mentioned the interesting parts. Because I've only told you the interesting parts. There are a lot of things I don't want to remember." After a simple comment, he began enjoying his dessert. However, when Mayim Willis and the other ladies heard this, they suddenly recalled the title of a best-selling book, A Man with a Story. In their eyes, Don Dante's was just like that. He appeared like a calm lake, but in fact, there was no bottom to him. There were many surprises hidden within, but there was also a lot of pain buried within. The banquet came to an end at 9:40. A number of gentlemen and ladies headed to the card room to play Texas for 2 hours. The remaining men headed to the activity room and planned on chatting for a while. This didn't exclude ladies and ladies from joining, but as there were many smokers and it was inevitable that there would be sexual topics, there weren't any ladies participating. They either went down to the first floor and gathered around the piano, listening to the performers play while singing softly, or they would form groups of 2 or 3 and play chess for fun. Klein chose to head to the activity room on the second floor. A private chat with fewer people helped him be accepted into this circle as soon as possible. After entering the room, he observed the environment and went straight to the window. He opened it and pulled out a high-back chair to sit down. Just as Klein finished this series of actions, he saw the host of the banquet, Portland Moment, holding a pipe and laughing. Men always need some space for themselves. He was a tall elder with a loud voice and a rosy face. He looked to be in his 60s, and his hair was rather thick, but it was all white. His facial features were very typical of an ordinary Rouen without any special traits. Yes, when ladies are around, they have to consider their image and their feelings. I wanted to kiss an hour ago. Hazel's father, member of Parliament mocked, took out a gorgeous silver metal box and took out a cigarette. So did the other men who came into the sitting room, pipes or cigarettes appearing in their hands as if by magic. As the flames flickered, wisps of smoke curled up, giving the room a feeling that the smog from yesterday had yet to dissipate. After closing his eyes to enjoy it for a few seconds, Portland Moment turned to look at the guest by the window. "Dwayne, don't you smoke?" Klein clenched his fist, pressed it to his mouth, and coughed lightly. "I haven't fully recovered yet. The doctor told me not to smoke for the time being." Frankly speaking, he was about to choke. Fortunately, he had cleverly chosen a spot by the window. This group of opium smokers. Klein curled his right index finger and rubbed it in front of his nostrils. He really wanted to use his magician's as beyonder powers to create invisible air tubes that extended outwards to bring in fresh air and escape the harm of secondhand smoke. However, considering that there might be beyonders hidden among the men present, he rationally gave up on the idea. Portland Moment laughed out loud when he heard that. "I heard from Bishop Electra that your illness wasn't without reason, Dwayne. You lack a wife." This professor was a believer of the god of steam and machinery, but his wife believed in the Evernight goddess. Therefore, they settled down on Bucklund Street near St. Samuel Cathedral. From time to time, bishops would visit and interact with them. Is he mocking me for thinking of women when I'm sick? I really can't tell that Bishop Electra is a man who likes to spread rumors. It's all a Rhodes's fault. Klein lampooned as he shook his head and smiled. I respect marriage very much. If I don't have a suitable goal, I'd rather be single. At this moment, Mr. Willis, a high-ranking employee of Bakelin City Hall, blew out a smoke ring. Actually, I'm very envious of Dwayne's single status. This means that I can pursue any type of lady. He deliberately emphasized any type, making everyone in the activity room let out a suggestive laugh. Has the fact that Don Dante's has a wide range of preferences and that he doesn't reject any type of charming woman spread throughout this street? Klein controlled his right hand and didn't subconsciously rub his temples. He felt that his image of a rich newcomer with depth, temperament, looks, and the way he spoke had undergone a subtle change. He first suspected that it was the blabbermouth Bishop Electra who had spread the news. Following that, he felt that it was his butler, Walter, who had gotten his servants to spread the news. This was because an extremely charming man without any flaws would always be unconsciously ostracized by others of the same sex in their circles. But when he had flaws, it was easy for others to feel close to him when there was something to tease him about. Klein wasn't angered by this teasing that had a tinge of perverseness. He deliberately smiled bitterly in a rather gentlemanly manner. That's why it's so difficult for me to make a choice. I've been single all this time. Huh. Portland Moment and the others laughed at the same time. Mock then said, What you need is the ability to make decisions. What you need is the ability to make decisions. A good marriage and a good family will help a man a lot. He stopped teasing and seriously exhorted him. From the looks of it, no matter which world I'm in, I can't escape the fate of being urged to get married. Klein nodded slightly as he casually swept his gaze to the window and enjoyed the night view of Portland Moment's garden. At this moment, he saw a figure. Hazel Mocked, who was dressed in a dark green dress, was walking along a small path into the depths of the garden. From time to time, she would stop and look around as though she was searching for something. Wasn't this lady playing the piano just now? Why is she suddenly in the garden? When Klein retracted his gaze, Hazel's back had already been hidden by a cluster of flowers. It wasn't rude for guests to leave the hall and enter the garden when attending a banquet or ball. This was because strolling under the moon with a night breeze that carried the fragrance of flowers was a very stylish thing to do. However, this often meant a rendezvous. Who is Hazel meeting with? No, it doesn't seem like it. Among the people who came today, no one can make her look them in the eye. Although the shock she suffered in the sewers made her appear less arrogant, to the point of occasionally appearing depressed, deep in her heart, she still doesn't think much of ordinary people. Dealing with the negative effects of a mystical item? That doesn't make sense. Finding a lounge or the bathroom would be better than going to the garden. It'll be more concealed. Besides, during her ball, she also went to the third floor and not the garden. Klein eliminated all the impossibilities and had a preliminary guess. From the way Hazel is sensing or searching for something, she seems to have discovered something abnormal and is planning on observing and dealing with it up close. This also means that there's a supernatural situation at Professor Portland Moment's home. If that's true, this professor or someone in his family isn't simple. The bishops of St. Samuel Cathedral often come to visit, but they didn't discover anything. A marauder's sensing and observation abilities are definitely unique in certain aspects. Klein didn't have any thoughts of interfering in matters outside. This was because a problem that Hazel could sense wasn't too dangerous. Furthermore, this place was very close to St. Samuel Cathedral. If there were any secrets, no one would want to blow it up. They would be very restrained. At this moment, Mocked, who was in the activity room, extricated himself from the effects of the vulgar joke and looked at Portland Moment. He looked at Portland Moment and said, "I heard that you're leaving Bakeland University?" Professor Portland Moment sucked on his pipe and said, "That's right. The Higher Education Commission wishes for me to be the chancellor of the newly established Bakeland University of Technology. Haha, although most of my wealth comes from those alloys, I'm best in mechanical engineering. They promised to build a better laboratory there and give me more funding. At my age, having more autonomy and better helpers is indeed more important." Mr. Willis echoed with a smile. And with Bakeland University having an additional vacancy as a full professor, those senior associate professors who have been waiting for decades finally have a chance. In Rouen higher education system, a full professor wasn't just a professional title, but also a position. It was equivalent to a department dean, so there could only be one. Bakeland University of Technology. Klein listened with a smile. He didn't casually speak on topics he didn't understand. In the garden, Hazel came to a dark and uninhabited corner. She had just discovered that the ants and other creatures on the ground were gathering abnormally. Her spiritual perception also felt that there was something hidden here. This was a talent that came from her sequence. She had never made a mistake before. She could directly choose the valuable item hidden in the sealed boxes without any additional help. Of course, she couldn't tell what it was exactly. All she knew was that compared to the others, it was definitely more valuable. Just like Mr. Don Dante's. He definitely has something very valuable on him. The corners of Hazel's mouth curled up as she cast her attention at the soil in front of her that looked a little soft. She sensed that quite a lot of spirituality was gathering beneath it, creating a suction force that attracted insects and spirits. It's not a human body, but some used spirituality materials. They should have been thrown away separately, but they ended up being buried together, resulting in unnecessary changes. Hazel's eyes darkened a little as she deciphered the situation beneath the soil from the spirituality's characteristics and changes that weren't concealed. She lifted her chin slightly and looked back at the building, believing that there was at least one supernatural being in Portland Moment's house. And if she didn't deal with the problem in the corner of the garden, this place and the nearby houses would be haunted in a few days. Hazel retracted her gaze, extended her left hand, and aimed at the soil in front of her. She gently clenched her fist and twisted her wrist. The spirituality that had gathered there suddenly vanished, as though it had been stolen by someone. P.S. Seeking monthly votes during the double period. P.S. Regarding the physical book, the publisher has communicated with me. They are aware of everyone's opinions. They will be changing the editor in charge later, starting from the third volume. As the second volume needs to be handed over, all the changes that need to be made will be marked in red on the electronic version for me to review and confirm. Chapter 802. 100 Buckland Street, Portland Moment's house, garden corner. Many of the ants and bugs that had gathered here began to disperse, and the gloomy and cold feeling grew weaker and weaker. The person with supernatural powers here likely doesn't have much experience. Seeing that she had achieved her goal, Hazel nodded indiscernibly. She then turned around agilely and strolled along the small path in the garden. She was not in a hurry to return to the house. Instead, she enjoyed the crimson moonlight, the cool air, and the faint fragrance of flowers. Some time later, Hazel gave up on her stroll and left the garden to enter the hall on the first floor. At this moment, apart from the guests who were having fun in Texas, many gentlemen and ladies had already bade farewell. Just as Hazel found her mother, Ma Emriana, she saw her father, Member of Parliament Mocked, and a few gentlemen. They were chatting as they walked down from the second floor, looking very happy. Are you ready to go home? You have to visit a very important guest tomorrow morning. Rihanna gestured for her daughter to come closer as she walked toward her husband with a smile. Mock nodded. If it weren't for this, I think I'd try another Portland cigar. Rihanna swept her gaze across Willis, Dwayne Dantes, and company as she casually asked, "What are you guys talking about? This topic seems very interesting." Mock turned his body to the side and smiled. Dawn said he encountered ghosts when he was in the southern continent. He and his companion suddenly woke up in the middle of the night. They wanted to open their eyes, but they couldn't. Their bodies felt heavy, as if someone was pressing down on them. They used a lot of strength to finally extricate themselves from this state. When they left the bed, they realized that the room was extremely cold. You might not know this, but the weather in East and West Balham is very hot most of the time. Then, Dwayne and his companions each held a double-barreled shotgun and stood guard for the entire night. When the sun rose, they hurriedly left the town. After hearing that, Ma Emriana looked at Dwayne Dantes' face with piqued interest. Is this true? Do ghosts really exist? Klein smiled and shook his head. I can't be sure. Maybe my companion and I just went through an adventure. Our mental state isn't stable enough, and our physical condition isn't good either. That's why we have all kinds of problems. The story he told actually originated from one of Anderson's experiences. When this Fog Sea's strongest hunter was exploring a divine temple in a primitive forest, he successfully encountered a spirit and staged a large-scale night run. Ghosts. Hazel tilted her head and looked in the direction of the garden. The corners of her lips curled up slightly before she quickly retracted it. She didn't say anything. She quietly listened as her parents bid farewell to the people around them and returned home with them. Late at night, Hazel, who had changed into a nightgown, walked to the balcony and stood behind a gap in the curtains. She looked at the sewer entrance on Buckland Street. As she watched, her face gradually turned pale, as if she was recalling that painful and terrifying experience. She forced herself to look away, took 2 deep breaths, then turned around and walked to the bed. During this process, she gently bit her lower lip and silently muttered to herself, "That should be a vengeful spirit. It must be, I need a charm or item from the sun domain." While Hazel was looking at the sewer entrance, Klein was also sizing it up. It's been so many days. I wonder how Demoness Trissy has recovered. Has she left? Thankfully, Hazel was frightened by me. She hasn't dared to approach the sewer entrance recently. Klein swept his gaze across the iron-black street lamps as he nodded slightly. He then opened the iron cigar case and made his wraith marionette appear in the full-body mirror. He had already decided to send Senor to check the sewers to confirm Trissy's condition. This was to prevent the demoness from causing any trouble. Furthermore, the sewers were too close to Don Dantes' identity. Klein didn't wish for Trissy to stay nearby for long periods of time. He only wished for her to recover quickly so that she could take action and leave Baclun Street. Admiral of Blood Senor will appear once in a while. It matches the character setting I previously made. It's that he doesn't live in the vicinity. As the sewers here hide a secret, he often floats over to search for it. As Klein thought, he made the old triangular hat marionette use the mirror to jump to the surface of the street lamps. Then, he passed through the manhole cover in his wraith form and quickly approached the hidden fork where Trissy was hiding. Before he reached the end, Senor, who had night vision, saw that there was no one there. She has already recovered and left? In thought, Klein made his marionette continue forward and stop at the spot where Trissy had been sitting. He discovered that the area had been cleaned up. Not only was the ground no longer muddy and wet, even the moss on the walls and corners was gone. There aren't any scraps of food either. Did that fellow become a germaphobe after becoming a woman? No, he might have been one to begin with. With Wraith Senor's vision, Klein observed his surroundings and determined that Trissy had either not left or had left less than a day ago. Otherwise, it was impossible for the area to be so clean. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the sound of light footsteps entered the Wraith's ears. Under his control, Senor turned around and walked outside. As expected, he saw Trissy in a dark black dress. This demoness' black hair cascaded down softly, unlike other girls her age who had all sorts of hairstyles. It was simple and plain. Together with her face that had recovered its rosy color but remained fair at that moment, Trissy was like a dreamy flower that silently bloomed in the night, as expected of a demoness. Thankfully, I'm separated by a marionette. Otherwise, I would have lost my composure looking at her. Haha, the dead won't be tempted. No matter how charming a demoness is, there's no way she can turn the dead into zombies and crawl out of their graves. Klein lampooned as he looked at Trissy, who appeared confused but was actually secretly on guard as she released invisible threads. Where did you go? Trissy pricked up her eyebrows. Don't tell me you like to take care of your personal hygiene in the place where you sleep? I thought demonesses don't need to go to the bathroom. Klein gave a self-deprecating remark, making Senor chuckle. You mean peeing and defecating? He had deliberately made his marionette say that so as to match Admiral of Blood's image as a boorish pirate. Trissy frowned inconspicuously and said, That's right. Is there something else? Wraith Senor didn't continue the topic as he changed the topic. You seem to be recovering well. Trissy smiled faintly. Not bad. I will leave here tomorrow. She paused for a moment and narrowed her slightly slender eyes. To be frank, there are times when I wonder if you're really Admiral of Blood. Of course it's true. You should be asking if I'm alive or dead. Klein made Senor speak with piqued interest. Why do you say that? Trissy's gaze swept across the Wraith's face. It said that Admiral of Blood is a person who indulges in his desires. He has no resistance towards beautiful women or men. And when you face me, I don't see any sparks of desire. I thought that the real Admiral of Blood would add a clause that would force me when we came to a cooperation agreement. Klein deliberated for 2 seconds before making Senor give a self-deprecating laugh. I'm afraid of indulging in pleasure and being controlled by you. Trissy's expression immediately changed. This was indeed one of the reasons why she had taken the initiative to raise the topic. To demonesses who controlled pleasure, beyonders who were accustomed to indulging in their desires were natural prey. Klein took the initiative to skip the topic and made his marionette speak. You're going to seek out a target tomorrow? Clearly, the captain of the Royal Guards definitely knows you and knows what you look like. After all, they arranged for you to be by Prince Edisac's side. Klein silently added. Trissy lowered her head, looked at her toes, and chuckled. Don't worry, I have a perfect plan. As she spoke, she turned her body and casually pointed deep into the sewers. From here, at the end of the 6th left fork, there's a secret passageway. There are also signs of long-term human activity. Haha, I discovered it while wandering around for the past few days. I believe this has something to do with that girl from last time. Is that also the reason you came here? Secret passageway? Klein didn't confirm or deny it. He made Senior laugh. Did you discover anything? Trissy shook her head. Nothing at all. Perhaps only someone with a specific pathway or a specific item can find clues. A marauder's intuition or the item on Hazel. Klein didn't let Senior continue the topic. He pressed his hand to his chest and bowed with a smile. Since you've recovered, I can be at ease. Just as he said that, he suddenly vanished. Trissy focused her eyes, but to no avail. Only when the invisible thread she had sent out were blown by a breeze did she retract her gaze, confirming that Admiral of Blood had truly left. At that moment, Klein had already controlled the wraith to return to the sewer's entrance. He didn't attempt to explore the place Trissy had mentioned. There were three main reasons for his choice. First, it was beyond 100 meters. Second, he suspected that he wouldn't discover anything. After all, he wasn't from the Marauder pathway, nor did he have the corresponding items. Third, Trissy was still around. On Thursday morning, Furs, who had woken up naturally, washed up. She chewed on a piece of toast and opened the door to take out a pile of items from the mailbox. As she walked to the coffee table, she casually flipped through the items in her hands and found a reply she had been looking forward to for days. Throwing down the newspapers, bills, and other letters, Furs tore open the letter in her hand. Teacher has already reached Bakeland? Furs quickly scanned through it and muttered in surprise. At the same time, she saw the toast in her mouth fall to the ground. P.S. Requesting monthly votes during the double period. Chapter 803. Sherwood Borough, 22, Hope Street, Hat Trick Inn. The receptionist at the front desk was just about to take a sip of water when she saw a lady walk in. The lady was about 165 meters tall and wore a long, light-colored dress with frilly edges. Her brown hair was slightly curled down, and she wore a pair of tinted glasses on her nose bridge. She gave off a casual vibe that she had just returned from Desi Bay. She held a dark brown leather suitcase in her hand as she walked to the front desk at an unhurried pace. A lady with an outstanding bearing. She's dressed up pretty well. I really want to see her without her tinted glasses. As a female, the receptionist habitually sized up the lady's clothes and accessories. She then heard the lady say with a languid voice, 1 night, single room. 1 night, a single room. 2 solely and 8 pence. The receptionist first reported the room rate for the day before asking, "Do you have any identification documents?" She wasn't too keen on the process of registering one's identity, because the inn itself had no way of verifying the authenticity of the identification documents. Yes. The lady put down the dark brown suitcase, took out a stack of identification documents from her handbag, and handed it to the receptionist. Margaret Taylor. The receptionist muttered as she registered. Then, she found a bunch of keys and said, "Room 2012. Thank you." The fashionably dressed lady took the keys, picked up the dark brown suitcase, and headed for the staircase. At this moment, an attendant in a red vest came over and bowed. "Is there anything I can help you with?" His gaze then landed on the dark brown suitcase she was carrying. The lady's lips curled into a smile as she shook her head. "There's no need. It's very light." After saying that, she didn't stop. She walked up the stairs and entered room 2012. After closing the door and putting down the suitcase, she suddenly raised her right hand and pressed it to her chest. She let out a long sigh of relief. "Why do I feel like a perverted murderer?" She was none other than the disguised Furs. There was nothing in her suitcase except for Mr. X's head that was wrapped in newspapers. The two waiters would never have thought that a fashionable woman would carry a suitcase with no clothes, no skincare products, no cosmetics, and only a dead person's head that was almost broken into pieces and covered in blood. If they were discovered, the entire hotel would be shocked. This was the material for a detective. Furs calmed herself down, picked up her suitcase again, and opened the door. She observed the corridor and saw that no one was coming or going. She hurriedly walked to room 2016 and knocked on the wooden door. Her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham, lived in the room she had used last time. When Furs noticed that someone was looking at her through the peephole, she heard the knob being twisted and the sound of the lock turning. Dorian Gray wore a black suit and had broad shoulders. He glanced around warily and made way for the students to enter. Then, he closed the door and asked cautiously, "No one noticed me, right?" Furs put down her suitcase and took off the tinted glasses that covered half her face. "No, I used a fake identity. As a Beyonder who lived in Bakeland and had plenty of experience at the bottom of society, a few sets of fake identity documents were essential. Furthermore, she had the help of Zio, an expert in this field. The only problem was that a fake was ultimately a fake. It couldn't withstand the police department's inspection. However, Furs heard that there were some channels that could obtain real identity documents. In other words, it was an identity document that was filed and registered with the police department. Furthermore, it could be replaced with a photo. Of course, the price would definitely be a lot more expensive. Dorian nodded slightly and silently exhaled. As she got Furs to sit down, she pulled a chair over. "In your letter, you said that at a Beyonder gathering in Bakeland, someone offered a reward for finding a direct descendant of the House of Abraham. And the goal was to obtain information on Mr. Dorr?" "Yes, teacher." Furs spoke the unquestionable truth. "I don't know much about that family, so I wanted to ask you to see if you know anything." She only hit 2 points. First, the name of the Beyonder gathering was Tarot. Second, she had long known that her teacher was a member of the House of Abraham. Dorian sat down, picked up the white porcelain teacup, and took a sip. His expression was calm as he asked. With a calm expression, she asked, "Who's the person who offered the bounty?" "I don't know. I'm only sure that it's a lady." She hid her looks. She should be very strong, and the faction backing her isn't weak either." Furs described the hermit in her mind. What she didn't say was that the other party had a close relationship with Queen Mystic Bernadette. Dorian Gray pondered for a few seconds and said, "I don't know much either. I only know that Mr. Dorr is likely an ancestor of the House of Abraham. He went missing during the War of the Four Emperors. You can use this information to exchange for some bounty." Mr. Dorr is an ancestor of the House of Abraham. Mr. Dorr, who caused the House of Abraham to suffer the curse of the full moon and has lost control of countless members over the years, is actually the ancestor of the House of Abraham. Furs was shocked when she heard that. Having learned a little about the problems with the House of Abraham from Mr. Fool, she couldn't believe that all of this was caused by the source of the bloodline. Doesn't Mr. Dorr know the consequences of his actions? Furs muttered to herself as she frowned unconsciously. Dorian Gray noticed the student's abnormal reaction and asked in puzzlement, "What's going on? Is there a problem?" "Oh no, I didn't manage to hide my expression just now." Furs deliberated for a moment. "I just don't understand. After more than 1,000 years, apart from the direct descendants of the House of Abraham, who else would want to obtain information on Mr. Dorr? What motives would they have? Perhaps they want to find Mr. Dorr? All right, Queen Mystic is Roselle the Great's daughter, and Mr. Dorr appeared in Roselle the Great's diary. Therefore, it's very normal for this queen to want to find Mr. Dorr and seek the truth of the past. However, Mr. Dorr disappeared during the War of the Four Emperors. It was more than 1,000 years apart from Roselle the Great's period. So how could it be connected? Could it be that Roselle the Great can also hear the ravings of the full moon? I remember that Mr. Fool once teased Mr. Dorr, saying that he might be calling for help. If that's true, it's really, as an author, Furs was momentarily at a loss for words to describe her current feelings. Dorian revealed a bitter smile. "Clearly, I'm also puzzled by this question. If you can find the answer, remember to tell me." Furs didn't harp on this matter, afraid that Dorian Gray would discover something suspicious. Instead, she asked, "Teacher, why did you suddenly come to Bakeland?" Dorian smiled and took out a cigarette. She brought it to her nose and took a whiff, but she didn't light it. "I happen to have some matters that I need to attend to in Bakeland. I can also check on your digestion progress." In fact, he was alarmed by the news that Furs had relayed in her letter. He couldn't believe that there would still be people in this world who would ask about Mr. Dorr. After all, the House of Abraham had basically given up on such attempts. Only he was still persisting and taking the initiative to teach his student. And this also made him recall a prophecy that had been passed down within his family. It was said that the house of Abraham would be getting closer and closer to destruction. He linked the two matters together and rushed to Bakeland to confirm his student's situation. He hoped that she could advance as soon as possible to maintain a glimmer of hope for the house of Abraham. I just grasped the various knowledge of astrology, Furs replied guiltily. As she had been short of money some time ago, she had yet to buy the high-level crystal ball required by the astrologer. In order to not continue this topic, Furs turned to Dorian Gray to ask about the rules of acting as an astrologer. She received some tips, such as astrology isn't omnipotent. Towards the end, Furs looked at the dark brown suitcase beside her. Teacher, there's one more thing. What is it? Dorian leaned back in her chair and took a sip of her black tea. Furs spoke according to the script she had prepared beforehand. After I found out that Lewis Wayne had betrayed the organization and caused great harm to you, I've always wanted to find him and avenge you. Give up on this idea. Dorian sat up straight. Even if you have Lamino's travels, there's no way you can beat him, much less kill him. I'm very pleased with your intentions, but you don't have to take the risk. I definitely won't be able to do it alone. Furs muttered silently. She directly said, I know a very powerful bounty hunter. I previously spent about 10,000 pounds to get his help. She had no way of estimating how much she had paid, so she had used the price Miss Audrey had offered to assassinate the ambassador of Intis. That might be a cheat. Lewis Wayne is likely a traveler, and he has the backing of the Aurora Order. Dorian was just about to point out that no bounty hunter was Lewis Wayne's match when she heard her students say, He's already succeeded. He has already succeeded. Cough, cough, cough. Dorian choked on his saliva as he coughed so hard that he felt like his lungs were being torn apart. The teacup in his hand dropped to the ground, but he bounced up like a magician and sat firmly on the coffee table. He gave me Louis Vine's head, the woman said. First picked up the dark brown suitcase, opened it, and took out a spherical object wrapped in newspapers. As the newspaper unfolded bit by bit, Dorian saw a face she would never forget. Compared to when he attacked the house of Abraham's headquarters, the smug smile on Lewis Wayne's face had vanished. His head was covered in cracks, as though it was pieced together from pieces. He looked ferocious, in pain, and in despair. As an astrologer, Dorian Gray's spiritual intuition told her without a doubt that this was Lewis Wayne's head. Good, very good, Dorian muttered in excitement as she looked up at her student. Who's that bounty hunter? I can't imagine that there's such a powerful expert hidden among the bounty hunters in Bakeland. Furs deliberated for a moment. German Sparrow. P.S. Seeking monthly votes during the double period. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 804. German Sparrow. The blood vessels on Dorian's forehead throbbed when she heard that. She couldn't help but clench her fists as her body tensed up for some baffling reason. Being in Pritz Harbor, be it actively or passively, he knew more about the various rumors at sea than the citizens of Bakeland who relied on the newspapers to learn about them. Over the past few months, he had been hearing about German Sparrow from different channels. From the moment he killed Steele Mavady to severely injuring Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy and successfully hunting Admiral of Bloodseigneur. All these stories were tinged with madness. He left the sea and came to Bakeland. Furthermore, he didn't change his craziness. Dorian hid the fear and wariness that subconsciously rose in his heart. He looked at his student and said in a deep voice, Try not to contact this bounty hunter in the future. He will cause trouble one day, and it won't be long. Teacher is indeed experienced and has sharp eyes. She instantly saw through Mr. World's true nature. Unfortunately, I'm already a member of the Tarot. There's no way I cannot contact him. Furs adjusted her state of mind and nodded sincerely. Yes, teacher. Dorian calmed her emotions and took a deep look at her former student and current enemy, Lewis Vine. However, this traveler could no longer speak. He didn't even have a shred of spirituality left in him. After a few seconds of silence, Dorian leaned back and looked at Furs. Did you just say that you paid 10,000 pounds as a bounty? He wasn't aware of Furs's financial situation. All he knew was that this student was a best-selling author and likely earned quite a bit of remuneration. Furthermore, the few Beyonder circles she usually mingled with seemed pretty good. There were always transactions with high remuneration, so it wasn't too shocking or unacceptable for her to save up £10,000. Furs shifted her body guiltily. Too much of a premium? She deliberately used this rhetorical question to hide the fact that she had falsely reported the price, so as to appear inexperienced in such matters. Dorian shook her head. No, it's too cheap. It's so cheap that I can't help but suspect that the German sparrow has other motives. As a member of the battered house of Abraham, he was always on high alert. To use the professional terminology of various clubs and gatherings, this is called a membership price. Furs lampooned inwardly and frankly said, there are other agreements, including all the items on Louis Wayne will belong to him, and I will provide him with some effective help. I also promise that if he needs cash in the future, I will compensate him with around £3,000. That's barely reasonable. Dorian nodded slightly. Normally, the price of assassinating Louis Wayne, who has the support of the Aurora Order, is at least £30,000. If there are other circumstances, the price will increase. Back then, Mr. World had used the demigod-level powers from Lamino's travels. This is likely an additional situation. An Aurora Order saint? Furs, who had been nurtured in the tarot, was no stranger to the structure of the Aurora Order. She didn't hide her frown and said, from the looks of it, it's indeed a little abnormal. Perhaps he's in urgent need of money? Dorian thought for a moment. Perhaps he's just more concerned about Louis Wayne's Beyonder characteristic. To Beyonders of other pathways, this can be used to create rather useful mystical items. As long as he finds a suitable artisan. Dorian paused for 2 seconds and added, there's no need to pay too much attention to it. Just stay away from him in the future. Perhaps he has long had his eyes on Louis Wayne, and he's using the information you provide to take action. This way, he can even earn some extra income. Dorian didn't continue the topic as she took out a fist-sized crystal ball of purified water from her pocket. It's made of star crystal. It can effectively enhance your astrology. Amidst the light outside the window, the crystal ball produced resplendent waves. Without waiting for Furs to reject it, Dorian chuckled and said, Louis Wayne is my enemy. The remuneration for getting rid of him should be paid by me. I don't have that much cash at the moment, so I can only use some items to make up for it. No, there's no need. Furs shook her head in a half-hearted manner. The truth was that when she planned to get rid of Louis Wayne, it was purely to avenge her teacher. She didn't consider the subsequent rewards, but against her will, she couldn't reject it. Dorian's expression turned serious. Are you trying to make me feel guilty and uneasy? Don't worry, I'm still quite rich. Furs took the opportunity to nod. All right, Dorian revealed a smile again. Also, I brought you the potion formula for Scribe. You can gather the corresponding ingredients while digesting the astrologer potion. I'll give you one of the main ingredients, Asmon's brain. The rest is up to you. Asmon was a monster that only existed in ancient legends. It resembled an unprotected human brain, enough to fill a room. Not only could it create terrifying illusions, but it could also cause its attackers to die from its own attacks. As she spoke, Dorian took out a yellowish-brown parchment and handed it to Furs. Furs took it gratefully and quickly scanned through the main materials. A complete brain of Asmon, a cursed object of an ancient vengeful spirit. I hope I can gather the remaining ingredients before I finish digesting the astrologer potion. Just as Furs rolled up the goat skin, she saw her teacher, Dorian, take out a pure gold box from a suitcase. After removing the wall of spirituality, Dorian opened the lid and said, without the gold isolation, Asmon's brain will continuously affect you, causing you to hallucinate until you lose your mind. Inside the square box was a cluster of pale, wrinkled, and semi-transparent objects. They were only 1/5 the size of Louis Wayne's head, as expected of a family with a long history. Furs thanked her sincerely once again and took the pure gold box. She skillfully closed the lid and sealed it with a wall of spirituality. Dorian didn't stop. Instead, she found an excuse to get Furs to leave while she set up a ritual to summon the void creature, Malmax, who liked music. She then took out 2 stacks of documents from his spherical body. The 3 items from before were prepared for Furs after he received news of Mr. Dorr. Therefore, he had placed them by his side ahead of time. These are 2 properties in Bakeland. One is in Hillston Borough, and the other is in Sherwood Borough. They're in pretty good locations. The total price should be £6,500. You can sell as much as you want, Dorian said with a smile. Although the house of Abraham had fallen, as an angel family with a long history, it still had a lot of inventory, including land, forest, real estate, manors, and mines. However, Dorian only controlled a part of it, and the rest belonged to various small families. The house I'm renting now costs £2,500 on the market. The area is okay, but the location is average. The things that the teacher gave me today really add up to £10,000. Furs couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Inside the Holy Wind Cathedral, Deep Blue, officiant Randall Valentine looked at the mandated Punisher deacon opposite him. Any results? The newly appointed Archbishop of Bakeland was a middle-aged man with an astonishing aura. His hair was dark blue and thick, and his earlobes were rather large. His eyes seemed to contain lightning and storms at all times. The mandated Punisher deacon, standing in front of his desk, was a thin, middle-aged man. He wore a modified captain's hat, and there was nothing special about his appearance. There was only a greenish-black tattoo in the shape of an anchor around his neck. The gentleman replied respectfully, "Your Excellency, we've already captured a few people who participated in the gathering, but they don't know who the others are, much less the identity of the person who assassinated Mr. X. According to their description, the assailant is about 1.6 meters tall, and there's a high chance that it's a female. We can't eliminate the possibility of it being a short man." Randall held back his anger. "What do you plan on doing next?" As we were temporarily unable to know whom Mr. X invited to the gathering, and females about 1.6 meters tall are rather common, our plan is to relax our vigilance on the surface and only keep an eye on a few suspicious targets. We will then turn the captured people into informants. Without us pressuring them, the lunatics from the Aurora Order will definitely take the initiative to seek out the murderer and avenge Mr. X. They should have a general area of investigation. This way, not only will we be able to find the assassin, but we will also be able to find clues to the Aurora Order, the thin, middle-aged man explained in detail. Randall nodded in thought. "Roy, remember to apply for a Grade 1 sealed artifact when you take action. The situation at the scene indicates that the Aurora Order has at least 1 saint in Bakeland, and the assassin's strength is stronger than an ordinary Sequence 5. He also has a demigod backing him." "Yes, Your Grace." Roy Wellington clenched his right fist and punched his left chest. "Dwayne, you always exceed my expectations. It hasn't been long, but you've already completed the study of the Book of Wisdom of the Revelation of Evernight." Inside St. Samuel Cathedral, Bishop Electra closed the Holy Bible in his hand and smiled at the pious tycoon with white sideburns and deep blue eyes. Klein smiled. "This is what a believer should do. Next up is the study of the saints' letters?" "Yes. Which saint do you plan on starting with?" Bishop Electra asked. Klein looked around and chuckled. "St. Samuel it shall be." Bishop Electra wasn't surprised as he introduced seriously. St. Samuel was the archbishop of the church in Bakeland during the Fourth Githrin Sostal Empire. He made outstanding contributions to the spread of the goddess's faith. He entered the divine kingdom before his death and became an angel. As he spoke, he flipped to the corresponding saint's letter. At this moment, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered. He felt that there was a deep malice and evil intent spreading upstairs. Then, a cold and deep feeling extended from the ground, calming everything, and the church returned to its previous tranquility. Bishop Electra snapped out of his daze and said to Don Dantes, who hadn't noticed anything, "Sorry, I just thought of something else. P.S. Looking for monthly votes during the double period. 9 Heaven's Divine Emperors."